Chapter 17:23. Tens of thousands of attacks converged like a storm. Waves of extremely violent energy whirlpools were like galactic light shuttles that had gathered. In an instant, the space where the Reincarnation Emperor was had collapsed completely, as if he was being punished by the god of doomsday. However, at this moment, a monstrous aura suddenly rose into the sky, followed by a terrifying aura that originated from the bottom of an endless abyss. Rumble. In the next instant, thunder and clouds exploded. A series of surging power impacts were released around the Reincarnation Emperor. Then, like a mountain torrent that had been silent for tens of thousands of years, the chaotic brilliance destroyed the heavens and the earth, and the powerful aftershocks pierced through the sky. Roar! Along with the remaining power of the frenzied hurricane, a shrill and strange whistling sound pierced everyone's eardrums. The invisible sound waves caused the space to distort and shake. The extremely cold and ferocious corpse energy soared into the sky and seeped into everyone's back. This aura is... Everyone was shocked. The great emperors frowned as well. Bang! Another loud explosion sounded out, and a fierce whirlwind swept across the sky above Tiandao City. Frost and dust filled the sky, and the chilly wind swayed. Under countless pairs of sharp pupils, a behemoth exuding an aura of death directly appeared in the smoke and dust. The 6 paths of reincarnation shall rule the sky for me. The reincarnation heart beast, the corpse god. The corpse god. The Reincarnation Emperor's aura was like that of a human emperor, and it made everyone's heart tremble. Roar! It was like the cry of a ghost or the howl of a demon. The bone-chilling wind caused the temperature of the entire Tiandao world to drop to freezing point. If the previous 7 heart beasts were shocking, then the appearance of this heart beast was terrifying. Corpse god, the heart beast of the Reincarnation Saint Clan. Is this the legendary existence that represents slaughter? Such a ferocious aura. No heart beast can compare to it. Everyone was terrified, heart trembling. The corpse god. It was inevitable that the Reincarnation Emperor's heart beast would appear here. It was a huge monster made entirely of white bones, but its body was not withered, nor was it thin at all. Instead, it looked extremely sturdy. There were many sharp bone spurs on its back. The bone spurs extended outwards like sharp thorns. There were also barbs at the joints of his limbs. The malevolent head was like a demon from hell. Horrifying, and it was incomparably domineering. Dense dark hell corpse chi was constantly emitting from its body, and mysterious red ancient runes were swimming on its body like worms, making people's scalps go numb. Cosmos god Guji, you're disturbing me. Following that, the other party actually spoke in human language. His reverberating voice sounded a little irritable. Didn't I tell you not to summon me so easily up in the sky? The Reincarnation Emperor looked down at the Star Emperor, the Desolation Emperor, Chu Hen, and the others with an indifferent expression. As you can see, it's time to summon you. Hee hee. The corpse god let out a creepy laugh. Its scarlet eyes swept across the star refining dragon bat, the ominous star 9-winged centipede, the 8-headed wild snake, and the other heart beasts. You're all here. Roar. This. The star refining dragon bat, the 8-headed wild snake, and the other heart beasts all let out chilling roars. After being silent for so long, it's time to taste some fresh blood. Along with an ear-piercing howl, the corpse god suddenly erupted with a torrential blood energy. Following that, the corpse god's arms reached out toward the Desolation Emperor, the Star Emperor, and the others, releasing a powerful spatial rhythm from his bony palms. Crack! In an instant, sharp bone spikes actually grew out of thin air in the 9 heavens. Like a crazily spreading skeleton, the dense spikes extended to the surroundings, sweeping up a piercingly cold, murderous aura as they attacked the crowd. Get out of the way, don't get stabbed, the Star Emperor reminded loudly. The Desolation Emperor, Chu Hen, the Chi Kong Demon Monarch, and the others narrowed their eyes, but they didn't dare to be careless. They quickly dodged to the back according to the Star Emperor's instructions. Countless bone spurs formed a 3-dimensional lightning net, shuttling through the sky and covering the 9 heavens. Facing the corpse god's large-scale attack, the star-refining dragon bat and the ominous star 9-winged centipede each spat out a terrifying energy shock wave that was like a meteorite. The earth-shattering shock wave continued to expand as it moved. Rumble, along with a violent explosion, the bone spikes released by the corpse goddess were completely shattered. Countless bone spurs shattered the sky, like countless wooden stakes floating in the void. However, before the bone spurs could scatter, the corpse god's crimson eyes flickered with a cold light. Then, he suddenly raised one of his arms. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the next instant, the thousands of bone spurs shot out in all directions. The air was torn apart, and the countless bone spurs were like pear blossoms blotting out the sky, shuttling through the heavenly Tao world. The Star Emperor, the Desolation Emperor, Chu Hen, and the others all raised their true Yuan shields to block the bone spurs that were raining down on them. However, the bone thorn rains ranged directly past through the few people's battlefield and scattered into the surrounding chaotic battlefields. Many of the Alliance's combatants and the Six-Path World's experts were caught off guard and pierced through by the arrow-like bone spurs. Arg! A series of screams mixed with blood splattered all over the place. Every human or monster that was hit by the bone spurs had white bone spurs bursting out of their bodies, making them look like hedgehogs with sharp bone spurs growing all over their bodies. Then, they lost their minds amidst the mournful wails and started attacking the people around them. Meanwhile, the bodies of the people they attacked were also changing rapidly. His body uncontrollably grew long, narrow, and sharp bone spurs, and his eyes revealed a thick, fierce, and vicious aura. This is the power of the corpse god's bone poison can directly turn those who have been poisoned into its puppets. Moreover, the puppet of the female worm will spread to other humans and demon beasts. Not distinguishing between friend and foe, simply vicious. Among the 10-heart beasts, the corpse god is the most vicious. Looking at the corpse god's subsidiary bodies that were charging around in the crowd, without distinguishing between friend and foe, everyone felt chills running down their spines. However, the reincarnation monarch didn't seem to mind at all. He stood proudly in the void and looked at the Star Emperor, Desolation Emperor, and the others calmly. See? At the same time, the 8-headed serpent summoned by Desolation Emperor spat out 8 gray light beams at the corpse god. Swoosh, 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 as they moved, the 8 pillars of light condensed into 8 giant swords that slashed through the air. The dense, great desolation power surrounded the swords and spun rapidly like light whirlpools. The murderous intent of the swords sent shivers down everyone's spines. However, the corpse god raised one of its arms and clenched its bony palm. Wah! A round wheel of white light suddenly appeared in front of its palm. The white wheel rotated vertically like a screen in the sky, and the 8 huge swords that contained the endless great desolation power struck the wheel screen in front of the corpse god. Bang! Bang! A deafening sound shook the heavens, and a shock wave swept through the air. Rings after rings of light cyclones swept across the void like astral winds, causing the space to cave in and collapse, twisting to the extreme. The corpse god's eyes turned cold, and a blinding white light shot out of its palm. The 8 huge swords that contained the great desolation power were shattered into powder. TSK. The corpse god switched between offense and defense in an instant. Even though it was facing 3 heart beasts of the same level, its aura wasn't suppressed at all. Instead, it was like the sun in the sky. Don't forget who's your boss. TSK, TSK. The corpse god let out a strange shriek. Everyone's expression changed again and again. Samsara was the leader of the 10 sacred clan. The corpse god was the leader of the 10 heart beasts. As soon as it appeared, the other heart beasts paled in comparison. However, this wasn't enough to make the sacred clan alliance afraid. It wasn't a reason to be timid. Especially with the addition of the monster region, it was even more impossible for them to retreat. I'll deal with it. At this moment, the demon, the Arch-Chi Kong, said coldly, I'll help you. Chu Hen said. No need. It's just a hard beast. I don't think it's a threat. After saying that, the demon the Arch Chi Kong released an overwhelming demonic aura. Roar. Amidst the overwhelming demonic aura, a huge black demonic shadow reached out its long and thin claws from behind the demon, the Arch Chi Kong. Swish. Then, a pair of dark shadow wings spread out from the demon, the Arch Chi Kang's back. Under countless shocked gazes, the black demonic shadow in the sky merged into the demon, the Arch Chi Kang's body, which then turned into a huge black shadow. Is that the demon Thearka's true form? Yes. My God, this is the first time I've seen the monster Thearka's true form. What is that? Looking from afar, the demon the Arch Chi Kang's true form seemed a little illusory, like a cloud of fog hidden in the darkness. Claws and ferocious faces could be seen in the fog, but it felt unreal, like an indescribable dream. Darkness, nightmare, Mu Fei, the heavenly mystery palace lord, said word by word. Beside her, Yin Fushu narrowed his eyes, a hint of solemnity surging in his eyes. Nightmare, the legendary existence that devoured dreams, real and fake at the same time, impossible to capture. Darkness nightmare, the demon the Arch Chi Kang's true form. A dark aura began to envelop everyone's heart. The demon the Arch Chi Kong, who had transformed into the darkness nightmare, was like an evil creature from the netherworld. He dragged the thick black fog and pounced directly at the reincarnation Saint Clan's heart beast, the corpse deity. The corpse deity let out a strange, sharp whistle, as if he was a little excited. Boom! The corpse goddess and the dark nightmare clashed head-on, like two meteors crashing into each other. Chaotic shockwaves surged in all directions. Powerful corpse energy and dark light overturned heaven and earth, and the two colossal beings clashed with each other. With the demon the Arch Chi Kong restraining the corpse deity, the Reincarnation Emperor was once again surrounded by the Star of the Arch, the Desolation Emperor, and the others. Universe God Guji, you're already alone and without help. The Desolation Emperor shouted coldly. The Reincarnation Emperor raised his eyes, which flickered with faint golden and purple light. There's no need for that. Use whatever trump cards you have. There's no need to be fair to you. As soon as he finished speaking, the Desolation Emperor, the Star of the Arch, the Star of the Arch, the Star Refining Dragon Bat, and the eight-headed Desolate Serpent directly stirred up a storm, pressing towards the Reincarnation Emperor. Clang! Inside and outside the heavenly Tao realm, it could be said that the world was turned upside down. A series of chaotic battles broke the earth and shook the sky. Apart from a main battle with the Reincarnation Emperor, the battles between the Sky-Burning Emperor and the Chaos Emperor, as well as the Abyss Emperor and the Devouring Emperor, were also incomparably spectacular and intense. The heart beast of the Sky-Burning Saint Clan, the Sky-Splitting Torch Bull, was extremely ruthless. Its battle-axe arm burst out with heaven-splitting power. With a swing of the axe, the arc-shaped axe shadow that pierced through the sky was like a heaven-splitting divine radiance, as if it had opened up a huge ravine in the void. Even though the Torch Bull was violent, the lightning ancestral lion was in no way inferior to it. The latter's entire body was enveloped in boundless pillars of lightning, and he was like a god of lightning that emanated a destructive aura that shook the world. The battle between the Torch Bull and the ancestral lion turned the battlefield into a forbidden zone of death where lightning and fire fused. The collision between the Desolation Force and the sky-burning raging flames was even more powerful than the collision between a meteorite and a tsunami. The surging tide flattened the earth, and the scorching flames burned the sky. The Sky-Burning Emperor and the Chaos Emperor's attacks were already extremely ruthless, without holding back. Today I will definitely slaughter you, old dog. The Sky-Burning Emperor's eyes burned with the flames of hatred. The Chaos Emperor's face was as cold as ice. You don't have that ability. In comparison, although the battle between the Abyss Emperor and the Devouring Emperor wasn't as ruthless, it was definitely not harmonious. The heart beast of the Abyss Saint Tribe, the boundless ghostly fiend, was like an ancient creature that floated in the vast universe. The tentacles that covered its body continuously attacked the heart beast of the devouring saint tribe, the heaven-devouring Tao-Tai, from all angles. The heaven-devouring Tao-Tai was also extremely ruthless. Although it didn't have 6 arms, it had 3 heads. Facing the boundless, ghostly fiend's attack with its sharp claws and teeth, it didn't panic at all. Screech! Suddenly, a cold light flashed across the boundless, ghostly fiend's different-shaped eyes. In the crescent, moon-shaped eyes, a cold white light suddenly burst out of it. Whoosh! The air was filled with a strong roar of frost. The cold white light was like a layer of snow that sprinkled on the body of the heaven-devouring Tao-Tai. In an instant, the huge body of the heaven-devouring Tao-Tai entered a petrified state at a speed visible to the naked eye, starting from its body, then its limbs, and finally its hideous head. In the blink of an eye, the entire body of the heaven-devouring Tao-Tai, except for its head, had turned into stone. Following that, the Senluo ghostly layer's other round pupil, which was shaped like a full moon, once again released an extremely shocking aura of destruction. Immediately after, a black beam of light suddenly shot out from its full moon-shaped eye. Sizzle. The surface of the black beam of light seemed to be covered in a circle of dark electric patterns, which made wild noises in the air. The beam of light contained the threat of death, such as the deadly ray of death released by the Azura of Hell, instantly pierced through the void and shot toward the heaven-devouring Tao-Tai. This attack seemed to have the power to destroy the world, break through the sun, moon, and stars. However, at this moment, the heaven-devouring Tao-Tai's only head that hadn't been petrified raised. Then, its bloody mouth opened at an extremely exaggerated angle. What made one's scalp go numb was that countless pairs of sinister hands stretched out of the giant mouth. Then countless Taoist hands stretched out like ghosts that blotted out the sky, one after another, grabbing at the incoming beam of death light. Bang! Bang! The rapid death light pillar swept up an endless amount of killing power and smashed the gloomy hands into pieces. As soon as the two collided, the pairs of hands turned into dust and dissipated. However, after smashing thousands of pairs of gloomy hands in succession, the momentum of the deathlight pillar rapidly weakened. Then, the densely packed black hands covered the beam of deathlight and forcibly dragged the beam of light, which contained tremendous destructive power, into its bloody mouth. Formless, chaotic air rippled out. Then, the heaven-devouring Tao-Tai roared. Bang! With a loud bang, the circle of cold, white frost covering its body exploded like porcelain shards. The world trembled. Frost and dust swirled around the heaven-devouring Tao-Tai, dancing in the hurricane. It vented its unparalleled, greedy, cruel, and evil energy. Everyone who witnessed this scene felt a chill run down their spines. As expected of the heaven-devouring Tao-Tai, it can swallow all things. It can even swallow this kind of power. How terrifying. That's right. The 10-heart beasts are really too powerful. Not far away from the heaven-devouring Tao-Tai and the eerie ghost Nether, the battle between the 9 Nether Emperor and the Devouring Emperor was also like a storm. "Are you still so stubborn?" said the 9 Nether Emperor coldly. The Devouring Emperor's eyes darkened. "I've already said, it's not my intention to stand against you all. I just hope that the human realm can be truly stabilized." Look at Universe God Guji's eyes. He can even do such a thing. If he becomes the lord of the Saint Clan, the human realm will be destroyed by his hands, said the 9 Nether Emperor. The Devouring Emperor did not reply. The dark storm around him grew stronger and stronger. The huge devouring vortex was like a tornado, crushing the void in all directions. The war, it was getting more and more intense. As time passed, the battlefield in the Heaven Dao realm was cut into countless pieces. Flames, smoke, and blood flowed like rivers. The all-out slaughter was getting more and more intense. The 10 Saint Clan, the war of the human race. In addition to the countless monster beasts involved, the entire Six Paths world was thrown into an unprecedented upheaval. Severed limbs were scattered all over the place. Corpses were everywhere. The inside and outside of the Heaven Dao realm was quietly dyed into a blood-red Azura hell. Whether it was the Saint Clan Alliance or the Six Paths world, the armies of both sides were already in a killing frenzy. Swords swung down and blood splattered in the sky. Sabers slashed down and their arms went numb. Kill. Roar. The battle cries and the roars of the beasts merged together into a deafening war song. The ground had long since converged into small red rivers. Cruel, bloody, cruel and ruthless. The geniuses of the various Saint clans fell one after another. The monstrous experts of the various factions fell into a pool of blood. From afar, the entire Heaven Dao realm was already shrouded in a dark red and thick aura of blood. Sigh. The sigh came from the heavenly mystery palace lord, Mu Fei. After this war, no matter who wins or loses, the human realm will suffer a great loss. Sigh and helplessness. Beside her, Yin Fushu also shook his head. There's nothing we can do about it. Where there are people, there will be war. The human heart is terrifying. The words "the human heart" is the most terrifying dimmed Mu Fei's eyes once again. In front of them, Yu Shinin, Chun Jingfeng, Yin Hanyu, Long Mia, Sun Yuan, Li Kuan, and the other monstrous geniuses were once again continuing the Saint Clan convention that had just ended. Long Qingyang, Yi Yao, Long Xuan, Qiu Xingyi, Mo Qingli, Wang Li, and the others were all bathed in blood. Long Qingyang, quickly retreat to Palace Lord Mu Fei, shouted Long Xuan coldly as she looked at the bloodied and wounded Long Qingyang. However, Long Qingyang showed no signs of retreating. There's no need for that, roar. As soon as he finished, 9 dragons appeared. Long Qingyang clapped his palms together, and 9 ferocious dragons spread out in all directions. Along with the cracked ground, the Six Paths world's experts were torn into shreds by the swooping dragon. Indeed, there's no need. On the other side, Mu Feng turned into countless blurry afterimages in the air. It's rare for us to experience such a shocking battle. It's too shameful to sit outside and be a spectator. Swoosh. Swoosh. Mu Feng moved like a shadow, moving as fast as lightning. Like a phantom, he shuttled through the crowd of enemies, the folding blades that grew out of his arms taking away the lives of his enemies. A blood-red world spread. Azura, hell extended. At the same time, somewhere outside of the Heaven Dao world, a burly figure emitting an evil aura stepped into the blood-red battlefield. His entire body was shrouded in cold and dark chains. A pair of deep eyes that seemed to be flowing with 10,000-year-old frost. His aura was unique, also human, also demon. Miao Shu House. Chapter 1724. The increasingly intense battle between the sacred clans caused the entire heavenly law world to gradually sink into a blood-colored world. Corpses of humans and demonic beasts were piled up everywhere. As the flames of war spread, blood-colored rivers continuously seeped into the ground. Earth-shaking, chaotic battle of heaven and earth. The battle between the heart beasts of the various sacred clans was about to explode the sky. On the most intense battlefield, the battle between the Reincarnation Emperor and the Star Emperor, the Huang Emperor, Chu Hen, and the others affected the rhythm of everyone's hearts. Boom! The dazzling star power bloomed like a rain of fireworks that illuminated the surroundings. The Star Emperor and the Huang Emperor fought the Reincarnation Emperor head-on, while Chu Hen and Bai Qinyu attacked from the side. The 8-headed desolate snake, the Star Refining Dragon Bat, and the ominous Star 9-winged Centipede were ready to attack at any time. The battlefield where the few of them were fighting was filled with violent winds and furious clouds. Although they were outnumbered, the Reincarnation Emperor was not at a disadvantage and was not suppressed in any aspect. In addition to his own 6 paths of reincarnation power, the eye techniques from the divine I Saint clan and the demon I Saint clan were also extremely proficient. However, with the help of the 3 heart beasts, They could directly advance in a compressed manner. Roar, screech, hiss. The ominous star nine-winged centipede, the star refining dragon bat, and the eight-headed desolate snake directly released the terrifying power that they had long accumulated. Brilliant purple light intertwined in the sky, as if the intertwining divine light gathered to form a pointed cylindrical light pillar that shot down. The star refining dragon bat's body was like a galactic whirlwind that shattered the void. The eight-headed desolate snake directly spat out 8 energy jade balls that contained the majestic power of desolation. The space trembled violently, and the fierce wind caused the heaven and earth to feel uneasy. The powerful attack from the 3 heart beasts formed a triangular shape and blasted towards the reincarnation emperor. "Follow!" the Star Emperor shouted sternly. The Huang Emperor nodded in agreement. On the other side, Chu Hen and Bai Qinyu did not hesitate at all. The few of them activated their powerful sacred body bloodline power and pressed towards the Samsara Emperor. However, in the face of the menacing crowd, the reincarnation emperor's holy and demonic eyes revealed a hint of frivolity. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the sound of a sharp weapon reverberated through the air. In the center of the storm, a beam of ring-shaped arc light suddenly swept out without any warning. Boom! Boom! Its might rose to the heavens and astonished the heavens. Under many astonished gazes, the circular arc of light was like a wheel of light that pierced through the nebulous storm, spreading in all directions and surging through the sky. As the sky above Tiandao City cracked, the star refining dragon bat, the ominous star nine-winged centipede, and the eight-headed desolate snake's powerful attacks were instantly sliced apart. The desolate emperor, Star Emperor, and the others were shocked. Before he could react, several crisscrossing arcs of light tore through space and attacked him. The aurora broke through the sky and pierced through the storm. The few of them trembled and were forced to retreat. Whoosh! The sonorous sound of the sword was like the plucking of a zither. Everyone's heart couldn't help but tighten. The pupils of the Star Emperor, Desolate Emperor, and the others who steadied themselves slightly shrank. In the void that was filled with frost and dust, the shapeless, majestic sword aura caused the surrounding space to crack into thousands of cracks. In the Samsara Emperor's hand, there was suddenly a dazzling and strange divine sword. The divine sword's hilt was surrounded by 2 illusory dragon shadows, and a blue light beam condensed into the sword body. The sword body was made of light beams. There was no actual blade, but it was extremely sharp. That is, the surrounding people clenched their fists and their pupils shrank. Light beams converged into the sword body. The master of Tianji Palace, Mu Fei, squinted his eyes and muttered, "Number 1 on the divine weapon ranking, Heaven Calamity's sword." Swish! A clear and powerful sharpness seeped into everyone's skin and flesh. Heaven Calamity sword. The number 1 peerless divine weapon on the divine weapon ranking. 1 sword to break the 6 paths. 1 sword to slay reincarnation. The divine sword that was condensed from light beams reflected in everyone's eyes, causing them to be in a trance. The Samsara Emperor, who was holding the Heaven Calamity sword, was like a divine king who stood above the 9 heavens. This was the innate power of heaven. It was as if he was chosen by heaven, and no one could stop him. "I am the mandate of heaven. No one can stop me." Everyone trembled. Everyone was shocked. Even Star Emperor, Huang Emperor, and the rest felt the blood in their bodies become restless. Chu Hen's brows were also surging with solemnity. He clenched his fists tightly, and the power of the demon pupil holy physique and the power of the chaotic bloodline burned like 2 balls of flames. If you are the mandate of heaven, there will never be a day of peace in this world. Whether there will be a day of peace or not, it is in my hands. The Samsara Emperor replied coldly. Suddenly, just as the 2 people's voices faded, an extremely strange power rhythmically surged out from Chu Hen's body without any warning. Everyone was stunned. Chu Hen's expression changed slightly. What was going on? Rumble, what followed was a raging gale, and the world was spinning. Suddenly, a doomsday storm that covered the entire world gathered in the sky above Tiandao City. It was like a huge millstone that wanted to grind the entire world into pieces. Buzz, the sky shook continuously, and along with a strong, vibrating sound, countless blood-colored light beams sprinkled down from the void. The light beams intertwined, and like a projection, they gathered in the sky above the mountains outside Tiandao City, forming an extremely mysterious talisman array. In the middle of the talisman array, there was a hexagram pattern, and at the top of each corner, there were ancient and mysterious talismans swaying. That is, the demon race's talisman pattern. The blood-red hexagram array emitted an extremely dense, evil aura. This was the aura of the demon race. Who is that person? Who? At the same time, everyone was surprised to find that on the mountain below the hexagram array, there was a tall and burly middle-aged figure. That person's body was surrounded by ice-cold chains. His body was exuding a strong demonic aura like that of the deep sea. It's him. Chu Hen frowned, and his face was full of surprise. Bai Qinyu, who was not far away, was also shocked. Why is he here? That person was none other than the demon race. Tuoba Sha. Under many shocked gazes, Tuoba Sha stood at the top of the mountain like a spear, his hands continuously forming all kinds of complicated seals. Buzz, buzz. Then, the hexagram array that floated in the void began to revolve slowly, and at the same time, red blood chi rose from the ground of the entire Six Paths world. Innumerable strands of blood-colored light rose into the air and converged into the hexagram demonic formation from all directions. It was a spectacular scene, like rivers flowing into the sea. Looking at this scene, everyone was shocked and confused. What is he doing? Slaughter energy. He is gathering slaughter energy. Someone cried out in alarm. What? The war here has created too much killing and death chi. He is collecting the killing chi here. Why? What is the purpose of doing this? The only purpose is to open the path to the demonic realm. What? Guangdang. In the sky, thunder cracked the sky. Before the crowd could react, the hexagram array that had absorbed a huge amount of killing chi suddenly burst out with a brighter and brighter bloodlight. Kaboom! The ear-piercing storm started to tear the sky above the Six Paths world, and the millstone that covered the void looked like it was the end of the world. Before the crowd could stop it, the space above the hexagram array was forcibly torn apart by a horrifying force. A huge space crack started to appear on the north and south sides of the array. Kaboom! What followed closely was a surging, cold, baleful chi. It was like a 10,000-year-old frost, a 1,000-year-old cold current, and an endless amount of evil chi. In an instant, endless blood chi patterns filled the sky. Not good. It's the chi of the demons. The crowd was shocked. Wah! Before they could finish their words, the blood storm in the sky exploded like a nebula, and the hexagram array opened like the gate of heaven. At the same time as the tsunami-like, blood-red, evil chi poured into the heavenly Tao world, black shadows that were like a swarm of locusts swarmed into the heavenly Tao world. Jiejie, awu, hua. The uncontrollable evil aura gushed out with the momentum of breaking a dam. Tens of thousands of monsters with red pupils surged out. Jiejie. The sharp and strange screeches were like the creepy laughter of millions of bats, making one's scalp tingle. Endless black shadows quickly shrouded the sky above everyone's heads. Demons. It was synonymous with madness, slaughter, and greed. They were bloodthirsty and cruel, torturing humans, devouring demonic beasts. Even their own companions would become their own food. The demons' entry had messed up the situation. The monarchs also stopped fighting. If the Ten-Race War was a disaster for the human realm, then the demons' invasion was definitely a catastrophe. As the hybrid demons wantonly invaded, Chu Hen's face turned extremely ugly. Bai Qinyu noticed that something was wrong with Chu Hen and hurriedly rushed to his side and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" However, Chu Hen did not answer. He furrowed his brows, and his purple eyes flashed with a scarlet light from time to time. I can't control it. Chu Hen clenched his teeth. It, Bai Qinyu's brows were tightly knitted together, and her beautiful eyes were rippling. Clang! Violent auras shook the heavens and earth. Looking at the blood-red Azura battlefield before them, the ferocious demons in the sky were incomparably excited, their eyes overflowing with greed. It's the smell of fresh blood. Jiejia. This is going to be a feast. Jiejia. Then, Tuoba Shah clasped his palms together, and his eyes suddenly turned black without the scara. Rise! Rumble! The mountains and rivers split, and the earth split open. Soon after, under countless astonished gazes, two huge sky pillar towers rose from the ground. The two towers exuded an endless ancient aura. The bodies of the towers were covered with mysterious blood-colored demonic symbols. Just then, Chu Hen let out a deep roar. A deep black light flashed in his eyes. With a swoosh, an item surrounded by blood-colored light flew out. It was a token. The design of the token was very strange. The pattern on it was narrow and long, and it looked like a human face. The more one stared at the slender corners of his eyes and the curled corners of his mouth, the more one felt their hair stand on end. The more one looked at him, the more one felt terrified. That's the Chi Tian token? Mu Fei, the master of the heavenly mystery palace, exclaimed. What? Chi Tian token? Hearing the words Chi Tian token, the monarchs' faces turned pale. It was a supreme evil item that originated from the God-forbidden blood prison. It contained slaughter and destruction. He didn't have any time to ask why the Chi Tian Ling was on Chu Hen's body. The Chi Tian Ling directly flew between the two towers that Tuoba Shah had summoned. Buzz! The Chi Tian token hovering above the two towers released a blinding blood-colored light. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the Chi Tian token turned into a huge stone tablet that was placed on top of the two towers. Rumble! As if an ancient dark disk had descended, blood-colored vine-like light beams surrounded the stone pillars and shrouded the Chi Tian token. At this moment, an unprecedented demonic chi began to fill the entire Six Paths world. The void of the Nine Paths world was really starting to collapse. An ominous premonition rose in everyone's hearts. Wah! Jiejia! Ghosts and monsters howled in grief, and demons laughed sinisterly. All kinds of weird sounds that made people's scalps go numb filled everyone's ears. Buzz! A dreamlike, illusory image suddenly appeared in the sky above the heavenly law world. Just like the Haichin Tower, real and fake. Blood rained down and the sky darkened. Above the Chi Tian token was a blood-red world. Mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. At the end of the white skeletons was an ancient open-air palace. Above the palace, above the empty stone chair, the space cracked and storms gathered. Inside the huge whirlpool, a chilling air gushed out. It was a fear that seeped into the depths of one's flesh and blood. It was a shiver that penetrated into one's soul. At this moment, even Star Monarch, Huang Monarch, and the others' faces were pale. This air is... Could it be? The blood-colored light spread in all directions, and an ancient battle song echoed in the world. Then, the overlapping sound invaded everyone's eardrums, causing their souls to tremble. God-forbidden blood prison. Your emperor is back. Chapter 1725. Godly forbidden blood prison. Your emperor is back. The blood-red light that filled the sky was like a tsunami spreading out in all directions. In an instant, it was as if the heaven and earth were filled with an ancient war song. The tens of millions of mantis demons laughed eerily and excitedly. All of the demon monarchs lowered their heads and muttered to themselves. Shudder. Fear. The horrifying aura that seeped into the deepest part of their souls was like a mountain slowly pressing down on them, causing their hearts to contract and pupils to dilate. It was as if their throats were being strangled by an invisible hand. The feeling of suffocation was so clear that it was terrifying. That is, Star Emperor, Desolation Emperor, Abysmal Emperor, devouring emperor and the others stopped their battle. Every one of them looked at the towering stone tablet that was transformed from the Chi token in shock, as well as the massive blood-red shadow that was becoming clearer in the sky. This horrifying aura, to them, it was so familiar that it made them feel uneasy. "Quick, destroy the Chi token!" Desolation Monarch suddenly shouted. Everyone's heart tightened. Just when many of them were about to take action, Star Monarch's solemn voice was heard. "It's too late. It's too late." It was as heavy as a hammer hitting on everyone's heartstrings. Buzz. The majestic momentum of the dark clouds stirred the entire heavenly Tao realm, and the endless blood-colored cyclone extended to several other realms. Two towering towers supported the nine heavens. The stone tablet that was transformed from the Chi token stood in the middle with a series of complicated ancient demon patterns around it, like a dark divine disk connected to the alternate realm gate. Kwangdang. Wind, thunder rage, frost change. Then, with a whoosh of violent cyclone halo bloomed in all directions inside Chi Tianling, and thousands of light wings flickered in the sky. Above the nine heavens, it was as if a dazzling blood-red lotus had exploded. Rumble. The earth trembled and the mountains and rivers cracked. Inside and outside the Six Paths world, red light sources that contained endless killing aura shot up into the sky like comets. Tens of thousands of storms shrouded the heads of the people, and under the collapse of the apocalypse, an incomparably sharp giant scythe first reflected in the depths of everyone's pupils. The scythe seemed to have been soaked in blood for countless years, and every inch of it emitted an endless aura of death. Meanwhile, beside the scythe, a figure that shocked everyone's soul slowly emerged from the distorted and shattered void. It was like a dark nightmare that was gradually being suppressed. The heavens and the earth were dark, and even space seemed to have fallen into a state of stillness. In front of it, all living beings in the world were like lowly ants. Petty and low, truly petty and lowly. Looking at the terrifying figure that was gradually becoming clearer, countless people felt their own insignificance. In my name, the power of Chi Tian, with blood as a sacrifice, the evil god shall descend upon the world. The aura that caused layers of space to vibrate caused everyone's trembling hearts to sink to the bottom of the valley. Screech. In an instant, the man slowly opened his eyes. It was a pair of pupils that were as dark as the abyss, without any white. Looking at those black eyes, everyone felt as if their souls were about to be sucked into them. In those black eyes, they were filled with slaughter and destruction. "I am the source of great misfortune, the lord of all evil. Godly forbidden blood prison, your emperor has returned." At that moment, the mantis demon's screams pierced through the sky. The Six Paths world that was already soaked in slaughter became even more like hell on earth, with demons rampaging everywhere. "Evil, evil god." The devouring monarch uttered these words with a trembling voice. These two words were like a sharp sword that was pressed against everyone's throat. "Evil god, the lord of the godly forbidden blood prison, the leader of the billions of mantis demons. 10,000 years ago, the evil god invaded the human realm and attempted to massacre all the human states. At that time, the Chaos God Race's heavenly monarch led the various saint clans to defend against the mantis demons. With his invincible aura, he slayed the evil spirits and slayed the demons. In the end, he sent the evil god into the chaos abyss and suppressed him at the bottom of the abyss. However, as time passed, the world was impermanent. Now, the evil god tore apart the abyss seal and reappeared in the world. A catastrophe. An absolute catastrophe. Everyone present could feel the aura of an impending catastrophe. Why? How could he escape? Shock and bewilderment rose in everyone's hearts. On the other hand, Star Emperor, Desolate Emperor, and Abysmal Emperor were looking at the demon steel that was transformed from the Chi token into Toba Shah, who was standing under the six-pointed star demon formation. What a grand scheme! Heavenly Mystery Palace Master Mu Fei frowned deeply and her expression was complicated. Yin Fushu and the others were shocked and confused as they looked at each other in confusion. The monarch's expressions changed almost the same as Mu Fei's. In the end, as the Tao rises 1 foot, the evil rises 10. It has already predicted this day. Looking at Tuobasha and the Qi Tian token, everyone came to a realization. Chu Hen's face turned pale. Did I release it? It's none of your business. Bai Qinyu shook her head slightly and said, the thing that released, it was the slaughter Qi that gathered here. Even if you weren't here, someone else would have brought the heaven-diverting token here at this moment. Chu Hen understood that other than borrowing the evil god's power, the most important use of the Qi Tian token was to summon the evil god from the bottom of the abyss. In the past years, the Qi Tian token had been hiding in Chu Hen's body and controlled Chu Hen's inner demon, causing a large amount of slaughter. As it obtained the slaughter energy, it awakened the evil god that was sealed in the abyss. Back in Koan City, the evil god had already awakened on the day he saved Tuobasha. The evil god was also waiting for an opportunity, waiting for the moment when the world was filled with blood and slaughter. It would break through the shackles and reappear in the world. What now? Huang Monarch asked solemnly. Don't panic. The evil god has been sealed for tens of thousands of years. Its power must not have recovered to its peak. Star Monarch said. But Huang Monarch paused. One must know that the Sacred Clan Alliance and the Six Paths world were in an all-out war, and the godly Forbidden Blood Prison came out at this time, causing everyone to be at the heart of the struggle. However, since the ancient times, the human race and the demon race were irreconcilable. Under such circumstances, no matter how unwilling they were, they had to stand on the same side and fight against the godly Forbidden Blood Prison. However, just when the Sacred Clan Alliance was hesitating, the evil god's black pupils that were like abyssal whirlpools glanced at Reincarnation Monarch. Universe God Guji, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. The voice was soft, and there was a hint of playfulness in it. Promise? What promise? Everyone was stunned, and they looked at Reincarnation Monarch in confusion. Compared to any of the other monarchs, Reincarnation Monarch's emotions were the most stable. He was still as calm and composed as before, standing proudly in the void. Even though the Six Paths world was filled with blood and the evil god was pressing down like a mountain, Reincarnation Monarch's aura was still strong. What promise? Star Monarch clenched his fists and asked coldly. The evil god's lips curved into a sickle-like arc, and he smiled at Reincarnation Monarch's calm face. He, of course, after I help him get rid of the Heavenly Monarch, he promised to give me half of the human race's territory. Get rid of the Heavenly Monarch. Promise. Kuang Dang. In an instant, it was as if a bolt of lightning had exploded in everyone's mind. What did you say? The monarch's faces changed drastically. Even the Devouring Emperor, the Chaos Emperor, and the Dragon Blood Emperor, who had fallen to the ground, looked at the Samsara Emperor in shock. The Storm Saint Clan, Rock Saint Clan, and the others were also shocked. Universe God Guji, you colluded with the demon race? You caused the death of the Heavenly Monarch? Yin Fushu roared. The other members of the Chaos race clenched their fists in anger. Then there were many retorts. Everyone, don't believe him. This demon is trying to sow discord. That's right. He just escaped from the abyss of chaos. He must be afraid that we will join forces against him. That's why he used such a despicable method to stir up trouble. The great emperors looked at one another, and many doubts arose in their hearts. Back then, the celestial arch had mysteriously disappeared after he sealed the evil god. No one had even seen him. Now that they thought about it, it was indeed strange. Universe God Guji, looks like you've been hiding it well. I've stayed in the abyss of chaos for so long to get rid of the celestial arch. It's time for you to fulfill your promise. The evil god smirked. Everyone felt uneasy again. Shut your mouth. We won't believe you. Someone from the Reincarnation Saint Clan roared. Don't try to slander the monarchs. We won't believe your one-sided story. That's right, unless you can show us proof. I have proof. Suddenly, at this moment, a cold female voice came from the direction of the Beast Tao world. Roar! What followed was a deafening roar of a furious beast. Then, accompanied by a fierce aura that shook the heavens, a violent giant ape covered in golden fur rushed into the natural law world with an earth-shattering momentum. "It's the little monkey." On the other side, Yao, Long Qingyang, and the others exclaimed in shock. Chu Hen was shocked as well. On the shoulder of the ape that the little monkey had turned into stood a teenage girl. She was none other than the disciple that Shi Fengzi had taken in, Qing Xue. "I am the proof." Qing Xue's cold voice sounded again. She pointed at Reincarnation Monarch and said, "I can prove that Universe God Guji worked with the Blood Prison to kill the Celestial Arch." "Who are you? What nonsense are you spouting?" Someone from the Six Paths world scolded. Who do you think you are?" However, Qing Xue only looked at Reincarnation Monarch coldly in the face of everyone's doubts. In the process of the giant ape's rapid movement, frost suddenly fell on the ground, and an extremely cold current began to flow into the heavenly Tao world. Frost covered the ground, and white snow danced in the air. "Universe God Guji, do you still recognize who I am?" Qing Xue released an extraordinary aura that didn't match her age. She was like a witch spirit that came from the land of ice. Everywhere she went, she emitted a bone-chilling coldness. So cold. What a terrifying power of frost. There is only one person in this world who possesses such a strong power of ice. Could she be the one that disappeared a long time ago? Wang. Everyone's expression changed again, and the monarch's eyes turned cold. It can't be wrong. She is the Lord of the North River, the spirit of the ice domain. Ice Monarch, Divine King Wuji, Divine King Wuji. Chapter 1726. Qianqian, Divine King Wu Ji's latest chapter. Whoosh! The sky suddenly turned cold and frost rose. As the snowflakes danced in the air, the temperature inside and outside the heaven-lost city dropped to freezing point. Even the river of blood on the ground was covered with a thick layer of ice. It can't be wrong. She's the Lord of the North River, the spirit of the snow region. Frost Empress. Frost Empress. The entire Heaven Law world was in an uproar when they heard this name. Frost Empress is still alive? Didn't she disappear for thousands of years? What did she just say? She's the proof. Everyone looked at Qing Xue in a different way. Chu Hen, Bai Qinyu, Emo Qingli, Long Qingyang, and the rest were confused. They were shocked by this sudden scene. They were especially surprised. Qing Xue, she's Frost Empress? Yao looked at Long Xuan, who was not far away. The latter's eyes were also filled with confusion. "You look very different from before," the Star Emperor said in a deep voice. Everyone knew that Frost Empress was a peerless beauty that could cause the downfall of a nation. Although Qing Xue was also beautiful, she looked like a teenage girl. It's all thanks to the reincarnation Heavenly Emperor that we all look up to today. Qing Xue said sarcastically as she looked at the reincarnation Heavenly Emperor in disdain. "If it wasn't for the fact that the reincarnation Heavenly Emperor has been trying to kill me, I wouldn't have forcefully sealed my cultivation base and destroyed my physical body to preserve my saint's soul. After falling into a deep slumber for thousands of years, my saint's soul finally awakened with this body. Silence the witness?" Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Just what kind of grudge would force the Ice Empress to destroy her own physical body and attach her saint's soul to someone else's body? Why? The Huang Emperor asked. Qing Xue sneered and looked at the Reincarnation Emperor indifferently. "Because I know his secret? Everyone narrowed their eyes. He, the high and mighty Sacred Race Emperor, was the one who opened the passage to the God-forbidden blood prison in the Chaos Devil world. Hiss! As soon as these words came out, everyone in the surroundings gasped. Chaos Devil Domain. The world was no stranger to this name. Previously, Chu Hen, Qiu Xingyi, and the others participated in the Dragon Python conflict, Holy War enlistment, in the Chaos Devil Domain. Back then, on the day the Holy War had ended, after Chu Hen had killed the invincible war god Meng Yuantu of the War God Palace, the hybrid demon army of the demon region had launched a small-scale attack. During the time when the Sky Emperor was around, the Chaos Devil domain had been one of the main battlefields of the war between the human race and the demon domain. You said that the Reincarnation Emperor opened the passage to the godly forbidden blood prison? Nonsense, what proof do you have? Some people still didn't believe it. Immediately, some people retorted, "Oomph, I'm afraid you guys don't know, right? The Chaos Devil domain was once prosperous and had many sects. Since the Chaos Devil domain was very close to the Devil region, there were many sects guarding the Chaos Devil domain. The two most powerful sects guarding the Chaos Devil domain were the Ice Emperor and the Fortune Creation Great Emperor. That's right. If someone really opened the passage to the godly forbidden blood prison, the Ice Emperor and the Fortune Creation Great Emperor will be the first to discover it. Ice Emperor, Fortune Creation Great Emperor. These two great emperors of the human race who were not part of the 10 Cardinal Saint clan were once famous and domineering. However, after the battle with the godly forbidden blood prison, the Fortune Creation Great Emperor had died in the Chaos Devil domain, and even the Ice Emperor had disappeared. Initially, they thought it was just a battle between the human race and the godly forbidden blood prison. Now, it seemed like that was not the case. The evil god's words were meant to sow discord. However, the Ice Emperor's sudden appearance caused everyone to be thrown into disarray. Is this true? The devouring Great Emperor asked the Reincarnation Great Emperor. Oomph. The burning heaven Great Emperor sneered disdainfully. Universe God Solitary G, I thought you were an ambitious person. I didn't expect you to be a bastard who colluded with the fiendish demons. You're not worthy of being the Great Emperor of the human race. You're not worthy of the name Reincarnation. Universe God Solitary G, you're not worthy of being the human king. Your crimes are unforgivable, the Star Emperor said angrily. Angry rebuke, disdain, scolding, and disbelief. Everyone's emotions became incomparably solemn. Especially in such a situation, the current atmosphere was indescribably complicated. However, the Reincarnation Great Emperor's emotions were still unusually calm. He was neither angry nor warm. He looked at the great emperors of the human race indifferently and said, "Everyone admits that I'm guilty, but no one can convict me of my crime." The Reincarnation Great Emperor's eyelids twitched as he said calmly, with a condescending attitude, "Being weak is the original sin. Being weak was the original sin. There was no explanation. There was no rejection. There wasn't even the slightest fluctuation in his emotions." His reply to the crowd was merely a sentence. Being weak is the original sin. In the Reincarnation Great Emperor's eyes, no one in the world could convict him of his crime. As such, being guilty was being innocent. And in the eyes of the strong, being innocent was also considered as guilty. Seems like you haven't replaced that man's position yet. Universe God Solitary G, you've disappointed me. The evil god's echoing voice seeped into the crowd's ears. With your capabilities, you shouldn't have done this. In response to the evil god's words, the Reincarnation Great Emperor raised his eyebrows coldly and replied indifferently. As you can see, you will witness me controlling the heavenly Tao. Ha ha, I'm looking forward to it. The evil god laughed softly. An invisible sense of oppression constantly tightened the hearts of everyone present. No one expected that the evil god would descend into the Six Paths world in such a manner. Moreover, they also thought that there was an unknown dark deal between the evil god and the Reincarnation Great Emperor. Universe God, Solitary G, you're really treacherous. Today it's either you die or I die. The Great Emperor's hearts were burning with endless flames of anger. At this moment, compared to the divine forbidden blood prison's invasion, they hated the Reincarnation Great Emperor more. Fine. Since we've already come to this stage, let's first get rid of you, the tumor of the human race, and then fight to the death with the divine forbidden blood prison. Monarch Huang shouted angrily. Then, Star Monarch, Monarch Huang, and the others unleashed their powerful energy waves again. At the same time, the devouring Great Emperor, who was confronting 9 Nether Great Emperor, suddenly turned around and unleashed a torrential aura towards the Reincarnation Great Emperor. Everyone in the 4 seats was startled. You? Nine Nether Great Emperor, Star Monarch, Monarch Huang, and the others were surprised. You want to betray us? Chaos Great Emperor said. Betray? The devouring Great Emperor sneered disdainfully. I've never submitted to you. The reason why I'm helping you is that I think Universe God Solitary G is the only one who can replace the Heavenly Monarch. Of course I can. The Reincarnation Great Emperor replied calmly. Oomph. The devouring Great Emperor shook his head and snorted. But I won't help those who collude with the demon race. It was just as the devouring Great Emperor had said. He had always maintained a neutral stance on everything. And the main reason why he had come here today was because of the human race's territory. The Reincarnation Great Emperor had the ability to wield the Heavenly Emperor's token. That was the reason why the devouring Great Emperor stood on his side. However, humans and demons were irreconcilable. They colluded with the evil god to harm the Heavenly Monarch. This had crossed the devouring Great Emperor's bottom line. You will regret it. The Reincarnation Great Emperor replied calmly. The moment you're related to the demon race, you're no longer worthy of the Saint Clan's title. The devouring Great Emperor was very determined. Well said. The burning sky Great Emperor agreed loudly. How can a person who will do anything for power be compared to the Heavenly Emperor? The devouring Great Emperor is right. This kind of person isn't worthy of our support. My Storm Saint Clan hereby announces that we're drawing a clear line with the Reincarnation Saint Clan. The same goes for the Imperial Beast Saint Clan. The Rock Saint Clan will never collude with the evil demons of the godly Forbidden Blood Prison. Wah! The devouring Great Emperor's change of heart had also awakened the other Saint Clans in the Six Paths world. The hatred between humans and demons had been accumulated for a long time. In an instant, the Reincarnation Saint Clan became the target of everyone. Humph! The Chaos Heavenly Emperor's eyes narrowed as he said with a cold expression, "A bunch of idiots. You are the stupid ones." The Great Star Emperor reprimanded sternly. He raised his hand and pointed at the demon god that was like a mountain that shrouded the sky, and said, "In this world, there is nothing more stupid than making a deal with the demon race. You cut the crap. Let's flatten the Heavenly Tao City first before fighting the demon race to the death." As soon as he finished, the burning sky Great Emperor's aura burst out and the sea of fire swirled like a tornado, shaking the heaven and earth. Mu, the heart beast, the sky-splitting candle bowl, was also ferocious. Its axe arm was filled with the power to split the heavens as it slashed at the Antiquity Monarch and his heart beast, the lightning ancestral lion. Universe God Guji, you've been deserted by everyone. The Star Monarch shouted. The Desolation Monarch, the Nine Nether Monarch, the Devouring Great Emperor, and the Heart Beast they summoned immediately surrounded the Reincarnation Monarch. In an instant, the sky above the Heavenly Tao world surged towards the Reincarnation Monarch. Facing the five monarchs, the Star Monarch, the Great Wilderness, the Nine Nether Monarch, the Devouring Great Emperor, and Chu Hen, the Reincarnation Monarch held the Heaven Calamity Sword in his hand. However, the heart beasts summoned by the five monarchs all unleashed an aura that could shatter the space. The star-refining dragon bat's body shone with starlight, and the three spherical energy bodies around its body shone brightly. The eight-headed desolate serpent was cold, and everywhere it went, there was only desolation. The ominous star nine-winged serpent spread out its ice wings, and its body was covered in lightning. The ominous star ghostly serpent and the heaven-devouring Tao no longer targeted each other. Instead, they pressed towards the Reincarnation Monarch together with the other heart beasts. However, at this moment, an earth-shattering power suddenly gushed out from the body of the evil god. In order to end this earlier, I'll help you. Obviously, this sentence was directed at the Reincarnation Monarch. Rumble. As soon as the words were spoken, the mountains in the vast Six Paths world cracked, and the rivers flowed in reverse. Then, under countless horrified gazes, one after another, huge light pillars that looked like blood vines broke through the ground. The light pillars that emitted endless evil energy soared up and intertwined with each other, entangling the star-refining dragon bat, the ominous star-nine-winged serpent, the eight-headed desolate serpent, the ominous star-ghostly serpent, the heaven-devouring Tau, and the sky-splitting candle bowl. Swoosh! The blood-red vines stretched out like a blood-soaked iron chain. Roar! Woo! Numerous fierce beasts roared and erupted with monstrous ferocious auras as they struggled to break free. However, the blood-red light pillars grew tighter and tighter, like a dragon python coiling around its body. Before anyone could react, the evil god raised his left arm unhurriedly, his sharp fingers forming a seal in front of him. Blood seal god, buzz! The heavens trembled violently, and the hearts of countless people present trembled as well. The blood-red vines that entangled the six-heart beasts glowed with thousands of illusory lights. The lights extended out and formed a huge hexagram sealing a ray formation. Following that, all the heart beasts in the six-pointed star sealing formation had their feet and bodies pierced by countless illusory light thorns. Numerous huge light thorns were like wooden stakes and iron nails, firmly imprisoning the heart beast that was sealed within. Meanwhile, the terrifying aura released by the heart beasts was restrained. They tried to break free, but to no avail. The sky changed color and a storm tore through the sky. Everyone's expressions changed drastically as they looked at the six-pointed star-black sealing arrays that had appeared in the sky above the Heaven Tao world. Even the great emperors were trembling from the bottom of their hearts. In an instant, the six-heart beasts were sealed. Shock. Uncontrollable shock. The strength of the heretic god caused people to tremble in fear. Chapter 17:27. Qianqian, the latest chapter of Wu Ji Divine King. Six heart beasts. Sealed in an instant. The strength of the evil god had shocked everyone in the Six Paths world. Looking at the six enormous dark hexagram demon arrays that sealed the star-refining dragon bat, ominous star nine-winged centipede, eight-headed wild snake, and the other heart beasts, everyone felt as if their hearts were trapped by a huge net. What was strength? That was it. Even though he had been suppressed in the abyss of chaos for countless years, the moment he appeared, the evil god announced to the world that this was the power of the ruler of the godly, forbidden blood prison. One, the invisible and majestic pressure was like a mountain pressing down on one's heartstrings. Shock. Shock filled everyone's face. Reincarnation Monarch's eyes flashed with shock, but he soon calmed down and said, "Although it is not necessary, the result will not change, of course." The evil god smiled. His abyss-like black eyes emitted a charm that could captivate one's soul. "I just hope that this will end quickly. After you finish what you promised me, without a doubt." In the entire human territory, only the Reincarnation Emperor could converse with the evil god in such a calm and composed manner. This directly caused the other monarchs of the Sacred Clan Alliance to feel their hearts explode. The six heart beasts that they summoned were all sealed, instantly losing a large part of their powerful support. Universe God Guji, are you really going to collude with the demon race? Star Monarch scolded angrily. Universe God Guji, you were playing with fire? Even if you took over the Heavenly Monarch Order, you can't stop the demon race from devouring you. Devouring Monarch scolded. They could no longer ignore the evil god's terrifying display. However, Reincarnation Monarch still replied calmly, "Your ignorance is laughable and pitiful. Stop talking nonsense with him. He has already gone mad." Abyss Monarch said coldly. "That's right, get rid of him first, then think of a way to deal with the evil god." Under such circumstances, the 10 races should have put aside their conflicts and united against the demon race's invasion. But Reincarnation Monarch did not have such a thought. The Sacred Race Alliance had no other choice. Immediately, the Great Star Emperor, Desolate Emperor, Devouring Great Emperor, and Abyss Great Emperor raised earth-shattering momentum and launched their attacks at the Reincarnation Great Emperor. Wherever the moon reaches, everything becomes the 9 underworlds. A pair of illusory, transparent wings of light appeared behind the 9th Abyss Heavenly Emperor, and a beautiful crescent moon mark flickered between her brows. Buzz. After that, the 9 heavens and the earth suddenly darkened, and a bright and clear moon hung in the sky. In an instant, the space around the reincarnation emperor sank into the netherworld emperor's domain, breaking the seal of great wilderness. At the same time, the desolate emperor released a domineering and terrifying aura. The chi of great desolation was like a sandstorm that swept both inside and outside of Tiandao City. The wind and clouds surged, and the world trembled. The four great sovereigns rolled up their piercingly cold attacks and poured down like auroras. The reincarnation great emperor held the heavenly calamity sword, and his eyes, which were both sacred and demonic at the same time, were calm. The main battlefield erupted once again. The other battlefields didn't stop either. The Six Paths World's chaotic war that had only been interrupted for a short while had erupted again. However, with the Devour Saint Clan, Imperial Beast Saint Clan, Storm Saint Clan, and the other Saint Clan's betrayal, the Reincarnation Saint Clan, Chaos Saint Clan, and Dragon Blood Saint Clan's forces became weaker. However, as the stench of blood grew thicker, the countless mantis demon armies hovering above the Six Paths world became extremely restless. Their sharp eyes were filled with bloodlust and greed. Hunger, bloodlust. After brewing for a long time, it was like an uncontrollable flood that poured down from the sky and covered the earth. Woo, yeah, one exciting new blood. The hunt has begun. Jie. The hunt had begun. The hunt had begun. In an instant, countless ferocious mantis demons swarmed down from the sky, slaughtering the humans in the heavenly Tao world. They didn't differentiate between friend and foe. The mantis demons were extremely cruel. Their claws were like blades, their teeth were like saws, and their claws were like hooks, slicing apart the human experts' chests and bodies. The broken limbs were torn apart. Blood splattered in the air. Damn it! The crowd was enraged. The experts of the Saint Clans were enraged. They drew their swords and sabers and slashed at the mantis demons. For a moment, the crimson human blood and the dark green demonic blood intertwined in the air, contrasting with each other. Kill. Those who invade the land of the human shall die. As the demon army swarmed into the Six Paths world like a swarm of locusts, the entire Six Paths world was plunged into chaos. Chaos. Absolute chaos. The battle between the 10 races. The battle between the humans and the mantis demons. The three forces clashed against each other in a disorderly manner. For a moment, the Six Paths world was in chaos. Clan Master Mu Fei? Yin Fushu looked gravely at the palace lord of the Heavenly Mysteries Palace beside him as he watched the earth-shaking battle. The latter frowned and shouted, "Kill the mantis demons first." Yes, the turrets on the flowing cloud warships shone brightly, and along with the dazzling runes, powerful energy waves gathered in the crystal on top of the turrets. Wang, Xiao, a powerful spatial rhythm stacked up, and one after another, destructive beams of light shot out, piercing through the mantis demons one after another. Bang! Bang! The beams of light from the Tianji Palace's turrets were especially terrifying, and any mantis demon that was hit by them would explode into a dark green mist. Beam after beam of aurora shot straight into the sky like meteor arrows. Especially since the mantis demons were densely packed, it was quite effective to kill them like this. Jia, the numerous ferocious demons wouldn't allow themselves to be beaten up. A large number of ferocious demons immediately turned their spearheads toward the mysterious Heavenly Palace's giant ship of flowing cloud. One after another, black figures with ferocious auras leaped onto the warship and attacked the strong totem masters of the Tianji Palace. "Stop them," Mu Fei said solemnly. Yin Fushu did not hesitate at all. He leaped into the air, and the bloodline power of the chaotic body surged out like waves. With a punch, he blasted a dozen mantis demons into pieces. Long Qingyang, Yi Yao, Qiu Xingyi, Li Wushang, and the others also retreated to Mu Fei's side to defend. In order to prevent the mantis demons from climbing onto the warship, they destroyed the turrets on it. The battle was chaotic, and blood splattered everywhere. As for the demon army's disruption, The evil god ignored them and allowed them to attack the Six Paths world's people. In comparison, the Saint Race Alliance's monarchs were clearly getting anxious. The rhythm of their attacks towards Reincarnation Monarch was also increasing. At this moment, Chu Hen did not join the battle against Reincarnation Monarch with the other four monarchs. He glanced at the six heart beasts sealed in the sky, and coldness surged out from his deep eyes. Just the two of us will not be able to break the evil god's seal, Bai Qinyu said solemnly. Chu Hen nodded as he understood this point. Then, Chu Hen glanced at the other main battlefields. Monster Monarch Qi Kong and the Reincarnation Saint Race's Heart Beast, the Corpse God, were fighting fiercely. Monarch Qi Kong, who had turned into his true form, the Dark Nightmare, was like a demon god from the darkness. It was as if he had dragged the Corpse God into an illusion, perfectly restraining the Corpse God. However, the Corpse God was the leader of the 10 Heart Beasts, and his combat prowess was undeniable. Even though Monster Monarch Qi Kong had a certain advantage, it was negligible. On the other hand, after losing the help of his Heart Beast, the sky-shattering Torch Bull, Grand Monarch Scorching Heaven, was at a huge disadvantage. Primeval Monarch and his Heart Beast, the Lightning Ancestral Lion, were suppressing Grand Monarch Scorching Heaven. The latter would not be able to hold on for long. Soon after, Chu Hen and Bai Qinyu looked at each other. Their bewitching purple eyes and sacred golden eyes met. The two of them clearly understood each other's thoughts. "Do you know what to do?" asked Chu Hen. "Yes," Bai Qinyu nodded. Boom! At the same time, the primeval force and the scorching storm of flames suddenly surged between heaven and earth. It was supposed to be an evenly matched battle, but before Grand Monarch Scorching Heaven could stabilize his body, a terrifying silver lightning pillar that pierced through the 9 heavens struck down like a heavenly punishment. Clang! The divine lightning split the void and exploded in front of Grand Monarch Scorching Heaven. Suddenly, the myriad of lightning pillars were like a blossoming silver lotus, causing the 9 heavens to lose their color. A terrifying impact was directed at the burning Sky Emperor, causing the latter's body to be covered in lightning as he was sent flying back. Endless wind and lightning surged, destroying the sky in all directions. Looks like it's about to end. Primeval Monarch Scorching Heaven sneered. Dream on. Grand Monarch Scorching Heaven roared, and at the same time, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Roar! Before Grand Monarch Scorching Heaven could stabilize his body, a ferocious colossus suddenly charged out from his flank. It stepped on lightning shadows, pierced through the layers of flames, and dived toward Grand Monarch Scorching Heaven. The endless destructive aura was like a lightning meteorite that pierced through the void. In particular, the horn on his forehead was extremely sharp, like a divine lightning blade that could cut through the stars and clouds. Chi-Chi, the incomparably violent aura pierced everyone's eardrums, and the space around Grand Monarch Scorching Heaven distorted to the extreme. His pupils contracted, and his face was filled with panic. Goodbye. Grand Monarch Scorching Heaven seemed to be announcing the end of the battle. However, at this critical moment, an incomparably heavy explosion resounded. The lightning pillars that were whistling toward Grand Monarch Scorching Heaven were actually cut apart by an extremely sharp light blade. Rapid hurricanes tore through the sky, and the chaotic aftershocks shattered the void. Purple shadow wings circled around, and a huge destruction demon spirit donned in purple light armor suddenly appeared in front of the Thunderbolt Ancestral Lion. It's Emperor Chu. Everyone was shocked. The destruction demon spirit that Chu Hen had transformed into held the life-killing divine halberd, like a peerless god of war, and withstood the furious attack of the Thunderbolt Ancestral Lion for Grand Monarch Scorching Heaven. Then, the wind and rain came again, and purple flames and black flames rose from the left arm of the destruction demon spirit that Chu Hen had transformed into. The two different colors of light gathered to form a mysterious dragon-shaped pattern. A lifelike dragon shadow circled up and down his left arm. It looked like an ancient tattoo carved on his arm. Roar! Then, A shocking dragon roar pierced through the mountains and rivers in all directions. A dark and cold light pierced through the clouds, and a huge dragon covered in black scales suddenly broke through the sky, sweeping up a terrifying, ferocious power that could split the sky and pounce toward the thunderbolt ancestral line. It's the Black Dragon, the heart beast of the dragon bloodline sacred clan. The identity of the Black Dragon had already been confirmed in the bestial world. It was one of the heart beasts of the 10 Directions sacred clan. Although no one knew why the heart beast of the dragon bloodline sacred clan, which was killed by the Sky Emperor, had come back to life and was even summoned by Chu Hen. Roar! Without any time to be shocked, the Black Dragon's sharp claws tore through the sky, soared into the sky, and rushed in front of the thunderbolt ancestral lion. The latter opened its mouth wide and directly spewed out a shock wave in the shape of a lightning ball. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the heavens. The Black Dragon's sharp claws were like iron hooks as they struck the lightning ball. In an instant, a full burst of lightning tore through the sky. The area between the two seemed to explode into a giant chain of light that swam in the sky. The sky was filled with a rain of sparks, and sparks flying in all directions. The Black Dragon's body seemed to be covered with a huge curtain of lightning net, and when the lightning net came into contact with its body, countless sparks exploded. Crack! Then, the horn in the center of the Thunderbolt Ancestral Lion's forehead once again released an extremely violent pillar of lightning. Like a heavenly punishment, it struck the Black Dragon's body solidly. Roar! The Black Dragon let out a shrill cry, and its entire body was immediately entangled by violent and terrifying arcs of lightning. The Black Dragon's huge body seemed to stiffen and tremble incessantly. This won't do. The Black Dragon's strength is far too lacking compared to its peak. Yes, it's no match for the Thunderbolt Ancestral Lion at all. Everyone could see that the Black Dragon's strength was clearly weaker than the Thunderbolt Ancestral Lion's. It could not even get close to the Thunderbolt Ancestral Lion. However, at this moment, an earth-splitting aura suddenly rose above the Black Dragon. The Nirvana demon spirit that Chu Hen had transformed in a flashed in front of the Thunderbolt Ancestral Lion like a proud god of war. Sizzle. Purple arcs of lightning with the power to split the sky circled around the life-slaying halberd's blade. Chu Hen gripped the halberd with both arms, raised it, and hacked at the Thunderbolt Ancestral Lion. The life-slaying halberd, the peerless godly weapon, ranked third on the godly weapon list. Like a purple pillar of lightning that could hold up the sky, it drew a crescent arc in the sky. This arc of light, how stunning! The life-slaying halberd's blade was like a divine blade that could split the galaxy, falling towards the Thunderbolt Ancestral Lion's head. Looking at this scene, everyone immediately understood that the Black Dragon's appearance was nothing more than a cover for Chu Hen. The real killer move was Chu Hen, who was accumulating power behind it. Roar! Sensing Chu Hen's earth-shattering attack, the Lightning Ancestor Lion was not afraid at all. It let out a low roar from its throat and actually raised its head high. It faced the attack head-on with the dazzling silver lightning horn at the center of its forehead. Sizzle! The horn on the Thunderbolt Ancestral Lion's forehead also shone brilliantly. Its entire body flowed with silver divine light, as if it had gathered the most powerful lightning divine power in the world. Whether it could relieve the pressure on the burning Sky Emperor's side depended on this move. Under countless shocked gazes, the life-slaying halberd, which was surrounded by purple lightning, collided heavily with the silver lightning horn. Clang! Boom! The moment the two collided, the space in all directions suddenly cracked. Countless purple and silver lightning pillars collided into a dazzling net of electric arcs. The lightning pillars that blotted out the sky soared into the sky like the giant claws of a divine dragon tearing through the clouds. Everyone who witnessed this scene had their eyes reflected countless dazzling auroras. Under the dazzling rain of light, the Nirvana demon spirit that Chu Hen had transformed into and the Thunderbolt Ancestral Lion were both knocked back. As the thunderbolt ancestral lion's horn lost its light, the life-slaying halberd in Chu Hen's hand was almost shaken out. The aura and light on their bodies surged wildly. Roar! Although the thunderbolt ancestral lion's monstrous aura was rapidly unstable, it was still extremely powerful. The horn in the center of its forehead was also accumulating astonishing power again. It's still not enough. The heart beast is too powerful. It's impossible for Chu Hen to defeat it in one strike. What a pity! If he attacked other places, it might be effective, but the thunderbolt ancestral lion's horn is the most lethal weapon. With just this bit of ability, you want to defeat my race's heart beast? How naive and laughable. The primeval emperor also ridiculed with disdain. Rumble. However, just as the other party finished speaking, a unique energy aura that had never appeared before appeared in the higher regions of the void without any warning. Countless crisscrossing golden holy light seemed to form a complicated constellation pattern. At the same time, a pair of golden emperor divine eyes appeared in the beam of light. Clang! A deafening, heavy sound pierced through the sky. Along with the rapidly collapsing space, the space around the pair of golden divine eyes showed a dreamy and distorted state of water ripples. Then, like the opening of the gate of heaven, a huge, devouring vortex was forcefully torn open. Rumble! The apocalypse collapsed. In the abysmal crack of the universe, a huge shadow hidden in the endless darkness quietly appeared in everyone's eyes. A chilling, heart-trembling aura once again enveloped the vast sky. Below the mysterious black shadow, Bai Qianyu was like a fairy with peerless beauty and transcendence. A golden silhouette of light surrounded her, especially her pair of golden eyes, with 9 revolving stars, noble and mysterious. That is, it can't be wrong. The heart beast of the holy-eyed Saint clan. Oh my God, the 10 great heart beasts, all of them have appeared. Chapter 1728. 1 second to remember. There was no pop-up window for free reading. Rumble, thunderstorms gathered in the sky above. Above the rapidly collapsing void, a terrifying aura that caused people to tremble surged down. In the tear in space, the gigantic shadow was like a gigantic nightmare that came from the endless dark abyss. What's that? The heart beast of the holy-eyed Saint clan. The 10 heart beasts have all appeared. Screech! A loud and passionate roar resounded through the 9 heavens, both inside and outside the heavenly law world. Whoosh! The wind howled in all directions. Bai Qianyu stood proudly under the sky, her long hair dancing in the wind. Her eyes were like stars, and a golden vortex swayed and rotated around her body. Her pair of golden eyes exuded the aura of a monarch, exuding a supreme aura of holiness. Under countless shocked gazes, the huge shadow behind Bai Qianyu revealed the silhouette of a falcon. It can't be wrong. Looking at the mysterious giant that appeared in the dark crack, everyone no longer had any doubts in their hearts. It's him, the 10th heart beast, the 2-souled bird. Tremble. Absolute tremble. After the star-refining dragon bat, the sky-splitting torch bull, the lightning ancestral lion, the ominous ghostly nether, the heaven-devouring Tao, the 8-headed desolate snake, the ominous star 9-winged centipede, the undead god, and the black dragon, the 10th heart beast, the 2-souled bird, could not miss this earth-shattering battle. They had thought that the 10 heart beasts would not all be present. The appearance of the ominous star 9-winged centipede was shocking enough. The black dragon's resurrection was even more surprising. After all, compared to the other great emperors, Chu Hen was an extremely special existence. As for Bai Qianyu, no one dared to believe that she could also reach the level of summoning a heart beast. Oh my God! As expected of the daughter of the White Emperor and the Netherworld Heavenly Emperor, her natural talent is simply terrifying. But it seems that the 2-souled bird can't be fully summoned. Oh! Everyone present was startled once more. However, they soon realized that the heart beast of the Holy I Saint clan had not been completely revealed. This scene seemed familiar. Back at the Holy Race Convention, when Chu Hen first summoned the heart beast of the demonic I Saint clan, it was the same scene. So that's how it is. The Heavenly Mystery Palace Master Mu Fei's eyes narrowed as he muttered softly. Screech! Before everyone could recover from their shock, the divine I Saint clan's heart beast in the large spatial crack suddenly released a boundless, monstrous aura. Within the trembling and distorted void, for pairs of strange eyes quietly appeared in the darkness. A frightening cold light shot out, accompanied by an extremely powerful and terrifying aura, by Qianyu, who stood proudly in the sky, clasped her hands together, and intertwined her fingers to form a seal. Dual souls, seamless seal, buzz. In an instant, the 9 heavens trembled. The heart beast of the divine I Saint race, which was hidden in the depths of the abyssal chasm, erupted with an incomparably brilliant light. Countless light feathers fell like a meteor shower. Under by Qianyu's control, thousands of light feathers quickly converged to form an illusory giant blade that pierced through the sky. Golden light swirled in all directions in the 9 heavens. Under everyone's bewildered gazes, the giant blade that descended from the sky struck the primeval divine clan's heart beast, the lightning ancestor lion, in the middle of its spine at lightning speed. Screech! In the next instant, with the lightning ancestor lion as the center, the sky suddenly exploded into an incomparably majestic giant web. Sweeping beams of light shot out in all directions, and the extremely intimidating giant blade crashed into the lightning ancestor lion's body like a beam of light. The latter's body also sunk into an arc. Roar! The lightning ancestor lion, who had previously competed with Black Dragon and Chu Hen in terms of strength, was clearly somewhat exhausted. Before it could accumulate more power, it was struck by Qianyu and the divine I Saint race's heart beast. The aura it emitted immediately became somewhat scattered. Then, 9 stars rotated in the depths of Qianyu's sacred eyes. Whoosh! Along with an extraordinary majestic aura, Qianyu's red lips moved slightly, and she said coldly, seal. Whoosh! Immediately after, the sky full of golden light patterns that bloomed around the lightning ancestor lion reversed, like a retracting light net. As it moved, the crisscrossing light feathers condensed into light arrows. Chi! This! The light arrows returned to their origin and all pierced into the lightning ancestor lion's body. The latter's aura suddenly plummeted, and mysterious, dazzling golden runes flowed all over its body. Ugh! The thunder ancestral lion then let out a laborious roar, and its mountain-like body fell powerlessly from the void. Finally, with a loud bang, it heavily smashed onto the ground of the heavenly Tao world. A large number of mountain ridges were smashed, and a few peaks even collapsed with a loud bang. Screech! At the same time, the devouring hole in the sky also began to rapidly close. As the storm converged, the divine I Saint clan's heart beast once again floated further into the depths of darkness, until it completely disappeared. Countless people were a little dazed by what happened in an instant. From the unexpected return of Black Dragon, to the brief appearance of the two-souled bird, and finally to the lightning ancestor lion's defeat, it only took a few seconds for everything to happen. Layers of shock and surprise came one after another. Before anyone could even react, the lightning ancestor lion's power had already been sealed and it fell to the ground. It was only now that everyone understood that Chu Hen and Black Dragon were just a cover, and the real trump card was the divine I Saint clan's heart beast that Qianyu had summoned. Although the two-souled bird did not completely descend into the heavenly Tao realm like the other heart beasts, it was ultimately not absent from the Ten Clan War. Qianyu's ability to do this was even more worthy of the White Emperor's daughter's reputation. Rumble. Seeing that the divine I Saint clan's heart beast had been jointly sealed by Qianyu and Chu Hen, the Antiquity Heavenly Emperor was extremely furious. His eyes were crimson red as he stared furiously at Chu Hen, who had transformed into a destruction demon spirit. Damn thing, it's you who spoiled my plans again. I won't let you off today. With that, the great Emperor Expert's peak power gushed out like a tsunami, shaking the heavens and surging in all directions. Antiquity Jade. Buzz, an incomparably violent whirlwind whistled through the sky, and a scarlet jade ball containing a huge amount of energy condensed in front of the Antiquity Heavenly Emperor's palm. The incomparably pure energy was like 100 rivers converging in one place, constantly surging towards the Antiquity Heavenly Emperor's palm, and then compressed into the size of a house. The Jade Sphere energy body did not look very big, but it actually contained an extremely shocking amount of power. Antiquity rend. Then the Antiquity Heavenly Emperor shouted again. Buzz. Space twisted and collapsed, and the Antiquity Jade actually split into two, directly splitting into two, then 2 into 4, 4 into 8. In the blink of an eye, the 8 Antiquity Jades actually split again, and the number increased to 16. 16 Antiquity Jades. The aura was extremely terrifying. Rumble. The Antiquity Jades rotated rapidly, directly forming a death zone around the Antiquity Heavenly Emperor. The Antiquity Heavenly Emperor's face was ferocious, and his eyes surged with raging flames. It was as if he held the power of the heavens that could destroy the world. Disappear from me. Boundless tyrannical flames filled the sky. The Antiquity Heavenly Emperor waved his hand, and the 16 Antiquity Jades that contained the power to destroy the world directly turned into a dazzling scarlet divine ring, striking towards Chu-Hen. Chu-Hen, be careful. Bai Qinyu anxiously cried out. The burning Heavenly Emperor also shouted in a low voice. Chu-Hen, brat, don't take it head on. However, the Antiquity Heavenly Emperor, in his rage, was extremely ruthless. The 16 Antiquity Jades formed a ring of light that swept towards Chu-Hen like a destructive storm. The scarlet whirlpool of light stunned the 9 heavens. The Nirvana demon spirit that Chu-Hen had transformed into did not have any time to dodge. The ring-shaped Antiquity Jade was like a huge chain of stars, and one of the Antiquity Jades smashed directly onto Chu-Hen's body. Boom! The sky exploded, and scarlet light filled the sky. The terrifying impact landed heavily on the Nirvana demon spirit, and the colorful purple winged armor on the surface of the Nirvana demon spirit splashed with light. The Nirvana demon spirit that Chu-Hen had transformed into trembled violently, and the purple flames and lightning that covered his body also scattered wantonly. Without waiting for Chu-Hen to stabilize his body, the second Antiquity Jade smashed over. This Antiquity Jade struck the Nirvana demon spirit's chest, and the armor on its chest caved in. Let's see where you can run this time. The Antiquity Heavenly Emperor shouted angrily. He raised his palm in the air, and an invisible spatial rhythm extended out. A powerful controlling force surged, controlling the remaining Antiquity Jades to fly towards Chu-Hen. Boom! Bam! Because Chu-Hen had used all his strength to exchange an attack with the Thunder Ancestor Lion. At the same time that the Thunder Ancestor Lion's accumulated power was dispersed, Chu-Hen's own new power was also in a half-damaged state. Moreover, the bloodline limit of the Antiquity Sacred Body was known as the strongest explosive power among the 10 great sacred clans. The sudden attack caused no one to be able to react in time. One after another, the Antiquity Jades that contained a terrifying power struck Chu-Hen's body. Pum! A deafening explosion sounded out. The Nirvana demon spirit that had withstood the attacks of around 10 Antiquity Jades was shattered into pieces and exploded into fragments of light that filled the sky. In the sky above the heavenly Tao world, circle after circle of scarlet light waves spread across the vast sky. The aftermath of the chaotic storm overturned the 9 heavens. The moment the Nirvana demon spirit was destroyed, Chu-Hen was directly exposed to the air. Without giving him too much time to react, the remaining Antiquity Jades once again smashed down on his head. Bang! The violent tremor was like the collision of thunder and mountains. Chu-Hen's body shook violently, and his entire body was sent flying by the terrifying impact that was comparable to a meteorite. Wah! In the process of flying back, Chu Hen spat out a mouthful of blood. Dying. The Antiquity Heavenly Emperor already had a cold and strange smile on his face. After saying that, the wind and rain that had been stirred up rose up. Stop! Your opponent is me. The Burning Heaven Emperor hurriedly stepped forward to intercept. However, the Antiquity Heavenly Emperor had already decided to kill Chu Hen, so how could he care about the Burning Heaven Emperor? After I kill him, I'll get rid of you. The Antiquity Heavenly Emperor fiercely overflowed, and an earth-shattering power crushed down. On the other side, Bai Qinyu's pretty face slightly changed, and the 9 stars in the depths of her eyes rotated. Space, replace, screech. An invisible and powerful rhythm surged out from her eyes, and circles of ripples seemed to appear in the air. The space around Chu Hen appeared to be distorted in an illusory manner, and just as Bai Qinyu was about to teleport Chu Hen out of the Antiquity Heavenly Emperor's attack range, Bai Qinyu felt a cold and ruthless chill. This unknown mysterious power actually blocked her space conversion technique. What's going on? Bai Qinyu was shocked. Her eyes quickly moved to the area behind Chu Hen, only to see that in that direction, a giant monument created by Qi Tianling stood there. Like a divine dark disk, erected between heaven and earth, the aura released by Qi Tianling was like a deep-sea cold current. How could this be? Bai Qinyu was a little panicked. At the same time, the Antiquity Heavenly Emperor had already chased up to Chu Hen, and once again raised a huge palm to suppress him. Bang! The palm containing endless power of the Antiquity Heavenly Emperor once again hit Chu Hen's body. Chu Hen, whose qi and blood were already surging, suddenly felt as if his internal organs had been displaced, and his whole body was numb and painful. Chu Hen secretly complained. The Antiquity Heavenly Emperor, this old dog, really didn't hold back at all. If it weren't for the fact that he had 2 great bloodlines, he would definitely die under this series of attacks. Enduring the sharp pain, Chu Hen tried his best to control his body. However, under the continuous violent impact, the huge inertia directly caused Chu Hen to fly backward. Even in the process of moving, Chu Hen vaguely felt that his retreating trajectory was being pulled off course by some invisible force. This aura is... Suddenly, Chu Hen's heart was startled. He turned his head slightly and saw that there was a huge, evil stone tablet standing behind him. Boom! Completely without a chance to defend, Chu Hen's back heavily hit the giant monument transformed by Qi Tianling. The violent, heavy blow carried a shocking impact. The moment the two collided, Qi Tianling's divine dark disk suddenly burst out a dazzling blood-red light. The ancient blood-red patterns that lingered around the 2 stone pillars also glowed with a strange energy rhythm. Then, Qi Tianling was covered in red light vines, and thousands of rays of light flowed like lightning, surging towards Chu Hen's body from all directions. Chu Hen's eyes were wide open, and his whole body seemed to be soaked in a spring of blood. Bai Qinyu, Burning Sky Emperor, Yin Fushu, Mu Fei, Long Qingyang, and the others were even more shocked. Chu Hen, Big Brother Chu Hen? At this moment, billions of mysterious blood-red runes spread across the sky, and Chu Hen's whole body seemed to be stuck on the surface of the monument, unable to move. Everyone was shocked and confused. Even the great monarchs were shocked. What happened? Floating under the sky, the eyes of the evil god that were as black as ink showed a touch of surprise. Haha, I see. After saying that, the evil god held the giant blood-red scythe and waved it backhand. Swoosh! In an instant, a sky-piercing arc cut across the sky, rolling up a biting cold power of destruction, and slashed at Chu Hen. Not good. Everyone was shocked. However, who could block the attack of the evil god? The deadly sky-piercing arc cut through the void all the way to the front of Chu Hen. But at this moment, the stone monument transformed by Qi Tianling burst out endless light like a star. Then, an incomparably heavy and ear-piercing noise resounded. The moment the blood-colored curved blade fell, a circle of brilliant light exploded and overturned the world in all directions. The mountains and rivers collapsed, and the peaks were all flattened. The chaotic power flowed wantonly, and Chu Hen's aura completely disappeared. Chapter 1729. Boom! The mountains and rivers split, and the peaks became flat. With Chi Tianling as the center, a violent shockwave that was like a star exploding spread out in all directions. An incomparably heavy and shocking explosion shook everyone's eardrums. As the evil god swung down that huge curved light blade, the surrounding mountains collapsed layer by layer. Thousands of light shadows spread out like beautiful tassels flying in the sky. Ancient peaks were flattened and cut off one after another. The ground around Chi Tianling's giant tower was like a giant hole with petals that had bloomed. What a terrifying power! As they gazed at the distorted and collapsed space and the rapidly expanding earth, everyone's hearts trembled without end. Dust and stones filled the sky, and the lights swirled like shadows. Star Emperor, Huang Emperor, Abyss Emperor, and the others all widened their eyes, and their expressions changed. Bai Qinyu, Long Xuan, Yao, Mu Fei, and the others all turned pale, and their eyes were filled with deep shock. At this moment, Chu Hen's aura suddenly disappeared without a trace. A thick and fierce aura of death spread out. Looking from afar, one could see a long and narrow blade mark engraved on the huge stone tablet that Chi Tianling had transformed into. That blade mark directly ran diagonally through the top and bottom of the tablet, and was embedded more than 10 meters deep. There was no doubt. The power that erupted just now was absolutely shocking. However, what was even more shocking was that Chu Hen, who was firmly attached to Chi Tianling's tablet just a second ago, had disappeared without a trace. Everyone present was shocked beyond words. Chu Hen, Bai Qinyu's golden eyes were like ripples, and his heart was filled with deep sorrow. Everyone trembled. Everyone was shocked. The great sadness was like a river wave going against the current, hitting the hearts of countless people from the Sacred Clan Alliance. Yin Fushu, Li Wushang, Rao Feiwan, and the others were in disbelief. Time. Space itself seemed to have become sluggish. The young man's figure that had disappeared was like thousands of cobwebs entangling everyone's hearts, blocking their breathing. Big Brother Chu Hen. Yi Yao's eyes immediately turned red, and she gritted her teeth. The antiquity heavenly emperor, who had been chasing after Chu Hen, sneered, "Humph, not even dregs will be left. Very suitable for you. Not even dregs were left. Annihilation?" Hearing the primordial heavenly emperor's arrogant laughter, everyone felt their blood boil. "I'm going to start a massacre today." Mu Feng emitted an ear-piercing howl, following which a majestic demonic aura surged. A brilliant golden light erupted from his body. Mu Feng's eyes turned blood red. The blades on his arms transformed into flowing shadows as he charged into the midst of the Yimo and the enemy. He transformed into a harvesting machine as he cut up the bodies of his enemies. "Big Brother Chu Hen, I want to avenge you." Hot tears welled up in Yi Yao's eyes. The yin and yang qi in her body flowed like a pair of shadow wings, releasing a powerful aura. The terrifying palm force that was released smashed dozens of Yimo around the flowing cloud arc into pieces. Long Qingyang, Yin Fushu, Li Kuan, and the others' aura became increasingly cold. Their already high killing intent rose exponentially. To the people of the Sacred Race Alliance, life and death seemed to be insignificant. Killing began to dominate everything. The Abyss Heavenly Emperor, the Star Emperor, the Huang Emperor, and the Devouring Emperor exchanged glances. They did not reveal much emotion, but their eyes were filled with endless frost. Everyone's attacks on the Samsara Heavenly Emperor became fiercer and fiercer. War. It was becoming more and more intense. In the void filled with dust, Bai Qinyu could not help but be in a trance. Then her 9-star golden eyes stared coldly in the direction of the evil god. However, the evil god's expression had a thought-provoking meaning. Haha, interesting. I was used by that couple. The evil god muttered to himself with a faint smile. Suddenly, a domineering palm force suddenly attacked Bai Qinyu. Bai Qinyu, who was in a trance, did not react in time. At this moment, a slender figure with colorful shadow wings hurriedly pulled Bai Qinyu away. "Wake up, this is not like you." Mo Qingli's voice rang in the other party's ears. One of Mo Qingli's eyes was red and the other gold. The red color was her red pupils, while the golden pupils had 9 stars revolving in them. Not far from the two, the Chaos Heavenly Emperor was overbearing, his eyes filled with killing intent. Humph, here comes another evil creature. At the same time, the Burning Sky Emperor also quickly moved over. "Old dog, I'm going to kill you." The Burning Sky Emperor raised a scorching wave of air and attacked the other party. Just in time, let's see who's going to die. The Chaos Heavenly Emperor also went berserk and once again engaged in a fierce battle with the Burning Sky Emperor. "Cheer up, Chu Hen is not dead yet," Mo Qingli suddenly said. Hearing this, Bai Qinyu's delicate body trembled slightly, looking at the other party in shock. Mo Qingli nodded affirmatively. "I shared the power of the Demon Eyes bloodline with him before, so I can still feel his presence. Although it is extremely weak, I am sure that he has not completely disappeared." Clang! Hurricanes gathered and thunder shrouded. At this moment, Chu Hen seemed to have fallen into an endless space-time vortex. A particularly strong pulling force surrounded his entire body, and Chu Hen could not even open his eyes. He felt like a butterfly facing a terrifying storm and trapped in a deep-sea whirlpool. Then, the space around Chu Hen continued to crack, constantly separating, constantly shattering, like layers of mirrors being shattered, along with millions and millions of ice crystal fragments. Chu Hen was like a tiny speck of dust, colliding into the vast and indistinct starry sky. Everywhere was distorted chaos. Heaven and earth were illusory galaxies. In the distant sky, there seemed to be a mysterious space-time wormhole, like a tunnel that swallowed all things, crushing the sun, moon, and stars. Chu Hen no longer knew whether he was moving or the surrounding space was moving. And at this moment, a huge, dark, devouring hole came from afar and shrouded Chu Hen. In the depths of the devouring hole, light flashed, spiritual patterns intertwined, and the interweaving space turbulence was like a giant net. Illusory distortion, like layers of ripples on the surface of the water, circles of light collided with each other. The darkness covered and pressed down like a wave. Wah! With a sudden, trembling sound, Chu Hen was once again drawn into another plane of existence. Abyss. Chaos. An endless abyss, bottomless, like a limitless dark river in the deep sea. Chaos in all directions, boundless and illusory, like a dream that could not be awakened, floating in the sea of people. Hazy. Hazy. Hua. When Chu Hen opened his eyes, what came into view was an incomparably spectacular, imposing, majestic, and ancient city platform. The wide and huge steps were like a passage to the throne. The stone pillars on both sides were neatly erected, connected to the dark and cold iron chains in the middle. What was even more amazing was that this city platform stood alone in this chaos, like a ruin left here by the gods. Chu Hen was stunned. With many doubts in his mind, he stepped on the steps in front of him step by step. The scene zoomed out. Chu Hen's figure was so small, like a speck of dust in the vast galaxy. When Chu Hen stepped on the city platform, what came into view was an even more magnificent Dao platform. On both sides of the Dao platform, there were huge, ancient stone statues. The stone statues were of different shapes and appearances. Some were human, some were demon beasts, and some were ferocious ghosts. And in the center of the Dao platform, there was a broken giant monument. The giant monument was tens of thousands of feet tall, and carved on it were ancient characters. Large iron chains extended from the inside of the monument, like a seal to trap some extremely evil being. However, there were a few broken iron chains on the ground of the Tao platform. It was obvious that the one who was trapped here had broken free and escaped. Could this be the place where the evil god was sealed? Chu Hen's expression suddenly changed. The words Chaos Abyss appeared in his mind. There was no mistake. Chu Hen's eyes darkened. He could clearly feel the extremely evil aura left behind by the evil god. This is the Chaos Abyss. Why did I come here? Chu Hen's face was full of bewilderment. Suddenly, at this moment, a strange spatial rhythm came from not far behind him. Startled, Chu Hen suddenly turned around. Who is it? Buzz. What came into view were two balls of soft light. Under the dim light, the two balls of soft light looked dreamy and illusory. In an instant, Chu Hen's heart inexplicably trembled for no reason. Under his nervous gaze, the two balls of soft light gradually elongated and slowly transformed into two figures. Long time no see. Hung. Chapter 1730. Chanqian. Chanqian, Divine King Wu Ji's latest chapter. Long time no see. Henner Chaos. Abyss. The ancient city tower was like an ancient ruin floating in a corner of the vast galaxy. Under the dim light, two dreamlike lights and shadows gradually elongated into two hazy and indistinct human figures. Accompanied by a warm and magnetic inner, Chu Hen's heart suddenly trembled. His eyes widened, and his pupils contracted rapidly. His eyes involuntarily welled up with warmth. Under Chu Hen's incomparably astonished and moved gaze, the figures and facial features of the two figures became clear from their blurry state. It was a man and a woman. The man had an imposing appearance, sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. His angular outline was like a sculpture, and he exuded an innate, extraordinary air. The woman had shapely eyebrows and almond-shaped eyes. She also had a peerless appearance. The two of them had smiles in their eyes as they looked at Chu Hen in front of them. It was a smile of pampering, a smile that was filled with gratification, and also a smile that contained pride. We've finally waited for you to grow up, the woman said with a smile. She looked at Chu Hen as if she was looking at the most precious treasure in the world. Chu Hen's face was full of shock. He was already somewhat speechless. Father, mother, thud. The moment he finished speaking, Chu Hen's knees fell to the ground, and hot tears gushed out of the corners of his eyes. Father, mother, Chu Hen greets the two of you. As for the memories of his father, Chu Chintan, and mother, Li Jixia, Chu Hen only had the fragmented fragments he obtained from the martial sect's Wheel of Time. Even though there were only bits and pieces of memories, Chu Hen could still clearly feel the love they had for him from a long time ago. In this world, there was a kind of fetters that could never be severed. There was also a kind of expectation that would always be hopeful. Looking at Chu Hen, whose face was soaked with hot tears, Chu Chintian and Li Jixia smiled and shook their heads. Father, mother, I'm sorry. I've caused you to live such a rough and tumble life the moment you were born. Chu Rantian said somewhat guiltily. Chu Hen hurriedly shook his head. I'm already satisfied to be able to see the two of you again. Yeah, we're very satisfied to see you grow up safely again. Li Jixia lifted her beautiful eyes and looked at Chu Rantian. Then, she said with slight regret, it would be even better if we could hug our hen. Chu Rantian continued to smile. However, Chu Hen frowned and looked at the two of them in confusion. Why not? After saying that, Chu Hen stood up and was about to step forward to hug his parents. However, to everyone's surprise, as soon as his hands touched his parents, his palms directly passed through their bodies. Chu Hen's expression changed. Why is it like this? Father, mother, what are you doing? Chu Rantian shook his head slightly and said, what you're seeing right now is the Saint Soul's clone that we've left here. Our main bodies have gone to another place. Saint Soul's clone? Another place? Chu Hen's arm trembled uncontrollably. Deep sorrow surged in his eyes. Could it be the two of you? Chu Rantian continued to shake his head. His gentle smile did not lose the domineering aura of a ruler. Don't be afraid. Things aren't as bad as you think. Your mother and I have been waiting for you here. We have many things that we want to tell you personally. Chu Hen clenched his fists tightly and calmed his restless emotions. Then he nodded solemnly. I also have many things that I want to ask the two of you. You've already been to the misty sky, right? Chu Rantian asked. Yes. Chu Hen agreed. I've also obtained the great way scripture that you left for me, Father. Yes. I knew you'd find your way there. Chu Rantian glanced sideways at Li Jixia and said, back then, when the demonized Saint clan and the Chaos clan met with a drastic change, your mother was severely injured. I had no choice but to escape into the ethereal heaven with her. Then, we entered the Chaos abyss through the plane passage created by the collapse of the ethereal heaven. This is the place? Chu Hen asked. Yes, this is the Chaos abyss. It's also the place where the heavenly emperor sealed the heretic god back then. Chu Rantian confirmed. Why did you come here? To find something? Yes. Chu Rantian nodded slightly and looked at Chu Hen solemnly. Something that can activate the Chaos divine body. Activate? Chaos divine body? Hearing the two words divine body, Chu Hen's heartstrings could not help but lightly tremble again. What's that? Primal Chaos Emperor's origin power. Chu Chintian said a term that Chu Hen had never heard of before. He continued to explain, do you know why the primal chaos gods declined so quickly back then? For the past 10,000 years, no one was able to reach the level of the heavenly emperor. The main reason wasn't because they weren't talented enough, but because the bloodline limit of the chaos divine body had yet to be activated. Chu Hen frowned slightly. He was still shocked in his heart. Chu Rantian continued. Unfortunately, after the heavenly emperor fought the heretic god, the heavenly emperor didn't have time to leave the chaos emperor's origin energy in the clan. That's why the chaos gods continued to decline. Then how did you discover this secret, Father? Chu Hen asked casually. What did I leave for you in the misty sky? Chu Rantian asked. Chu Hen paused, then answered, the scripture of the Great Way and the fragment of the divine Tao stone. Could it be? Chu Hen's eyes lit up. Chu Rantian smiled approvingly. That's right, it's the divine Tao stone. The divine Tao stone belongs to the heavenly emperor? Yes. Not only did the divine Tao stone belong to the heavenly emperor, but it's also an ancient divine item ranked above the divine weapon rankings. The battle between the heavenly emperor and the heretic god was earth-shattering and devastating. The great Tao God Stone was also destroyed in that battle, and many of its fragments were scattered all over the world. I found a portion of the great Tao God Stone and sensed the existence of the primal chaos emperor's origin energy and discovered the secret of the primal chaos god clan. Chu Rantian continued to explain to Chu Hen. It was precisely because of the lack of primal chaos, the arch origin energy, that the primal chaos body could not complete its evolution and activation. The upper limit of the divine body strength had always been limited, and the primal chaos god race had rapidly declined. In the end, they had fallen far behind the 10 great saint tribes. Later on, Chu Rantian discovered the secret of the divine Tao stone and used the trace of the Chaos Emperor's origin energy in the stone fragment to activate a portion of his divine body strength. This attracted the attention of the various sacred tribes. But that was also why the Samsara Saint tribe tried to kill him. Chu Hen was surprised to hear Chu Rantian's words. He had a portion of the divine Tao stone's fragment on him. However, Chu Hen didn't sense the existence of the Chaos Emperor's origin energy from it. Chu Rantian noticed Chu Hen's confusion as well. The divine Tao stone's fragments that were left outside contained an extremely weak Chaos Emperor's origin energy. Add to that the fact that they've been left outside for too long, and the Emperor's origin energy hidden within them has pretty much dissipated by itself. The main part of the divine Tao stone that contains an enormous amount of Emperor's origin energy is right here. Right here. Chu Hen could not help but clench his fists tightly. His gaze seemed to be moved as he turned to look at the Tao platform behind him. The majestic Tao platform was like the central fortress of this mysterious city. Many ancient stone statues stood by its sides. Atop the Tao platform was a dark monument thousands of meters tall, like a heavenly pillar that stretched into the depths of the Milky Way. Huge, ice-cold chains extended from the stone tablet, as if they were divine iron that sealed the darkness and evil. Is this the main part of the divine Tao stone? That's right. Chu Rantian nodded. Back then, the heavenly monarch used the remaining part of the divine Tao stone to suppress the evil god in the abyss of chaos, the divine Tao stone, an ancient divine item that stood above the god weapon ranking. Its power was extraordinary, capable of stabilizing yin and yang, suppressing evil and evil. It could manipulate the universe and shift the stars. As he stared at the towering stone, Chu Hen felt an indescribably mysterious aura engulfing him like an invisible net. The main body of the divine Tao stone seemed to contain a mysterious power that made one's heart palpitate. Just the main part of the divine Tao stone was enough to suppress the evil god for tens of thousands of years. If it was the complete divine Tao stone, the evil god wouldn't be able to escape even if he was immensely powerful. However, while the heavenly monarch was strong, the evil god was just as strong. In the end, the emperor of the godly forbidden blood prison managed to escape. All right, father, mother, why am I here? Chu Hen suddenly thought of the intense war that was still going on in the Six Paths world. Moreover, he remembered that he was still attached to the Qiqian token. Then, with a flash of light, he was dragged into the abyss of chaos. Chu Lentian nodded slightly and exchanged glances with Zhili Jixia. This is all thanks to the evil god. Oh, the evil god used the Qiqian token to open the passage to the outside world. I used the reverse teleportation power to summon you here. I see. Chu Hen was amazed. Although he did not know how Chu Lentian had managed to do this, his respect and admiration for his father had increased by a few notches. Henner, mother has something to ask you. Li Jixia suddenly said. Yes. Mother, tell me. Chu Hen turned to his mother. Li Jixia raised her eyebrows slightly and said with a smile in her eyes, Henner, are you married? Chapter 17:31. Are you married? Henner? Chu Hen was stunned by Li Jixia's sudden question. She's really my mother. Chu Hen couldn't help laughing. Not yet, really? Li Jixia responded and didn't continue asking. On the other hand, Chu Rantian smiled. I told you that Henner shouldn't be married yet. But Henner, you need to put in a bit more effort. When I was your age, I already managed to woo your mother. Chu Rantian raised his eyebrows with a hint of pride. Father. Chu Hen was speechless. The atmosphere had changed a little too quickly. But then, Chu Hen opened his mouth and said, Although I haven't gotten married yet, the two of you will soon become grandfathers and grandmothers. Chu Rantian and Li Jixia were stunned when they heard that. Really? Li Jixia's eyes lit up. Yes. Chu Hen nodded in agreement. Chu Yuni is the name of Mai and Meng Chong's child. Meng Chong? Which family is she from? Mother, Meng Chong is your good sister, the daughter of Abysmal Emperor. Chu Hen's words surprised and delighted Chu Rantian and his wife again. She's Sister Guyu's daughter? Li Jixia looked incredulous and delighted at the same time. It's really God's will. It seems that Sister Guyu didn't break her promise. Break my promise? Chu Hen was puzzled. What promise? It turns out that you still don't know. Li Jixia said with a smile in her eyes. When I was pregnant with you, I made an agreement with Sister Guyu. If I gave birth to a boy, you and her daughter would have a child marriage. Chu Hen smiled. He also found it incredible. He didn't expect such a thing. At this moment, Chu Rantian said with a puzzled expression, Is an Abysmal Emperor's daughter called by Qinyu? Qinyu? Meng Chong? Li Jixia was also stunned when she heard that. Yes, Sister Guyu, an Emperor Bai's daughter, is indeed called by Qinyu. Chu Hen was a little surprised that his parents knew of the existence of Bai Qinyu. One must know that the relationship between Bai Qinyu, the Ninth Nether Emperor, and the White Emperor had never been made public. Even Bai Qinyu herself did not know who her birth mother was. However, Li Jixia knew so clearly. It showed that her relationship with Abysmal Emperor was indeed extraordinary. It was no wonder that the Ninth Nether Emperor was stuck between the demonic Ice Sacred clan and the divine I sacred clan. So you guys arrange a marriage for me, and Chu Hen rubbed his nose a little uncomfortably. His smile was a little awkward and a little naive. Seeing that Chu Hen didn't know how to answer, Chu Rantian and Li Jixia unconsciously noticed a trace of fishy in it. Hen, could it be that you, and by Qinyu also? Chu Rantian probed. Hen, did you, and by Qinyu? Chu Rantian asked tentatively. Wow! Chu Rantian couldn't help but exclaim, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! Hen, I take back what I said. You don't have to work hard. You're much better than me. Li Jixia glared at Chu Rantian, then asked Chu Hen, Hence, Sister Gu didn't do anything to you, did she? Chu Rantian's smile faded. Indeed, with abysmal emperor's ruthlessness, didn't she kill you with a single slap? Chu Hen was speechless. More or less. Anyway, I was quite afraid of her the first time we met. Maybe she didn't beat me to death for the sake of you too. Li Jixia was amused. Chu Rantian laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha. Come, tell father and mother. How did you get together? With that, Chu Rantian pulled Chu Hen's wrist with his almost transparent hand and sat down on the ground. Although they were both Saint Soul avatars and couldn't physically touch each other, Chu Hen could still feel warmth in his heart. This scene was something that Chu Hen had anticipated countless times in his heart. At this moment, he was willing to put aside everything in the outside world and accompany the two who gave him life. I met Meng Chong in a small country in the Saint Star dynasty. It was like the beginning of many stories. Living in this world, one always felt that the world was very small. Two people who thought they were strangers later found out that they were related. Maybe it was a good relationship. Maybe it was an ill-fated relationship. People called this miraculous connection fate. In the abyss of chaos, the ancient city tower was like a ruin left by ancient gods. Cheerful laughter could be heard from time to time on the empty city tower. However, in the outside world, the flames of war had already filled the entire Six Paths world. The war between the 10 Directions Saint Clan. The war between the monsters and the Saint Clan. The war between the demon race and the human race. The all-out war turned the entire Six Paths world into a battlefield of carnage. Blood rained down like rain. Corpses piled up like fortresses. Severed limbs tumbled about in the river of blood. The blood of the human experts splattered into the air and the poisonous green liquid of the mantis demons. Slaughter, destruction, blood, greed. All of the negative emotions made one immersed in the slaughter. The flowing cloud arc floated in the air like a meteorite floating in the sky. Countless hybrid demons and ferocious beasts pounced onto the gigantic ship. It was as if locusts were raining down from the heavens and the earth. Countless black shadows leapt up and down. Boom! Under the rain of blood and slaughter, the crowd unleashed their killing intent and released a terrifying aura. Inside and outside the Six Paths world, in the abyss of the valley, at the bottom of the stream, on the peak of the mountain, in between the ridges, and in the Heaven Dao city, a series of terrifying powers clashed with each other, creating a raging hurricane. In the main battlefield of the Heaven Dao world, the battle between the monarchs turned the world upside down and the 9 heavens on the verge of splitting apart. The clash of the 10 Directions Saint Clan's bloodline power caused the earth to explode and the thick earth to expand like blooming flower petals. In comparison, the current chaos abyss seemed exceptionally peaceful. Ha ha ha! I didn't expect so many interesting things to happen to you after so many years. Chu Rantian's hearty laughter filled Chu Hen's heart with an indescribable warmth. It was as if everything he experienced all these years was worth it. Chu Rantian smiled. On the other hand, Li Jixia's eyes were filled with heartache. Although Chu Hen took out and shared the happy things that happened to him, for Chu Hen to be able to reach this step today, the bitterness that he had suffered must be much more than the sweetness that he had obtained. It was as if the three of them had the same thought. The joyous atmosphere gradually calmed down. Chu Hen's eyes reddened, and he smiled at his parents. As much as I hate to part with you two, I'm going out now. My friends, my brothers, my family, and the people I love deeply are still going through a battle of life and death in the Six Path world. Chu Rantian and Li Jixia were smiling as well. They didn't show too much sadness or reluctance, because they knew that the more sentimental they were, the harder it would be for Chu Hen to part with them. "Hen, before we go out, I have something for you," said Chu Rantian. Chu Hen understood. His gaze turned to the great Tao Divine Stone main-bodied giant monument that stood in the center of the Tao platform. "Let's go," said Chu Rantian. Chu Hen turned around to look at his parents, then nodded his head. Then, the three of them stood up, accompanied by Chu Rantian and Li Jixia. Chu Hen slowly walked to the center of the Tao platform. Then, a cold light flashed across Chu Linchen's eyes. He gently flicked the fingers of his right hand. Swoosh! A star-like ball of light flew out from his fingertip. The star-like light drew a bright arc in the air and flew toward the giant stone tablet at the center of the Tao platform. Buzz! In an instant, the originally lifeless and cold stone tablet suddenly seemed to have activated an ancient restriction. Streaks of mysterious and obscure light patterns suddenly flowed on the surface of the tablet. The light grew brighter and brighter. Gradually, it grew more and more beautiful. As the spatial rhythm grew stronger, Chu Hen felt the ground beneath his feet quaking uneasily. Kacha! With the black stone tablet as the center, the ground quickly cracked open with intersecting ancient runes. Fwa! Then, a huge and dazzling net of light spread out from the center of the Tao platform. Rays of light weaved through each other. Boom! A series of heavy explosions sounded, and the inner surface of the Tao platform began to crumble. Rumble! Rocks of all sizes broke free from gravity and floated into the air. Turbulent air currents formed spiraling pillars of wind that shot into the sky. The enormous city platform seemed to be at the center of a cosmic vortex. Everything around it, including the chaotic region above it, was a stunning sight. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dazzling rays of light intertwined with the main body of the divine Tao stone. At this time, Chu Hen's violet palace began to ripple with astonishing power. Chu Hen's body fiercely trembled. With a hua sound, a dazzling light exploded in front of him. Chu Hen only felt an enormous amount of energy rushing out from his body. Then, within that ball of light, a huge black stone tablet suddenly appeared. It was a fragment of the divine Tao stone. Chu Hen raised his eyebrows, and his face was filled with seriousness. Bang! The fragment of the divine Tao stone that had flown out of Chu Hen's violet palace fell toward the giant stone tablet, as if it had been pulled by an invisible force. The broken edges and corners of the two were actually embedded together in a perfect fit. Whoosh! A beam of light moved, and thousands of light beams flowed into all the cracks on the great path divine stone. What was even more peculiar was that the tiny fragments that had been scattered in every corner of the world seemed to have been summoned. They turned into countless specks of light and gathered here. Buzz! More and more powerful energy ripples filled the sky. The city platform beneath Chu Hen's feet began to show signs of disintegration. Under Chu Hen's shocked gaze, the complete divine Tao stone gradually took shape. Fwa! In the blink of an eye, an ancient stone tablet towering for tens of thousands of feet stood in front of Chu Hen, Chu Qintian, and Li Jixia. Mysterious ancient runes crisscrossed around it. Chu Hen's pupils faintly shrunk, only to see that the bright runes interweave into a golden hexagram pattern. Divine light swam within the hexagram. The entire body of the divine stone of the Great Path floated with a vast and rich golden spirit chi. The mysterious spirit chi was like the origin of all things, the essence of the sun, moon, and stars. It made one's heart palpitate. Is that the origin power of a chaos emperor? Chu Hen clenched his hands into fists. His heart raced. The origin power of a chaos emperor. It was the origin power of a chaos divine body. Chu Hen looked back at his parents, his expression incomparably conflicted. Chu Qintian merely nodded with a smile. Go. This go also signified the impending parting. Chu Hen clenched his teeth, his eyes reddening. Will we meet again in the future? Chu Qintian smiled. Of course. He exchanged another look with his wife. Henner, the fate between us father and son is not over yet. I understand. Chu Hen was gratified. Henner, you must take care. Li Jixia said gently, her voice choked. We look forward to seeing you again. Chu Hen's tears flowed, but he smiled. All right, go. Many people are still waiting for you outside, Chu Chintian said. Chu Hen nodded firmly. He turned around and took to the air, transforming into a beam of light that shot toward the top of the divine Tao stone. As he moved, endless streams of golden Chaos Emperor origin power wrapped around Chu Hen like burning flames. In a split second, it was as if Chu Hen was bathed in a pure and holy divine radiance. Around him flowed gorgeous light and shadow. The moment the primal chaos, sovereign source energy entered his body, Chu Hen felt his blood boil. Every inch of his tendons, every inch of his flesh, felt as if they were being struck by a tyrannical electric current. The power of the primal chaos bloodline began to circulate uncontrollably. Chu Hen's entire Zhenfu was like a reservoir, greedily accepting this supreme, ancient source energy. Golden flames formed circles of coiling dragons that traced Chu Hen's back to the top of the divine Tao stone. It was a spectacular sight, like a resplendent divine pillar in the endless galaxy. Gazing at Chu Hen's back, Li Jixia and Chu Qintian's illusory faces were filled with indescribable emotion and relief. I don't feel any regrets now that I can see Hen grow up safely with my own eyes, Li Jixia murmured. The corner of Chu Qintian's mouth twitched, but he smiled. Although he'd successfully found the Chaos Emperor origin power when he first came to the Abyss of Chaos, he hadn't returned to Chu Hen's side in order to save the heavily injured Li Jixia. This was a regret for both of them. However, Chu Qintian didn't regret it. He'd always believed that his son would never be mediocre in the world. I really want to stay a little longer, Li Jixia said softly. Chu Qintian smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, we'll meet again, just like how we believed we could meet again in the first place. Surrounded by thousands of golden spirals of light, Chu Hen stepped onto the top of the divine Tao stone like an emperor. Then he stood proudly at the top of the divine Tao stone and looked down at the chaos world. All the stars in the world revolved. Endless galactic light whirlpools enveloped Chu Hen's body like a cosmic storm. Rumble, boundless chaos emperor origin power flowed through the divine Tao stone and into Chu Hen's body. Countless dazzling wings of light unfurled from Chu Hen's body. Clang! A thunderstorm tore through the sky above the abyss of chaos. Billions of golden lightning bolts converged on Chu Hen's body. The primal chaos sky was rapidly collapsing. Terrifying power tore the heavens and earth apart. Every inch of dazzling lightning that contained great power endlessly strengthened Chu Hen's flesh and blood. Chu Hen was like an ancient witch spirit standing under heavenly punishment, devouring the divine might of the Chaos Emperor origin power without restraint. Boom! Time passed minute by minute, second by second. After an unknown amount of time, an ear-piercing boom rang out. The top of the great path divine stone exploded with endless light. The vast divine ring of light spread out in all directions, crushing the chaotic void. Standing on the divine Tao stone, Chu Hen was at the center of the billions of golden lightning bolts. The moment he opened his eyes, a peerless divine might that seemed to control the universe poured out. Buzz! A powerful spatial rhythm overlapped. In the sky behind Chu Hen, a black figure towering over the chaos void appeared like a demon god descending to the mortal realm. This was a powerful aura, an incomparably powerful aura. Standing on top of the divine stone of the great Tao, Chu Hen looked down. The city tower had long since vanished. Only the divine stone of the great Tao hovered alone in the vast abyss of chaos. His parents, Chu Rantian and Li Jixia, had vanished without a trace at some point. After a brief moment of melancholy, Chu Hen's eyes flashed coldly. He clenched his fist. Boom! A giant black hole appeared in the sky above the Tempest Nebula. Chaotic power rippled out like exploding stars. breaking the heavens with one hand, stirring up chaos with a flick of a finger. The 10 most powerful holy bodies ruled the world. Who dare to compete with them? The Chaos Divine Body. Return. Chapter 1732. 1 second to remember. Wonderful pop-up window free reading. Six Pads World. It could be said that the heavens were collapsing and the earth was collapsing. The blossoming of slaughter was like a flower blooming at dawn, breathtaking and dazzling, striking and shocking. Smoke beacons rose, and the beacons changed. The wind and clouds raged, and the common people cried. Plunder, wail, blood watered the soil and seeped into the earth, as if the entire world had been dyed red. The demon beasts tore open the chests of human warriors with their sharp claws and gnawed on their internal organs. Red blood gushed out of their sharp teeth, making them look extremely greedy. The sharp blades of the human experts chopped off the heads of the hybrid demons and cut their bodies into pieces. The stench of blood filled the air like poison. Roar! In the void of the 9 heavens, the star-refining dragon bat, the 8-headed wild snake, the ominous star 9-winged centipede, and the other heart beasts were still trapped in the seals created by the evil god. Even though the evil god had not participated in the war between the 10 clans from the beginning to the end, its existence was like a huge mountain pressing down on everyone, making it difficult for them to breathe. This was especially true for 9 underworlds: Stellar Union, God Eye, Demon Eye, Great Wilderness, Devourer, Heavenly Mysteries Palace, and other forces of the Sacred Clans Alliance. The pressure that they had to bear was infinitely magnified. Even if they passed the Reincarnation Emperor, there was still the evil god standing in their way. However, things had come to this. There was no turning back. Having come this far, the members of the Sacred Race Alliance could only fight to the death. Hee. Wow. The godly Forbidden Blood Prison's army of ferocious fiends blotted out the sky and blotted out the earth, while vast and mighty black fiend shadows flew in the sky above the natural law realm. Their huge advantage in numbers and their bloodthirsty, greedy nature made them inhumane. Not only did the death of their companions not cause any change in their emotions, some Yimo would even devour the bodies of their companions. As the battle heated up, the hybrid demon army clearly had the upper hand. It wasn't just the human powerhouses. Even the demonic beast army became more and more enraged when faced with these ferocious beasts. Roar! Suddenly, right at this moment, a ferocious ape roar that shook the heavens, and the earth resounded in all directions. Long Qingyang, Long Xuan Xuang, and Xiao Xiaoan, who were fighting a bloody battle, were shocked. Looking over, they saw hundreds of hybrid demons devouring a golden-furred giant ape. The gigantic ape let out a furious roar. The fierce demon's sharp claws were like hooks embedded in its flesh, firmly hanging on its body. Even if the giant ape tried to shake them off, those ferocious devils would quickly pounce on it like fleas. The sharp claws and teeth left long and narrow bloody marks on the golden ape's body. Piece after piece of flesh was torn from the giant ape's body. It could be said that many ants could bite an elephant to death. The giant ape grew increasingly furious as the many ferocious demons gnawed at it, but there was nothing it could do. Little Monkey, Yao, and the others were both shocked and angry. These shady scum, Long Qingyang, Xiao Xiaoan, and the others' eyes were bloodshot. Go help it, Long Xuan Xuang said coldly as she tried to rush towards the golden ape. However, the ferocious demons were like a swarm of locusts, and with their abilities, it was already difficult for them to stabilize their own position. There was no way they could help the others. However, at this moment, the Ice Empress, Qing Xue, who had come with the little monkey, was hovering in the air with a calm expression. She was very calm as she watched the giant ape being surrounded by the ferocious demons. Everyone could not help but frown at this sight. Just as everyone was feeling puzzled, an incomparably cold ice whirlwind rose up around Qing Xue's body. Subsequently, the nail of her left thumb lightly drew across her index finger. Immediately, a drop of blood with traces of gold on it floated out from the tip of Qing Xue's finger. The drop of blood contained a strange, frosty aura. As light as a feather, it floated through the dense horde of demons and finally landed between the golden ape's eyebrows. In an instant, the golden ape's eyes suddenly exploded with a dazzling light, accompanied by an extremely violent, surging aura. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the ground around the golden ape collapsed layer by layer. The wind blew, and the clouds scud. Roar! A furious and domineering roar shook the heavens and the earth. The golden ape angrily hammered the ground with both arms, and a circle of light rippled out in all directions like a storm. All the ferocious demons hanging on the giant ape were crushed by the terrifying impact. The cracks on the ground extended out like a deep spiderweb. Looking from afar, the monstrous rage emitted by the giant golden ape multiplied. Under the shocked gazes of many, the muscles on both sides of the golden ape's shoulders moved, and then two more ferocious heads grew out of them. Beneath the two heads were two pairs of sturdy arms that seemed to contain a tremendous amount of strength. Clang! The sound of thunder shook the heavens, and the golden ape was like an unparalleled god-fiend, releasing an unparalleled aura of destruction. 3 heads and 6 arms? A lesser ancient ape demon. How can this be? There's such an ancient, ferocious beast in this world. It's not strange. After all, even the god of evil has appeared. After all, even the god of evil had appeared. In comparison, it was indeed not strange that the little monkey's true form was a lesser ancient ape demon. For the people gathered in the heavenly Tao realm today, the successive changes had made them feel a little numb. All they could do was swing their sabers and kill. Boom! The lesser ancient ape demon was a powerful demon beast with an extremely ancient bloodline. Back then, when the little monkey was by Chu Hen's side, everyone had guessed his identity. Although they were unable to come to a conclusion, they were not too surprised by it. After all, the little monkey had once displayed a very shocking, explosive strength. Roar! In its true form, the lesser ancient ape demon was extremely ferocious. It was like another heart beast, venting its monstrous aura. With 3 heads and 6 arms, it looked in all directions. All the ferocious demons that fell into its hands were forcefully torn in two or had their heads twisted off. Dark green demon blood splattered freely like venom. Countless people were still frightened as they watched the golden ape display its invincible might. Looks like the Ice Empress's Empress Blood Essence helped it achieve its complete form. Mu Fei, the mysterious heavenly palace master, murmured softly from the giant ship of flowing clouds. However, Mu Fei's emotions did not change much. He still looked at the main battlefield in the sky above Heavenly Tao City with a solemn expression. Why does this feel so bad? In the sky above Heavenly Tao City, the Reincarnation Emperor was fighting against 4 emperors. The Reincarnation Emperor, who wielded the Heavenly Calamity Sword, was not at a disadvantage against the combined attacks of the Star Emperor, the 9 Underworlds Emperor, the Devouring Emperor, and the Desolate Emperor. No matter how fast the 4 emperors attacked, they could not gain the upper hand. On the other side, the battle between the Monster Emperor Qi Kong and the Reincarnation Saint Clan's Corpse God was still undecided. Although the Monster Emperor Qi Kong clearly had the upper hand as the boss of the 10 Heart Beasts, the Corpse God was undeniably terrifying. The Sky-Scorching Emperor and the Desolate Emperor were still fighting. However, the Burning Heaven Emperor was injured by the joint attack of the Chaos Emperor and the Heart Beast, the Lightning Grandmaster, so Bai Qianyu and Imo Qingli had no choice but to help. All of you must die. At the same time, the Dragon Blood Emperor, who had been struck down by the Desolate Emperor, suddenly opened his ferocious eyes in the rubble of a collapsed mountain ridge. The huge ancient dragon's body moved slowly. It shook off the rubble on its body with its wings and spewed out scorching dragon breath like lava. The situation was getting more and more difficult to control, and the Sacred Race Alliance's situation was getting worse. "We can't drag this any longer," the Devouring Emperor said with a frown. The Star Emperor, the Desolate Emperor, and the Abyss Emperor's expressions also changed. They knew that the longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. However, they could not find any opportunity. Are you getting anxious? The reincarnation emperor's indifferent voice traveled into everyone's ears. He looked up and said calmly, "But I haven't started getting serious yet. Haven't started getting serious yet." Hearing this, everyone was enraged. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, a piercingly cold roar suddenly swept across the sky. Created with ice, formed with wind and snow. Freeze the world. Everyone was shocked. Ice Empress Qingxue, who had been with the lesser ancient ape demon a second ago, had entered the main battlefield above Tiandao City. Overwhelming frost quickly eroded the sky and earth. The inside and outside of Tiandao City were quickly covered with a thick layer of ice crystals. What was even more shocking was that an illusory demoness that looked like an ice spirit appeared in the sky above the reincarnation emperor. The demoness spread her arms, and millions of snowflakes drifted down. The sky was filled with snowflakes. In an instant, the space where the reincarnation emperor was it seemed to have been frozen. The air around him had completely stopped moving. Looking from afar, the reincarnation emperor seemed to be enveloped by a layer of transparent ice cage. The space has been frozen. Chance. Seeing this, the four great emperors' eyes lit up. "We don't have much time. Hurry up," the Ice Empress said coldly. The desolate emperor and the devouring emperor looked at each other as they understood what the other meant. Swoosh, swoosh. The desolate emperor and the devouring emperor moved to the left and right of the reincarnation emperor, like swallows flying on two paths. Desolate, devour. The two of them shouted in a stern voice. Startling convergence. Boom, bang. Accompanied by the tsunami-like wind and rain, the desolate emperor and the devouring emperor put their palms together, and the earth-shattering bloodline power rushed into the sky. A gray sandstorm pillar and a black tornado pillar were like two giant dragons that could tear the sky apart as they gathered towards the reincarnation emperor. The sky changed color rapidly. For example, a myriad of wind and thunder swept across the sky. The chaotic world whirlwind, which was formed by the power of desolation and the power of devouring, was like two giant nebula millstones that covered the sky. The space around the reincarnation emperor was crushed. The power of desolation weakened the opponent's defense. The power of devouring frantically plundered the opponent's true origin energy. Under the impact of the two powerful saint physiques, the reincarnation emperor's aura was obviously suppressed. At the same time, the attacks of the Star Emperor and the Abyss Emperor that had been accumulating power descended. Star, Soul Divine Blade, swoosh, swoosh. Above the nine heavens, thousands of brilliant meteors rained down like a rain of light. Accompanied by the sound of air waves being cut apart, a sharp, giant blade rushed out from the center of the endless light beams. It was like the gathering of the essence of billions of star souls in the vast universe. Wherever the giant blade went, the shattered space crumbled inch by inch like crystal chips. Limitless demon eye. Buzz, buzz. The Abyss Emperor shone like a bright moon. A hellish demon eye that emitted a deep and cold aura suddenly appeared in the sky behind her. Along with the strong rhythm of the power, the opened limitless demon eye exploded with white frost that was like a cold moon. Swoosh! With a piercingly cold, trembling sound, a cold, white, condensed light beam shot out from the demon eye. The terrifying light beam contained an extremely cold, destructive, and murderous aura, as though it was formed by the convergence of death rays that shuttled through the vast Milky Way. Wherever it passed, the void was torn apart. It originated from the combined attack of the Ice Emperor, the Devouring Emperor, the Desolate Emperor, the Star Emperor, and the Abyss Emperor. It was enough to melt everything. The destructive storm flowed into the Reincarnation Emperor's position wantonly. The sky cracked. The universe lost its color. At this moment, everyone in the room narrowed their eyes. Their tense faces were trembling as well. Boom! Bang! An unprecedented destructive power instantly exploded in the sky above Tiandao City. The strongest attacks from the 5 great emperors were all unleashed in one place and fused together. In an instant, it was as if a dazzling giant lotus had bloomed between the heavens and the earth. The ring-shaped wind swept out vertically, horizontally, and diagonally. The void in all directions seemed to have been torn apart by a sharp giant blade. Boom! The Tiandao city below sunk. The aftermath of the fierce wind swept out, and countless buildings in the city were instantly turned into dust. What a terrifying power! Everyone's eyes were wide open. The Reincarnation Emperor can even withstand this? I really can't believe it. Absolutely impossible, unless he has really reached the level of a celestial emperor. Clang! Without giving anyone any time to calm down, a powerful astral wave suddenly exploded in the middle of the storm of destructive energy. Everyone's pupils constricted slightly at the same time. Swish, swish, swish! In the next moment, a huge curtain of black shadow wings flew out from within. Tiandao Battle Soul Return. The Reincarnation Emperor's aura overlapped and reverberated, shaking everyone's soul. At this moment, even the evil god's ink-black eyes were rippling. The huge black shadow wings were like a staggered waterfall, circling the sky and swam in all directions. They swept up a monstrous power and attacked Ice Emperor, Huang Emperor, and the rest. The 5 emperors' expressions changed. Before they could react, the black shadows had already rushed in front of them. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull explosions overlapped with each other. Every black shadow exploded with a terrifying power. The condensed light rings scattered in the sky, and the huge impact force was comparable to the divine power of meteorites. The 5 emperors who were caught off guard were sent flying by the huge force. Then, the 5 emperors landed on the ground one after another. The blood in their bodies rose, and there were traces of fresh blood at the corner of their mouths. The 5 of them turned pale. On the other side, Sky-Scorching Emperor, Demon Monarch Qi Kong, Mu Fei, Yin Fushu, and the others were also filled with great astonishment. Waves of air, frost, and dust filled the sky. The ice-cold frost seeped into their bones. Everyone stared at the series of black shadow wings that filled the sky solemnly. Then, the black shadow wings returned to where they came from and landed on both sides of the Reincarnation Emperor's back. Buzz, there were still no obvious injuries. He still had that calm and composed expression on his face. However, the Reincarnation Emperor's aura had weakened greatly. It was obvious that the joint attack of the 5 emperors did not affect him at all. The black shadow wings on both sides of the Reincarnation Emperor gradually turned into human shapes in front of everyone's eyes. Looking at the slightly illusory figures, the great emperors could not help but tremble. These battle souls, they are. Star Emperor clenched his fists and frowned. The facial features of the illusory figures slowly appeared. Even though it was a little blurry, the general appearance could still be seen clearly. One of them had a pair of golden eyes. He was extraordinarily handsome and gentle. By the devouring emperor's voice was trembling. There was another person with purple light flowing in the depths of his eyes. His eyebrows were long, and he looked extremely domineering. Emperor Demon, There was another person who was burly and had prominent facial features. He had a dignified aura. Could it be Great Emperor Zhao Hua? Whoosh! Countless exclamations of shock were like a rising tide, crashing into everyone's soul. At that moment, everyone looked at the Reincarnation Emperor with intense anger and endless hatred. You refine them into battle souls? The Desolation Emperor's eyes were wide open as he cracked his knuckles, looking at the illusory figures standing beside the Reincarnation Emperor. Everyone felt an indescribable suffocation in their hearts. Battle souls. Heaven Way. The power of the Reincarnation Heaven Way could allow the remnant soul of an expert to remain after he died and retain most of his power. As the saying went, the one who controlled the Heaven Way broke free from the 6 paths and controlled reincarnation. The Reincarnation Emperor was like a king who ruled over the world and looked down on everyone. I've already gone through 9 reincarnation tribulations. The heaven way is under my control. The heaven way is under my control. Everyone felt as though their hearts had been hammered by a heavy hammer. Unforgivable, you are really unforgivable. Universe God Guji, you deserve to die. The Abyss Emperor's voice was trembling. She looked at the battle soul of Emperor Bai sadly. However, the latter's eyes were empty and expressionless. Bai Qianyu, who was standing on the other side, had a complicated expression. After so many years, she had finally seen her father again, but in such a suffocating situation. The eyes of the demon Eye Clan's people were bloodshot as they gritted their teeth in hatred. Universe God Guji, you are a piece of trash. You are not a human. What's the difference between you and a demon? The Reincarnation Emperor did not care about the crowd's angry rebuke. The anger of the weak only exists in words. Today, no one can stop me from taking over the heaven way. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, the 9 heavens storm gathered. Behind the Reincarnation Emperor, other than the White Emperor, the Demonic Eye Emperor, the Fortune Emperor, and a few others, there was another figure that emitted black light. When the crowd saw the figure, they felt an inexplicable sense of submission. That is, the heaven Emperor's fighting soul. Kaboom! In everyone's mind, it was as if the most deafening clap of thunder had exploded. Once the fighting soul appeared, it was as dazzling as a star in the night sky. Even after 10,000 years, the Heaven Emperor's aura was still as strong as a mountain. Shock. Indescribable shock. They had never imagined that the Heaven Emperor's fighting soul would be controlled by the Reincarnation Emperor. Then, under countless gazes that were filled with fear, the Heaven Emperor's fighting soul slowly landed on the Reincarnation Emperor. Like overlapping images, the Heaven Emperor's fighting soul gradually merged with the Reincarnation Emperor's body. Heaven Way awakened. Wow! The moment the two merged, the morning star suddenly exploded with a dazzling light like that of the divine sun. Billions of light rays pierced through the sky. A domineering aura that could control the heavens was released from the Reincarnation Emperor's body. His aura surged once again and broke through the original limit, reaching a higher level. Universe God Guji and the strongest, his cold eyes, one gold and one purple, were holy and demonic at the same time. Universe God Guji's gaze directly pierced through the heavens as he looked at the God-forbidden blood prison master, the evil god. The Reincarnation Emperor, am the Heaven Way. Chapter 1733. Universe God Guji am the strongest. The Reincarnation Emperor, am the Heavenly Way. Rumble. The Reincarnation Emperor exuded an extraordinary aura that looked down upon the heavens. Under countless shocked gazes, the Heavenly Emperor's fighting soul merged with the Reincarnation Emperor's body like a phantom. In that instant, the other party's aura pierced through the 9 heavens and tore through the wind and clouds. The pair of demonic and holy eyes stared directly at the God-forbidden blood prison's master, the evil god. Everyone trembled in fear. Everyone was astonished. Everyone looked at the Samsara Emperor with an indescribable fear in their eyes. Fear. Absolute fear. This person, he was too terrifying. If the White Emperor, the Demonic Eye Emperor, and the Fortune Emperor had all become battle souls under the control of the Reincarnation Sage Body's Heavenly Way power, then when they saw that the Celestial Emperor's battle soul was still under his control, they were only left with fear. Looking at Universe God Guji, who had merged with the Celestial Emperor's battle soul and whose aura was like a tsunami, everyone felt a deep sense of helplessness. The arms of Xing Chun, Devour, Nine Nether, and the Desolate Emperor trembled uneasily. This person was too ruthless. No wonder the Reincarnation Emperor could use the power of the Divine Eye and Demonic Eye so perfectly. It turned out that even the Celestial Emperor had become his battle soul. The power of the Celestial Emperor and the Chaotic Bloodline. Using the compatibility of the Chaotic Bloodline, he could use the White Emperor and the Demonic Eye Emperor's eye techniques. Everyone who knew the truth felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. I, the Reincarnation Emperor, am the heavenly way. Universe God Guji's aura was like overlapping ancient bells, reverberating between the heavens and the earth and seeping into everyone's soul. At this moment, facing the towering evil god, Universe God Guji's aura was even greater. The two were like the sun and moon at the two ends of the night and day. Everything in the world dimmed, and the entire battlefield of the Heavenly Way world was reduced to a background for the two of them. Receiving the Reincarnation Emperor's piercing gaze, the evil god's abyss-like black pupils rippled like a pool of ink. He smiled. Hee, you really didn't disappoint me. Universe God Guji is still Universe God Guji. You're much more ruthless than the celestial emperor of the past. I'll let you witness my true ruling power with your own eyes. How about that? The Reincarnation Emperor replied in a deep voice. Ah, the evil god laughed wantonly. His arrogant laughter was like a tsunami that broke through a dam, destroying everyone's mental defenses. Lost. The Great Star Emperor, Great Devouring Emperor, Abysmal Emperor, and the others exchanged glances and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. How powerless! The Reincarnation Emperor alone had the power to rule over the entire human race. Not to mention there was an evil god. Although it was still unclear where the Samsara Emperor and the evil god stood, the Sacred Clan Alliance had already been defeated. The human race is finished. Mu Fei, the palace master of the Heavenly Mysteries Palace, closed her eyes. Her desolate look was heart-wrenching. Without a doubt, the defeat on the main battlefield brought an immense sense of defeat to the Sacred Race Alliance. Everyone's mentality was gradually collapsing. Ha! The Heart Beast Corpse God, who was previously suppressed by Demon Emperor Qi Kong, suddenly turned the tables. Along with a sharp and strange howl, the Corpse God's huge bony palm exploded with thousands of sharp bone spikes. The sharp bone spikes were densely arranged together. Like a bamboo joint that extended infinitely, it set off a terrifying impact force towards Demon Emperor Qi Kong. Bone-piercing hell. The hoarse and shrill roar sounded like it came from the abyss. Demon Emperor Qi Kong, who had transformed into his true form, was shocked. Before he could react, the countless bone spikes that were squeezed together bombarded his body like a bridge of the great Tao. Boom! A dull explosion shook the heavens. The terrifying power was like a heavenly pillar that pierced through the heavens. Demon Emperor Qi Kong was smashed into a mountain ridge below. Rocks crumbled, mountains broke, and mountains crumbled. One after another, the mountains collapsed and caved in. Bang! At the same time, a scorching storm rose on the battlefield where Burning Heaven Emperor and Chaos Emperor were. Along with the all-encompassing flames that exploded in all directions, Burning Heaven Emperor, who was originally at the bottom, was directly sent flying by the explosion of the Chaos Force. The space distorted and cracked inch by inch. The Wilderness Heavenly Emperor sneered coldly. Your graves have been dug for you. Struggling is useless. The Burning Heaven Great Emperor felt as if he had been hit by a meteor. Blood spurted from his mouth, and he crashed into the mountain wall below, causing the entire mountain to explode into smithereens. The Burning Heaven Martial Monarch covered his chest with one hand. His eyes were red with rage, and his stomach was filled with rage. However, blood was still flowing out from the gaps between his fingers. As soon as Burning Heaven Emperor was defeated by Qinyu and Mo Qingli, who were also fighting Chaos Emperor on the battlefield, suddenly looked extremely weak. Roar! Before the Chaos Heavenly Emperor could attack the two women, an ancient dragon soared into the sky from the rubble. Today, you ants who overestimate yourselves will all die. The majestic chi of 9 dragons furiously shook the mountains and rivers, soaring straight up. Everyone's expression changed again and again. The blow they suffered in their hearts became more and more intense. Even the Dragon Blood Emperor had recovered. The situation on the Sacred Race Alliance's side was really going to blow up. Roar, they didn't even have time to smile bitterly. The Dragon Blood Emperor, in the form of an ancient dragon, flapped its wings, stirring up a violent whirlwind. It set off an earth-shattering ferocious might, directly pouncing on Mu Fei, Yin Fushu, Long Qingyang, Long Xuan, and the others who were defending the flowing cloud, giant Arkansas. All of you, lie in your graves. The time to feel despair is coming. Despair? These two words were like a sharp sword that pierced through the soul of everyone present. At this moment, a horde of demons howled and flames danced wildly. The Dragonblood Emperor's aura exploded once again, directly crossing the sky above Tiandao City. The vast and ferocious aura covered the sky like a mountain, and dark clouds hid the sky. Horror, fear, and deep despair crazily occupied the hearts of Long Qingyang, Yi Yao, Li Wushang, and the others. Under the encirclement of tens of thousands of ferocious demons, the Dragonblood Emperor rapidly pressed down. At this moment, it was like the end of the world. Mu Fei had already closed her eyes in despair. Xing Chun, Nine Nether, the Devouring Emperor, and the others could only shake their heads and smile bitterly. They didn't even have the intention to stop it. It was all over. This battle, they had lost. Even though they had successfully broken through the Heavenly Tao world's defensive line and occupied the Samsara Saint Clan's home ground, they had still lost. Ha ha ha! The Samsara Emperor laughed wildly. Your current expressions are exactly what I wanted to see. You have nothing but weakness. From today onwards, I am the ruler of the human race. I am the heavens. Roar! The Dragonblood Emperor roared. Heavenly Tao, I am willing to serve you. With that, the boundless destructive power of the dragon's soul surged towards Mu Fei, Yin Fushu, Long Qingyang, Long Xuan, and the others on the flowing cloud, giant Arkansas. Everyone felt as if they had sunk into a storm, and the powerful dragon's breath was like lava flowing down. Boom! Bang! One after another, the giant flowing cloud giant arc was pierced by the dragon breath, breaking into two. Many of the heavenly mystery palace's rune masters died on the spot. Violent shock waves rippled through the air as rings of dark red light tore through the sky. Long Qingyang, Yin Fushu, Yi Yao, and the others were all sent flying, their blood flowing in reverse. A massacre was imminent. Destruction was rampant, especially when countless ferocious demons were charging in from all directions. The experts of the Heavenly Mystery Palace, Mount Kunliu, Martial League, Nine Underworlds, Star Cosmos, Wasteland, and other races were either melted by the primordial dragon's dragon breath or bitten by the ferocious hybrid devils. Despair. Another level up. Even though everyone's eyes were bloodshot, they were powerless. Suddenly, at this moment, the winds and clouds in the nine heavens split apart, and the void in the high heavens shook the world and collapsed. Boom! There was a deafening sound, and an unprecedented storm swept through the natural law world all of a sudden. Clang! Lightning pierced through the sky, and the electric net was like a dragon. Everyone was shocked. What was going on? Before the crowd could react, a majestic gust of wind and rain enveloped the entire sky, gathering together with the storm that seemed like the end of the world. Countless violent thunderbolts tore through the sky like intersecting vines, then struck the body of the ancient dragon that the Dragonblood Emperor had transformed into. Rumble! In an instant, the gorgeous lightning pillar bloomed like a flower on the ancient dragon's body. The lightning pillar pierced through the ancient dragon's body, and blood and scales splattered everywhere. The Dragonblood Emperor let out an angry roar, then fell powerlessly from the void. Bang! He smashed into the heavenly Tao city below, crushing countless broken walls. The sudden change of events shocked everyone present. The evil god's pitch-black eyes were filled with surprise. Looks like I made it in time. At the same time, the Reincarnation Emperor's golden and purple eyes glowed with a faint cold light. This aura? The Star Emperor, Nine Nether Emperor, Huang Emperor, and the Devouring Emperor all had complicated expressions. The sky above the heavenly Tao city completely collapsed. Countless wind, thunder tribulations were like terrifying dragon pythons shuttling through the clouds, or like divine vines that covered the sky, overflowing with a dazzling and mysterious light. The wind pillars that surrounded the sky formed a ring-shaped light vortex that sliced through the lightning. Any ferocious demon that came into contact with that area was instantly torn into pieces. Buzz, amidst the heavenly tribulations intertwining vine-shaped wind pillars, an arrogant figure broke through the void and arrived. Calling yourself the heavenly Tao, you are not worthy. Chapter 1734. You don't deserve to call yourself the heavenly Tao. Boom! Wind and thunder covered the ninth heaven. The terrifying lightning that seemed to be flowing through the clouds came crashing down like an immortal vine dragon python that blotted out the sky. Within the ring-shaped pillar, a young figure, like an extraordinary god of war, broke through the void and arrived. The world suddenly changed color. When they saw that familiar young figure, everyone in the heavenly lost city widened their eyes in disbelief. Bai Qianyu's beautiful eyes seemed to be filled with a drop of ink, and the rims of her eyes turned red. Long Qingyang, Mo Qingli, Yi Yao, Li Wushang, and the others also widened their eyes. Their faces, stained with blood, were filled with uncontrollable shock and excitement. Big Brother Chu Hen. Yi Yao couldn't help calling out in surprise and joy. Chu Hen. Surprise, shock, and disbelief. Not long ago, everyone watched as Chu Hen disappeared from the heavenly law world battlefield. They never thought that he would return with the power of lightning. Lightning tore through the sky, and the pillar of wind split the sky. The aura that originated from Chu Hen's body caused everyone's hearts to feel an indescribable pressure. What a familiar aura! The Star Emperor clenched his fists, his expression tense. The Desolation Emperor, the Devouring Emperor, the Abyss Emperor, and the others were also surprised. The power of the bloodline boundary is very similar to that man. At this moment, the Reincarnation Emperor, Yushin Guji, and the evil god's expressions changed. Speaking of which, it's really nostalgic. The evil god smiled indifferently. You bastard are not dead yet? The primeval Desolation Monarch was surprised. Compared to the other monarchs, his hatred for Chu Hen was much stronger. Without another word, the Antiquity Emperor charged at Chu Hen with a monstrous momentum. Antiquity Jade, the other party roared. As he moved, the terrifying power of Antiquity condensed into 16 spherical energy bodies in the void. Each primal Desolation Jade contained an enormous amount of destructive energy. Space distorted and trembled, following which, a cold light shot out from the Primordial Emperor's eyes. Along with an even more powerful aura, the 16 Primordial Jades split into 32 pieces. Disappear for this Emperor, looking at Chu Hen who died and came back to life. Perhaps it was anger, perhaps it was hatred, or perhaps it was because he felt uneasy. The killing intent released by the Chaos Heavenly Emperor was simply too strong. Boom! With a momentum of 10,000 galloping horses, the 32 great desolate Jades were like meteors returning to the sky, dragging along scorching red flames as they whizzed towards Chu Hen's location. The massive attack was about to shatter the Heavenly River. This attack of the primordial chaos Heavenly Emperor was fiercer than any of his previous attacks. However, in the face of the Antiquity Emperor's killing move, Chu Hen, who stood above the ninth heaven, did not panic at all. Buzz, along with a strong spatial rhythm, Chu Hen stretched his arm outwards. Following that, blacked out patterns that flickered with a mysterious light flowed out from his palm. The mysterious and ancient Tao pattern spread out and gathered at the center of his palm, forming a powerful and piercingly cold black whirlpool. In the blink of an eye, a high-speed flying wheel suddenly condensed in his palm. However, what was different from the move Chu Hen had released before was that this black spinning wheel was connected to the surrounding thunder and lightning. Great Tao, / Chu Hen spat out a few words in a low voice. The rapid and sharp roar of the wind tore through the air, and the black spinning wheel exploded downwards. As it moved, the size of the black whirlpool rapidly expanded. It was like a nebula vortex that came from the primal chaos universe. Strong and violent lightning interweaved above and below the spinning wheel of light. From afar, the scene was spectacular, like a huge disk surrounded by lightning. Rumble, a heavy and violent aura of destruction cut through the sky. The black whirlpool of lightning was like a world-destroying wind blade, cutting the antiquity jade into pieces. The antiquity jade, meteorite, which contained a huge amount of antiquity power, was actually as fragile as tofu. The black whirlpool of light pierced through it. The breathtaking scene was reflected in the depths of everyone's eyes. Crimson thunderstorms exploded one after another in the void. The Antiquity Emperor's pupils rapidly shrank. Without any time to react, the black whirlpool of light that pierced through the heavenly river directly rushed in front of him. Boom! The incomparable impact was like a world-destroying light shuttle that firmly struck the Antiquity Emperor's body. The latter's face was instantly filled with unprecedented shock and fear. "Ah!" he screamed miserably. The whirlpool of light cut open his chest. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and broken bones burst out. Dazzling lightning burst forth from his body. Then, with an earth-shattering explosion, an ultimate storm comparable to the explosion of a star swept out in the sky above Tiandao City. Tiandao City, which was already riddled with holes, was once again washed over by the raging waves of the tsunami. The aftermath of the destruction of everything surged in all directions. The earth deeply caved in. Everyone's heart deeply trembled. A scene that they didn't even dare to dream of was embedded in the depths of everyone's mind. The Antiquity Emperor, who was majestic like a god of war just a second ago, was now covered in blood, falling from the sky. Wah! Large mouthfuls of blood continuously spurted out from his mouth, forming a bloody rain under the powerful airflow. A long and narrow line of blood extended from his shoulder to the left side of his abdomen. His internal bones and organs were all cut open. Fear! The Antiquity Emperor's face was covered in blood. Bang! The moment the other party fell to the ground, everyone's heart also twitched. Just now it was the Dragon Blood Emperor. Now it was the Antiquity Emperor. One after the other, in a short period of time, Chu Hen, who had consecutively defeated two great emperors, had actually returned in an earth-shattering manner. The successive shocking scenes that appeared caused countless people's minds to fall into a blank. The young figure that stood proudly in the sky above Tiandao City exuded the peerless domineering aura of competing with the Reincarnation Emperor and the Evil God. The great emperors all clenched their fists, their pupils trembling. Star Monarch gritted his teeth, his throat moved slightly, and then he spat out a few words: chaos, divine body, Kuangdang. It was like a thunderbolt piercing through the eardrums. Those 4 words were like a stone storm that swept through the Six Paths world. It was not the chaos body, but the chaos divine body. At this moment, Yin Fushu, Yin Yuan, and the others of the chaos race were all in disbelief. At this time, Chu Hen's cold and deep eyes directly glanced at the Reincarnation Emperor, Yushin Guji. "Let me see. How strong is your heavenly Tao, Li?" The instant his voice fell, Chu Hen's eyes lifted. Along with the rapid trembling of the airwave, his deep and gloomy eyes immediately transformed into a bewitching and demonic purple pupil. Countless purple stars and black flashes of light exploded and blossomed behind Chu Hen. In the Tiandao City below, cracks appeared inch by inch, and one after another, sharp light pillars pierced through the ground and tore apart the sky. Provocation. Pressure. Chu Hen shouted at the Reincarnation Emperor. One was the strongest ruler of the 10 Saint clans. The other was the divine body that had returned after 10,000 years of silence. The invisible auras collided in the heaven and earth, and in an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The 2 tsunami-like auras caused the Six Paths world to tremble. The Reincarnation Emperor lifted his cold eyes, and a cold glint flashed across his golden and purple pupils. It really is a feeling that I haven't felt for a long time. Finally, there is someone that can make me, Yushan Guji, look him in the eye. The Heaven Calamity Sword, #1 on the God Weapon board, shone with a terrifying white light. The Reincarnation Emperor's lips curled up into a cold and arrogant smile. My heavenly Tao is unshakable. As soon as he finished speaking, the few battle souls hovering around the Reincarnation Emperor unleashed a strong power rhythm. Damn it! The Great Star Emperor cursed. To Chu Hin, Monarch Bai and Great Monarch Zhao Hua were his seniors, and even Great Monarch Zhao Hua was indebted to Chu Hin. Even though they were battle souls, they were enough to affect Chu Hin's mentality. The Monarch-level battle souls of Monarch Bai, Monarch Monster Eye, Great Monarch Zhao Hua, and the others were like immortal spirits. They unleashed their auras and pressed down on Chu Hin. Just when Xing Chun, Nine Nether, and the other Monarch-level battle souls were about to help, Chu Hin's face was filled with disdain. You said that it is unshakable. Then today, I will overthrow your heavenly Tao. As he finished speaking, Chu Hin's eyes turned cold. Following that, he lifted his palm, and a powerful black flame appeared. Wah! A vast wave of air spread out, and behind Chu Hin, several black shadows shockingly appeared. From afar, the silhouettes and figures of the black shadows were exactly the same as Chu Hin, as if they were clones from the darkness, mysterious and powerful. Chapter 1735. You said that no one can shake you. Then I shall overthrow your heavenly way today. Hua. The instant Chu Hin's voice faded, a white wave of air that was as vast as a tide spread out in the air. Following that, several shadows of demons and gods that were like clones of darkness suddenly appeared around Chu Hin. The mysterious and powerful aura made people's hearts palpitate. The silhouette was exactly the same as Chu Hin's. Chaotic doppelganger. Star Emperor's pupils shrank, and he subconsciously shouted, "It really is the chaotic divine body." Great Emperor Devouring was also shocked. A strong wind howled in the sky, and before anyone could react, the black doppelganger on both sides of Chu Hin flew out like lightning. The few chaotic doppelganger faced the battle souls of Emperor Bai, Great Emperor Demon Ai, Great Emperor Zhao Hua, and the other experts. Sorry for the offense. Seniors. Chu Hin's eyes narrowed, and a trace of coldness flashed across his eyes. Great Tao Seal, Blazing Star Chain. Wong. As soon as he finished speaking, the chaotic doppelganger's palms and arms were filled with thousands of dark ancient patterns. Along with the shocking rhythm of the space, a dark starlight spiral suddenly appeared under Emperor Bai, Great Emperor Demon Eye, and the other battle souls. The bright starlight spiral rose like a coiling dragon, imprisoning the battle souls within it. Then, the chaotic doppelganger's 5 fingers clenched in the air, and a series of voila sounds were heard, and a blazing red chain appeared in each of the chaotic doppelganger's palms. The blazing talisman light flickered, and the entire body of the chain was overflowing with spiritual patterns. In the next moment, under the control of the chaotic doppelganger, the red blazing star chain quickly wrapped around the battle souls of Emperor Bai, Great Emperor Demon Ai, Great Emperor Zhao Hua, and the other experts like spiritual vines. Seal! Chu Hin shouted softly. In an instant, the ancient mysterious patterns that had spread out in all directions immediately converged back, forming strings of strange symbols that gathered between the eyebrows of the few fighting souls of the experts. Wong! A dazzling light flashed, and the experts' battle souls were immediately suppressed like the heart beasts that were imprisoned by the evil god. Looking at this scene, everyone was shocked. So powerful. Where'd he go just now? Where'd he go through? I'm not sure. However, I do know that the most intense battle in the past 10,000 years is about to arrive. The Dominator's expression changed. It was as if the entire Six Paths world's battlefield was filled with an ancient and passionate war song. After 10,000 years of trials and tribulations, the Reincarnation Saint Clan wanted to take over the heavenly, the Arch Token. Endless days and nights passed, and the primal chaos gods announced their return. This battle, it would definitely rewrite the history of the human race. This battle, it was also related to the fate of the 9 states. Wah! Chu Hen stood at the top of the sky and stared at the reincarnation emperor with his demonic eyes. As long as I, primal chaos, am alive, your heavenly Tao will be number 2, ha! The reincarnation emperor laughed wantonly. Then his laughter paused, and coldness overflowed like frost. Watch me cut your divine body with the heavenly tribulation sword. Come. Chu Hen clenched his 5 fingers in the air. Crack! A purple electric light that flickered with a dark aura suddenly blossomed from his palm. Oomph! The reincarnation emperor sneered coldly. As you wish, Xiao. Shu! As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them unleashed a terrifying attack that was as powerful as a typhoon. Krong! The sky turned dark, and hurricanes gathered. The reincarnation emperor released countless white light wings, and the heavenly tribulation sword in his hand was like a beam of divine light. Chu Hen's body was burning with a domineering black light, and purple lightning was flowing around him. One of them was like a nebulous storm. One of them was like a lightning pillar. This scene stunned everything in the world. The monarchs of the other races were reduced to the background. Boom! In an instant, the two of them collided with each other, and it was a spectacular scene. It was like 2 vortexes of the Aurora galaxy colliding with each other. The aftermath of the berserk power was mixed with incomparably dazzling light and exploded in the sky. The dazzling halo lit up every corner of the heavenly Tao world. The powerful shock wave swept across the world. The white light vortex cut the lightning, and the sharp wind pillar shattered the shadow wings. The chaotic divine power that had been silent for 10,000 years, combined with the heavenly Thearcha's combat soul, exploded and turned the world upside down. As soon as he made his move, there was such a huge commotion. Countless experts from both sides in the city quickly retreated. Except for a few sacred tribe monarchs standing at the edge, no one dared to stay. Even as the space shattered, Chu Hen and the reincarnation emperor retreated. It seems that your chaotic divine body has been fully activated, the reincarnation emperor said coldly. Chu Hen's handsome eyebrows raised slightly, and a playful smile rose from the corner of his mouth. To you, this is not good news. As he spoke, Chu Hen's left palm stretched outwards. Tens of thousands of ancient Tao patterns converged into a rapid whirlpool of light that gathered in front of Chu Hen's palm. The power of the great Tao was at his fingertips. Swoosh, swoosh. The sound of the airflow being cut was pleasing to the ears. In an instant, a black flywheel light blade, flickering with purple electric arcs, was quietly formed. Huh! Chu Hen's aura stacked up as he fiercely swung his arm forward. With a whoosh sound, a crack appeared in the space. The black light whirlpool swept up a terrifying ring-shaped purple lightning wind pillar as it chopped towards the reincarnation emperor. As it moved, the range of the black light vortex expanded rapidly, and the wind pillar around it was even sharper than the sharp blade. Feeling the lethality of Chu Hen's attack, the reincarnation emperor's eyes narrowed, and he immediately took out the heavenly calamity sword. Whoosh! The heavenly calamity sword shone brightly, and the white sword patterns bloomed like light shadows. Bang! The sharp sword blade collided with a light blade that could cut through the wind and clouds, and thousands of light rays splashed out. The cutting force from the rotation of the black light vortex kept slashing down, as if it was going to break the heavenly calamity sword. However, it was still the number 1 divine artifact on the list. Although the surrounding space had been torn apart, the reincarnation emperor's defense was impregnable. Human Tao, divine rebuke, giant force. Break! The reincarnation emperor shouted coldly. The unparalleled sword momentum was like a surging thunder, and a circle of almost transparent grayish-white light expanded from the reincarnation emperor's body. With a boom sound, the destructive light vortex blade that was like a giant millstone exploded in the void. The wind blades that filled the sky danced wildly, and the gorgeous purple electric arcs splashed everywhere. The audience shook their heads secretly. The power of reincarnation and the sharpness of the heavenly calamity sword were simply too invincible. However, before the audience could react, a young figure carrying the heavenly punishment lightning pillar suddenly rushed down from the exploded black light vortex. That is, the audience was stunned. He was as fast as an aurora, and he lit up the lightning. Chu-Hen cut through the aftermath of the chaotic storm and arrived in front of the reincarnation emperor. He raised one arm and closed his 5 fingers. The violent purple electric arcs intertwined on his fingertips, and the palm that had turned into an electric blade pierced towards the reincarnation emperor's throat. "Too slow, your majesty." His low voice was slightly flirtatious, but made one's heartstrings tighten. The reincarnation emperor's pupils shrank slightly, but he was not in a hurry. Useless move. Then, the heavenly calamity sword in his palm moved forward, and the blade directly blocked in front of him. Chu-Hen's attack did not stop at all. Accompanied by the cries of hundreds of millions of thunderbirds, Chu-Hen's electric palm struck the middle of the heavenly calamity sword's blade. Boom! When the fingertip and the sword collided, the sound that erupted was comparable to thunder piercing the ears. Countless dazzling lightning pillars exploded in front of the reincarnation emperor, along with the sky that had collapsed and sunken in all directions. The powerful brilliance tore the wind and rain apart, and the explosive power concentrated on one point was all vented on the heavenly calamity sword. Under many incredulous gazes, the reincarnation emperor retreated as if he had been hit by an enormous force. "Oh my God!" The reincarnation emperor was repelled. How is that possible? Shock filled the faces of countless people. Just now, the reincarnation emperor did not retreat even half a step when he fought against the 5 emperors. A tsunami-like aura pressed down. Looking at the reincarnation emperor who was retreating, Chu-Hen took the opportunity to rise up and use tracing back. Blazing star chain. As he chased after Chu-Hen, Chu-Hen made a grabbing motion in the air. As the black secret scroll swayed, a blazing red iron chain appeared out of nowhere. Then, Chu-Hen shook the blazing star chain, and the iron chain swept out like an agile dragon python, entangling the reincarnation emperor's body and arm. "Beautiful!" Someone from the Sacred Clan Alliance exclaimed. The reincarnation emperor, who was entangled by the blazing star chain, was still falling. Chu-Hen looked down at the reincarnation emperor. The 9 stars in his purple eyes rotated, and 2 beams of light shot out his eyes. Accompanied by a terrifying aura, the 2 beams of light emitted dazzling light, and then transformed into 9 murderous aurora arrows. The 9 heaven-piercing arrows flew in a straight line, aiming at the reincarnation emperor, who was restrained by the blazing star chain. However, there was not the slightest bit of panic in the reincarnation emperor's eyes as he faced the world-piercing arrows that were intertwined with the rapidly spinning wind. His pupils reflected the 9 rapidly approaching arrows as a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Instantly, his golden left eye, which was glowing with a sacred aura, flashed, and the 9 stars in his pupil rotated. Hua! A circle of white light rippled between heaven and earth. Chu-Hen felt his arm tighten, and he saw that his body was suddenly entangled by a blazing red ancient iron chain. How could this be? What was even more shocking was that the 9 flowing light arrows, which were accompanied by beautiful electric arcs, were rushing towards him in a swift and fierce manner. "It's the eye technique of the divine eyes," the Star Emperor exclaimed. The other great emperor's expressions changed as well. Bai Qinyu's pretty face turned slightly pale. 9-star divine eyes, space swap. The reincarnation emperor used the power of the divine eyes to swap his and Chu-Hen's positions. Even though Chu-Hen realized what was happening in an instant, he was unable to dodge as he was trapped by the blazing star chain. The 9-star demonic eyes shone brightly again, and the light screen moved and a purple shield blocked in front of Chu-Hen. However, the shield of punishment and the world-piercing arrows were two completely different levels of eye technique. It was only able to block the first 5 arrows before the purple canopy shield shattered into pieces, shattering into ice crystal fragments that filled the sky. Bang, bang, bang. The remaining 4 arrows all struck Chu-Hen's body. Following the shock waves of the purple halo, a dazzling shower of sparks blossomed in front of Chu-Hen's body. It's a pity that you're too different from the Heaven Emperor back then. The Reincarnation Emperor's reverberating voice pressed down like a storm. He, who had swapped positions with Chu-Hen, looked down. Human Tao, Force Guide, Rumble. Then, an unparalleled, majestic magnetic force surged out from the ground below. The ground cracked inch by inch, and countless gravel and rocks of different sizes rose into the sky as if they had broken free from gravity. Under the control of the Reincarnation Emperor, the rocks that rose into the sky all gathered toward Chu-Hen's position. Chu-Hen, go! The crowd shouted. Don't stay there. However, the large and small rocks that gathered from all directions were like a high-wall cage. Layer upon layer, they directly buried Chu-Hen within. The reverse airflow soared into the sky. The people present couldn't get close to him. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, a huge solid rock ball floated in midair. Although the surface of the ball was covered with dense cracks, there was no gap at all. It's time to say goodbye. The Reincarnation Emperor held the Heavenly Calamity Sword, which shone with divine light and was filled with killing intent. Azura Dao, soul-splitting. Chapter 1736. 1 second to remember. A wonderful pop-up window free reading. Azura Path, soul-splitting. In an instant, a divine radiance illuminated the sky, and a piercingly cold, murderous aura filled the air. The Heavenly Calamity sword in the Reincarnation Emperor's hand suddenly released a particularly astonishing aura. Shortly after, the Reincarnation Emperor raised his sword and waved it. The Heavenly Calamity sword flickered with a gorgeous white light, instantly stunning the heavens and earth. Along with a formless gale and rain, the huge solid rock sphere that was wrapped around Chu-Hen started to shake violently. Crack! Then the ear-piercing sound of the rock breaking rang out. Buzz! In the next instant, countless sharp and dazzling white light suddenly burst out from the center of the rock ball. Soul silence, body destruction, spirit destruction. The Reincarnation Emperor shouted in a stern voice. Along with the increasingly terrifying majestic aura, the sharp white sword light that broke through the rock ball blossomed like a holy light that pierced through the layers of clouds. The 9 heavens trembled, and the world lost its color. Under the horrified gazes of the heavenly law realm, the sword light that broke out from the inside forcefully minced the huge, solid rock ball into pieces. Chu-Hen, the people of the Sacred Clan Alliance were shocked. Looking at the rock ball that instantly disintegrated, everyone felt that the area was completely devoured and torn apart by a piercingly cold aura. Amidst the chaotic airflow and dazzling light, Chu-Hen's figure seemed to be submerged in it, and he instantly disappeared without a trace. Some people were horrified. Some people were uneasy. Some people sneered with a cold expression. You're courting death. The Chaos Emperor, who was seriously injured and had fallen to the ground, said with a gloomy face while holding his cracked chest. Buzz! However, before he could finish his sentence, a sudden airflow actually startled the Reincarnation Emperor. A dreamy distortion appeared in the void, and a ghostly figure quietly appeared. Stealing someone's eye and putting it in your own eye socket, don't you feel disgusted? A frivolous, mocking voice entered the Reincarnation Emperor's ears. The latter frowned slightly. Swoosh! With a whistling sound, Chu-Hen suddenly appeared behind the Reincarnation Emperor. What? Everyone from the Sacred Clan Alliance raised their eyebrows. On the other hand, the Six Paths World's experts' faces changed drastically. Looking from afar, he saw that Chu-Hen was completely unharmed, and even his aura did not change much. How is that possible? The devouring great emperor squinted his eyes in confusion. After all, not only was Chu Hen restrained by the reincarnation emperor's power of humanity, but he was also restrained by his own blazing star chain. In a situation where he broke through 2 seals in a row, he was still able to safely avoid the attack of the Jura's power. How'd he do it? It's also the power of space. The 9th Nether Emperor said solemnly. Power of space? The great monarchs were stunned. Chu Hen also knows by these God's Eye technique. Everyone was shocked and bewildered. However, if one were to observe carefully, one would notice that a wisp of divine golden markings faintly flowed within the depths of Chu Hen's devilish and charming violet pupils. However, because the purple light in the demon eye was dominant, the golden light wasn't particularly clear. The others might not know, but the 9th Nether Emperor knew that Bai Qinyu once gave one of Baidi's gods eye to Chu Hen. Although he gave it to Mo Qingli later on, the power contained within the gods eye was mostly absorbed by Chu Hen's chaotic body. This was also the reason why Chu Hen could barely use the power of space. There wasn't much time for everyone to recover from the shock. Above the 9 heavens, a storm was brewing. Chu Hen, who had suddenly appeared behind the reincarnation emperor, suddenly released a series of violent purple lightning that was like a horned dragon. Above and below the electric currents, there were also extremely domineering black flames. 2 different colors of electric currents covered Chu Hen's arms, making his arm look like a sharp blade that could cut through the heaven and earth's godly power. Crack! The rapid and sharp lightning blade drew a string of dazzling purple-black flames in the void, and then it went straight for the reincarnation emperor's head. The reincarnation emperor leaned to the side and raised one of his arms to block the attack. Bang! A heavy force exploded in the heaven and earth. It seemed like an ordinary attack in defense, but in fact, it was comparable to the collision of lightning and the collision of meteorites. Amidst the bursting thunder and lightning, the reincarnation emperor seemed to be hit by the boundless power of heaven's punishment, and his entire body drew a diagonal line in the air, falling towards Tiandao City below. What a powerful force! Everyone's eyes widened. Boom! The reincarnation emperor smashed heavily into the ground of the city like a cannonball. The aftermath of the mighty waves swept across the ground in all directions. Densely packed cracks extended out. However, before the reincarnation emperor could stabilize himself, an even more violent force spread in the void. That is, the hearts of everyone in the Tiandao world trembled. They saw Chu Hen standing proudly in the sky with one palm facing Tiandao City below. He opened his 5 fingers, and countless ancient and dark mysterious patterns converged and flowed in his palm. The invisible emperor's aura swept across the heaven and earth, and Chu Hen released the peerless dominance of the universe. Chaos, fission. As soon as he said that, an unparalleled shock pierced through everyone's eardrums. Bang! Rumble! In an instant, with the reincarnation emperor as the center, the ground in all directions exploded like a tsunami. Tiandao City disintegrated on a large scale. The ground collapsed rapidly, inch by inch and layer by layer. A circle of violent and ferocious black halo swept across the ground in all directions, and wherever it went, it was like a giant crater formed by the impact of a meteorite. It expanded infinitely, and wherever it went, it crushed everything. Looking at the Tiandao City that was continuously expanding into ruins, the expressions of everyone outside the Tiandao City changed again and again. The furious airflow was comparable to a typhoon, and it invaded the entire Tiandao world. The terrifying power of the Earth explosion engulfed the reincarnation emperor, and an even more shocking aura followed. Rumble, thunderclouds, and storms gathered, and a dark cyclone enveloped the area. Dust flew everywhere, and rocks flew into the sky. Beams of strong black light broke through the ground like thorny vines, and it was as if the mountains and rivers had been torn apart, and the dried-up black lightning had been revived. Clang! In an instant, the huge Tiandao City was instantly occupied by the bright light of the dark thorny vines. The light of the thorny vines connected the 9 heavens, and it sealed the ground, turning the battlefield where the Reincarnation Emperor and Chu Hen were at into a divine punishment domain that even gods and demons couldn't enter. This is not a duel, but a punishment. Chu Hen's voice was powerful and deafening, and it made everyone's blood boil. Boom! The cold wind roared, and in an instant, thousands of light whirlpools quietly flashed in the void. Countless light whirlpools merged with each other, and they connected with the lightning and wind pillars. Under the strong rhythm of the power, they condensed into extremely sharp blades of light. Oh my God, this aura? Sensing the increasingly violent aura of destruction in that area, everyone's faces were filled with deep fear. Even Xing Chun, the Devour Emperor, the Desolation Emperor, and the other great emperors were deeply afraid. Buzz, in the blink of an eye, the sky above Tiandao City was filled with dozens of black blades of light that looked like cosmic vortexes. Each of the black blades of light was flowing with terrifying lightning and wind pillars, and the space was greatly distorted and shattered. Thousands of strands of spatial turbulence could be seen clearly. Just a moment ago, a single starlight blade had slashed the Chaos Heavenly Emperor into the sky, taking away half of his life. Now, with so many attacks concentrated together, how could the Reincarnation Emperor block them? Your heavenly law is about to fall. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Hen's eyes flashed with a cold light, accompanied by a terrifying aura that seemed to make heaven and earth collapse. Dozens of lightning whirlpools containing the power of divine punishment pierced through the sky and slashed at the Reincarnation Emperor. Every black whirlpool wind blade contained a world-destroying divine might that could destroy heaven and earth. Heaven and earth split, and the wind and clouds lost their colors. Even the Lord of the God-forbidden blood prison, the evil god, narrowed his eyes. It seems a little difficult to block. Roar! Suddenly, at this moment, a ferocious creature's roar that made everyone's scalp numb resounded in the area where the Reincarnation Emperor was. Rocks exploded, and the wind howled angrily. My heavenly law will never fall. Beast Tao, dead beasts vanish. 6 paths of reincarnation. The power of Beast Tao. Dead beasts vanish. The powerful move that Yushinin had once displayed at the Sacred Clan Conference reappeared, but there was no comparison between the two. Roar fury. Ferocious. Berserk. The monstrous power of the beast exploded in all directions like a mountain torrent. Hundreds of millions of rocks danced in the air, and a ferocious monster with a huge body and a long skeleton suddenly broke through the shackles and appeared in Tiandao City. It was a terrifying form, and it was exceptionally furious. Its ferocious head was like a zombie dragon. Then, the Reaper beast that the Reincarnation Emperor had turned into raised its head and opened its mouth. Its mouth was filled with sharp teeth, and a terrifying power surged out. Nether Tao, dead souls flow. The space trembled, and a dazzling white aurora shot out from the Reaper beast's mouth. For example, the universe divine light that traced back to the sun and moon. The white light pillar swept up endless storms and blasted towards the black starry light blades. Pump! Bang! The piercing light pillar of death was like a heavenly ray that pierced through the galaxy. Wherever it passed, one after another, the huge starry light blades pierced through it, slicing it into pieces. Deafening heavy explosions unceasingly shook the heaven and earth. Dazzling light scattered in all directions, and wind blades danced chaotically. The death god beast's mouth continuously spat out fatal light pillars, which clashed with Chu Hen's attack. At this moment, it was as if a nebula had exploded in the sky above Heavenly Law City. One after another, the vast and mighty remnant halos shook everyone's optic nerves. The 6 paths world trembled violently. Everyone's heart seemed to have stopped beating. The horrifying scene was comparable to the explosion of the galaxy. Roar! The chaotic Tiandao City had collapsed from all directions, and not a single building in the city was left intact. The Reaper beast that the Reincarnation Emperor had turned and stomped on the ground with its 4 claws, and a ferocious aura burst out from the storm. You should be glad that my carelessness allowed you to live a little longer. Rage, killing intent. The Reincarnation Emperor was enraged. Thousands of ruthless, murderous auras, like tornadoes and hurricanes, circled around the opponent's malevolent body and furiously attacked Chu Hen. However, Chu Hen did not have any intention of defending against the bloody wind and baleful aura that surged towards him. A cold glint flashed across his eyes as he swooped down and charged towards the death god beast. However, in the process of Chu Hen moving, countless purple tassel lights quickly enveloped and intertwined around his body like swimming dragons and lightning. Demonic Spirit Void. The power of the 9-star monster eyes was unleashed without reservation. With Chu Hen as the center, a nirvana demon spirit that looked like an ancient war god appeared in everyone's vision. Just when everyone was wondering if the demonic spirit void could stop the dead beast void, an ancient and domineering black light whirlpool burst out from the nirvana demon spirit's body. Chaos Void. What? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They were all dumbfounded. In an instant, the thick black light patterns intertwined around a nirvana demon spirit's body like mysterious thorny vines, forming an even more domineering black light shadow armor. Hua! A pair of black shadow wings spread out from the nirvana demon spirit's back. At this moment, everyone in the room could feel a terrifying aura pressing down on them. Your carelessness is coming to an end. Chu Hen dragged the lightning behind him, and the wrath of wind and clouds swooped down. The Reincarnation Monarch's monstrous aura surged upwards. The peerless aura from the two caused the entire heavenly Tao world to fall into an unprecedented state of unease. Boom! Bang! The aurora intertwined, and it was comparable to the intertwining of stars. The power of reincarnation and the chaos aura were like 2 meteorites that met by chance. Above the sky, it was as if doomsday was coming. The blinding light of the heavenly awakening lit up every corner of the 6 Paths world. Roar! The violent auras pressed against each other, crushing a series of space around them. The Reincarnation Monarch let out a roar, and the dead beast that he turned into spurted out a beam of eye-catching white light. Show! And in the middle of the white light, an extremely sharp divine sword suddenly flew out. Be careful, it's the Heaven Calamity Sword. Star Monarch couldn't help but shout. The sword shadow, formed by the Heaven Calamity sword, was extremely fast, and the white light shadow tore through the void and directly arrived in front of Chu Hen. But at the same time, the Nirvana demon spirit that Chu Hen turned and had endless chaos divine power in one arm, and countless ancient dark secret scrolls flowed into his right palm. Whoa! A ball of light that looked like a sunspot rose up from his palm, and it burst out with blinding light. Chaos Heaven Palm. Bang! Glowing with a mysterious radiance, the black energy body bombarded the incoming heavenly tribulation sword with a force that could shatter the heavens. As soon as the white light blade and the black light source energy body collided, the sky exploded. The world lost its color, and everything, including the mountains, rivers, and earth, became dark and gloomy. In the countless eyes that were filled with fear, it was as if a hurricane had erupted between the Nirvana demon spirit and the Grim Reaper beast. The ring-shaped shockwave directly shattered the clouds, cracked the sky, and shocked everyone's visual nerves. Chu Hen and the Reincarnation Monarch were like 2 ancient gods that struck fear into the hearts of the people. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have thought that there was such a destructive power in the world. Bang! The destructive storm spread out and filled up the entire 6 Paths world. Under the fearful gazes of the people, the Grim Reaper beast formed by the Reincarnation Monarch and the Nirvana demon spirit formed by Chu Hen were like the sun and the moon, dominating the day and night. Zone. Suddenly, right at this moment, another piercingly cold and fierce sound of a sharp weapon shook everyone's eardrums. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Purple rays gathered in the Nirvana demon spirit's palm, and spiritual patterns circled around it, forming a purple halberd in his hand. The life-killing halberd. Monarch monster eyes divine weapon. The crowd was shocked. Before the crowd could react, the Nirvana demon spirit formed by Chu Hin opened his arms, and the life-killing halberd in his hand burst out thousands of purple rays. Punishment is coming. As long as I, Chaos, am here, you will be reincarnated. Quang Dang. Along with the thunderous sound, the Nirvana demon spirit threw the life-killing halberd in his hand out. Crack! The dimension was torn apart, and the huge life-killing halberd was like a heavenly pillar that pierced through the sky, sweeping up a destructive force as it rushed towards the Grim Reaper beast. The Grim Reaper beast's eyes shrunk to the extreme. He didn't even have the time to cast any kind of technique or power, and the 10,000 feet long life-killing halberd pierced right into the Grim Reaper beast's mouth. Bang! The terrifying halberd blade, intertwined with purple electric arcs, pierced through the back of the Grim Reaper beast's neck and came out from its back. The terrifying impact of the unstoppable hell forcefully dragged the huge body of the Grim Reaper beast downwards. Boom! Numerous violent explosions shook the heavens and earth. The Grim Reaper beast that the Reincarnation Emperor had transformed into was firmly nailed to the ground of Tiandao City by the life-slaying halberd. Chapter 1737. 1 second to remember. Wonderful pop-up window, free reading. Boom! Thunder and lightning interweaved, and heavenly radiance pierced through the world. The entire natural Tao world was in an unprecedented uproar. Under countless shocked gazes, the life-slaying divine halberd pierced through the back of the Grim Reaper's neck like a divine punishment connecting the 9 heavens. Countless dazzling lightning bolts pierced through the back of the Grim Reaper beast like mad dragons. Hiss! The earth split open, and the fault spread. The death god beast that the Reincarnation Emperor had transformed into was pinned to the ground by the lightning-fast life-slaying divine halberd. Oh my God! How could this be? The scene in front of them almost shocked everyone's eyes out of their sockets. The almost invincible Reincarnation Emperor was once again mercilessly struck to the ground. Be it the Sacred Race Alliance's side or the Six Paths World side, everyone's heart was stretched taut, and their expressions were extremely solemn. At this moment, no one's heart could calm down. Whoosh! Without waiting for the crowd to relax, the life-killing halberd that had pierced through the Grim Reaper beast's neck exploded with thousands of strange black lights. Black secret scrolls that looked like ancient incantations extended out from the life-slaying halberd, covering the ground of Tiandao City like spiritual vines. In the void of the 9 heavens, Chu Hen, who had transformed into the Nirvana demon spirit, had a pair of black shadow wings that covered the sky and the sun. His extraordinary aura was like that of an ancient god of war. He stretched out a single palm, his 5 fingers reaching for the life-killing halberd below. Primal chaos, absolute breath. Boom! The ground of Tiandao City, which was already in ruins, instantly caved in and formed a huge crater. Shatter. Explode. Everything collapsed. A black storm of destruction that covered the heavens, and the earth spread out like a violent whirlpool. Wherever it went, the heavens and the earth split apart, and the universe split apart. The vast and mighty shockwave spread out like an exploding nebula. At this moment, the entire heavenly lost city was razed to the ground. Bang! Boom! The wind and clouds were chaotic, and the 9 heavens were split apart. The heavenly lost city, which looked like a heavenly palace, was reduced to ruins in the blink of an eye under the fearful gazes of countless people. The sky-spanning bridge, the stargazing pavilion, the sky-propping fortress, and all the other magnificent buildings vanished into thin air in this chaotic storm. The terrifying destructive power shocked all the human demons and demonic beasts, and all the great sovereigns retreated. As for those Yimo, demonic beasts and human race experts who did not manage to retreat in time or were at the edge of heavenly lost city, they were sent flying as if they had encountered a tornado. Isn't this power a little too terrifying? A divine body is still a divine body. When it awakens, even the 10 strongest sacred clans can only bow their heads in submission. Mu Fei, Yin Fushu, Li Wushang, and the others felt the terror of that ancient power as they looked at the chaotic Tiandao city. Screech! Right at this moment, a ferocious and enormous beast covered in thorns charged into the chaotic windstorm that enveloped the heavens and earth. It was the zombie goddess. Everyone was shocked. The reincarnation St. Clan's heart beast corpse goddess let out an ear-piercing shriek. Its enormous bony hand quickly reached for the destruction demon spirit that Chu Hen had transformed into. At the same time, countless sharp bone spikes shot out from its palm. Thousands of bone spikes were like bamboo that were tied together, forming a huge cylindrical pillar that pierced towards the destruction demon spirit's back. Chu Hen behind you. Monster Sovereign Ikong, who had been injured by the zombie goddess, hurriedly warned. As the leader of the 10 heart beasts, the zombie goddess's power was not to be underestimated. The cold wind was pouring down, and the sharp cylindrical pillar that was formed by billions of bone spurs was exceptionally fierce and frightening. However, the destruction demon spirit that Chu Hen had transformed into didn't even show any signs of turning around in the face of the powerful attack that was coming at it from behind. Boom! However, just as the zombie goddess's attack was about to touch the destruction demon spirit, a black whirlwind blade sliced across the sky like a divine wheel. Along with the wind pillar, the huge whirlwind blade sliced off one of the zombie goddess's arms. What? The sudden scene caused everyone present to stare with their eyes wide open. Especially the reincarnation St. Clan's members from the Six Paths world, their faces turned even paler. The zombie goddess's arm was sliced off, and the huge bone spikes that shot out from her palm were also blasted away. Amidst the shock, everyone subconsciously looked towards the direction where the black whirlwind blade came from. In the midst of the chaotic windstorm, there was a black figure that looked like a demon god that was emitting a godly aura that ruled over the universe. The ring-shaped wind pillar light lingered around the arm of the black, demonic god's shadow like mist. The distinct outline of the body was just like Chu Hen's demonic shadow clone. Shock. Fear. Fear filled the faces of everyone in the Six Paths world. The reincarnation St. Clan, Hun Huang St. Clan, and Dragon Blood St. Clan were completely panicking. The heavily injured Hun Huang, Saint Monarch, and the Dragon Blood Saint Monarch who was lying in the mountain ruins were all terrified. After tens of thousands of years of silence, the power that once dominated the 10 races had returned. In a crater that looked like a giant meteor, the Grim Reaper beast's huge body was crushed by the domineering chaos divine power. Beside the life-killing halberd, the reincarnation monarch's silhouette gradually entered everyone's sight. When they saw each other's appearance, everyone's pupils constricted again and again. The reincarnation monarch's robe was torn in many places, and blood was dripping from his arm. Even though he was standing on the ground, his aura was completely suppressed by Chu Hen. Universe God Guji lost. Star Monarch, Abyss Monarch, Devouring Monarch, and the others were all in disbelief. They couldn't even believe it. Universe God Guji of the Samsara Saint tribe. He was a peak existence who possessed great authority. Just a moment ago, the combined strength of 5 martial emperors was unable to shake the other party's heavenly Tao. But now, Chu Hen was able to suppress him by himself. You lost. The Nirvana demon spirit that Chu Hen turned into looked down at the reincarnation monarch. I will be the judge for your sins. Judge? The reincarnation monarch suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha. His laughter was filled with mockery. His laughter was filled with madness. His laughter was even ferocious. No one can judge me, Universe God Guji. Not just you, even if the heavenly monarch comes back to life, he doesn't have the right to. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Then the reincarnation monarch stared at the God-forbidden blood prison's master, the evil god. Lend me your power. As soon as he said this, everyone's heart couldn't help but shudder. Uneasy gazes fell on the evil god. Even though the evil god didn't actively intervene in the fierce battle between the 10 clans from the beginning, his existence was like a mountain floating above everyone's head. The evil god laughed, the corner of his mouth raised with a hint of playfulness. If you want to beg me, you need to give me the same conditions. I'll promise you anything. The reincarnation monarch said without hesitation. This battle, to him, he couldn't lose, even if he asked for help from the demons. Crazy, he's simply crazy. The Great Star Emperor was shocked and angry. Universe God Guji, if you still think of yourself as a human, then stop. Stop. Ha! The reincarnation monarch laughed even more sinisterly. I, Universe God Guji, have never been defeated. Today I want all of you to die. Then he said to the evil god again, help me. The evil god slightly raised the blood-colored giant scythe in his hand and said, my evil god demonic blade hasn't been tempered with blood for 10,000 years and isn't as sharp as before. I need someone to sharpen it again. That's simple. The reincarnation monarch's eyes flickered with a cold light. As he spoke, he pointed his palm in the direction of the dragonblood monarch. Asterisk, buzz, asterisk, in an instant, a formless and powerful gravitational force exploded between heaven and earth. Then, the dragonblood monarch, who had transformed into a primordial dragon but was heavily injured, rose from the rubble. The dragonblood monarch panicked. His massive dragon wings violently struggled, and his vertical pupils were filled with fear. What are you doing? The Great Star Emperor roared. Universe God Guji, stop! The nine nether monarch raged. However, Universe God Guji sneered with a heartless face. Then, an intense rhythm burst out from his arm, and the powerful pushing force directly flung the Dragonblood Emperor towards the evil god's location. Here! The reincarnation monarch roared. Ha ha! The evil god laughed arrogantly. At the same time, he quietly waved the blood-colored giant scythe in his hand, sending boundless chilling, killing intent towards the primordial dragon. The Dragonblood monarch was terrified. No, Chi! Along with a short scream, a blood-colored crescent blade tore through the heavens, and the Dragonblood monarch's massive dragon body was split apart by the evil god's scythe. Blood splashed across the nine heavens. The dragon's soul wailed in the Six Paths world. Looking at the dismembered primordial dragon, the entire Six Paths world's battlefield fell into a state of shock. The faces of Xing Chun, Devour, Nine Nether, Fun Tian, Desolate Monarch, and the Ice Monarch all turned pale. Even the Chaos Monarch was shocked. Monarch! The Dragonblood Saint Clan's members were filled with grief. They were at a loss, as if their souls had been shattered. No one could have imagined that the Dragonblood Monarch, one of the 10 monarchs, would end his life in such a cruel way. At this moment, the Dragonblood Monarch had fallen. Wah! Ha! The evil god's demonic blade drank the dragon's blood. A frigid wind blew and a torrential, murderous aura entered the Six Paths world. The demonic scythe in the evil god's hand flowed with ancient and dark secret scriptures. Crimson light filled the skies, and an unprecedented demonic aura invaded the Six Paths world. In the blink of an eye, a blood-colored storm gathered above the Six Paths world. Jiejia! The evil god laughed sinisterly and stared at the reincarnation monarch with his abyss-like eyes. You are more ruthless than a demon. You are qualified to receive my power. Chapter 1738. The demonic blade drank blood, and the dragon's soul perished. The Six Paths world was about to experience a drastic change that had never happened before. Blood-colored murderous aura filled the skies, and a thick demonic mist started to envelop the entire Six Paths world. Demons roared and shadows covered the skies. The demonic scythe in the evil god's hand was flowing with ancient runes and symbols. Jai! A sharp demonic howl pierced through the skies and shattered everyone's eardrums. Ha 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 ha! You are even more ruthless than the demons. You are qualified. As soon as he finished, the evil god leaped into the air and charged towards Reincarnation Monarch with a terrifying blood-colored storm. Krong! The world dimmed and the world was flipped upside down. The murderous aura was like a blood-colored net that covered the entire heavenly Tao world. Reincarnation Monarch stood under the blood-colored storm with his arms wide open, absorbing the murderous aura from all directions. Wong wong! In all directions, Countless majestic blood-colored pillars were like rivers flowing into the sea, or like ancient underground rivers that were buried deep underground. Come, my heavenly Tao is unbreakable. Reincarnation Monarch unleashed a peerless aura. Ha! The evil god's sinister laughter continuously stimulated the fragile nerves of the crowd. The other party flashed above the Reincarnation Emperor's head. The gigantic, demonic body that was like a mountain turned illusory, and soon after, like demonic fog, it gathered behind the Reincarnation Emperor. The source of great misfortune, the Lord of all evil, you are the most evil. I am Chi Tian. Ha ha ha! The surging demonic aura soared into the sky and instantly dyed the entire world red. Reincarnation Monarch's body quickly merged with the evil god. One after another, blood-colored pillars shot out from beneath Reincarnation Monarch's feet and pierced through the skies. Under countless shocked gazes, the Reincarnation Emperor's aura increased exponentially. His uncontrollable aura was like a tsunami that broke through the sky. This is bad. Heavenly Mystery Palace Master Mu Fei frowned. His expression had never been this serious before. Yin Fushu, Li Wushang, Long Qingyang, Mu Feng, and the others were also nervous. Is he going to become a demon? Mu Feng asked in a deep voice. No, it's even more terrifying than becoming a demon, replied Li Wushang. To what extent? There was a short silence. Li Wushang muttered gravely. He will surpass the former celestial emperor, surpassing the former celestial emperor. Even though the Reincarnation Emperor had boasted that he had surpassed the heavenly emperor before this, that was only what he thought. However, at this moment, the aura from the Reincarnation Emperor seemed to have surpassed the limits of the human race. Buzz! A strong and mighty wind spread out in a spiral shape. When all the blood mist that the evil god had transformed and surged into the Reincarnation Emperor's body, a world-destroying might spread out in all directions. The Reincarnation Emperor's long hair scattered and turned white. A demonic and evil aura kept gushing out of his body, and a blood-colored demonic pattern that looked like a vine appeared on the left side of his face. Even his left eye had turned as black as ink, with not a single scare visible. Hee, how do you feel? The eerie phantom stacked up around the Reincarnation Emperor, and the evil god's voice came out of his throat. The Reincarnation Emperor twisted his neck, and a ferocious smile appeared on his face. I've never felt so good. Roar. The moment he finished speaking, a shocking blood-colored pillar pierced through the sky. The eerie phantom that filled the sky was like a dark crow, and it revolved around the Reincarnation Emperor wantonly. Roar! A piercing howl shook the heavens, and an enormous blood-colored demonic shadow appeared between heaven and earth like a god of death. Every inch of the Reincarnation Emperor's flesh and blood was filled with killing intent, and every bit of his aura was filled with greed. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness and evil. My heavenly Tao is the strongest. The piercingly cold astral wind howled out like millions of whirlwind blades, and a terrifying aura pressed down on Chu Hen, who had transformed into a destructive demon spirit in the sky. The all-encompassing whirlwind phantom attacked from all directions, and the destructive demon spirit's enormous body shattered into fragments and light like an exploding ice crystal. Chu Hen's figure was once again exposed to the blood mist that covered the sky. What a terrifying power! Everyone in the Six Paths world panicked as they felt the Reincarnation Emperor's growing aura. Even the Reincarnation Saint Clan's members were filled with shock and complicated emotions. This was the first time they felt that the Reincarnation Emperor was this terrifying. The Reincarnation Emperor had no humanity at all. The expressions of the Saint Clan's monarchs changed again and again. He's too strong. He has surpassed the heavenly monarch level. A calamity, a true calamity. Looking at the Reincarnation Emperor who had merged with the evil god, the monarchs could already see the scene of blood flowing for thousands of miles and the wailing of the living. Unwillingness, indignation. The entire human realm would be buried in the hands of the reincarnation monarch. However, it was at this moment a domineering aura surged out from Chu Hen. The monarch's hearts skipped a beat. "Monarchs, please lend me a hand." An impassioned voice reverberated in the air, and Chu Hen stood in the air, casting down an ancient black charm. Wong. The mysterious talisman spread out in the sky, and then interweaved into a magnificent large talisman array, like a strange burning star chain. The exterior of the charm array was a circle. In the middle was a star, and in the center was the Tai, Chi, Yin, and Yang. "It's the Tao Divine Array," Star Monarch exclaimed. Then, the monarchs looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. Yes, without any hesitation, the monarchs nodded solemnly and channeled their bloodline power into the array. "Chu Hen, it's all up to you now." Star Monarch, Abysmal Monarch, Devouring Monarch, Burning Monarch, Desolate Monarch, and Ice Monarch's bodies suddenly burst out a majestic energy pillar, a dazzling starlight pillar, a moonlight pillar that was as pure as jade, a devouring light pillar that was dark and gloomy, a blazing and domineering flame pillar, a dark and brown desolate source light pillar. It was a cold and crystal clear light pillar. 6 majestic energy light pillars that contained the majestic bloodline power of the sacred physique shot towards Chu Hen from different directions. 1. In an instant, the 9 heavens wind howled, and the sky cracked. The divine matrix of the great path under Chu Hen's body spun rapidly. Countless ancient thorny vine-like light patterns circled around Chu Hen's body like a coiling dragon python. 1. Bang! The 6 majestic energy light pillars were immediately injected into the outer circle of the Tao Divine Array. Then, they flowed into Chu Hen's body along the high-speed, rotating charm array. "I'm here to help you." Demon Monarch Chi Kong let out a domineering roar. Roar! Immediately, an unparalleled, monstrous demonic power gushed out from his body. The incomparably powerful demonic power fused into a blue light pillar that pierced through the sky and into the Tao Divine Array. Rumble. The wind and clouds rose, and the sky changed. The blood-red sky of the heavenly Tao realm was like a rainbow piercing through the sky. Chu Hen seemed to be wrapped in a layer of dazzling divine rainbow light. The chaotic divine body is compatible with all kinds of powers. 3,000 great Taos who can compete with me. In an instant, the aura field between Chu Hen and Reincarnation Emperor was like the collision of 2 shocking mountain torrents. The sky and the ground collapsed rapidly. Chu Hen's eyes flashed with the extraordinary power of an emperor. He shouted again, "Fellow cultivators, please help me. Chu Hen, break the heavenly law of reincarnation." "All right. For the sake of the human clan, for the sake of the injustice of reincarnation, we are willing to serve you. Break the reincarnation, slay the evil." In an instant, countless experts of the various clans in the heavenly law realm released their bloodline power. "Chu Hen, it's up to you now." Yin Fushu roared. Yin Fushu roared. The bloodline power of his chaotic body gathered into a powerful black pillar of energy that fused into the divine formation of the Great Path. "Chu Hen, you have never disappointed me before, and this time is no exception." Mu Feng let out a sharp howl as his powerful demonic power turned into a red light pillar that shot into the sky. "Third brother, we will always be behind you. Big brother Chu Hen, you can do it." Whoosh! Whoosh! At that moment, the sky was turning upside down, and the 9 heavens were shaking. Countless energy pillars shot through the sky like an aurora rainstorm. Long Qingyang, Yao, Long Xuan Xuang, Emo, Qingli, Li Wushang, and the others all gave their all. Countless warriors from the Star Sacred Tribe, the Abyss Sacred Tribe, the Great Wilderness Sacred Tribe, the Sky Burning Sacred Tribe, the Holy-Eyed Sacred Tribe, the Devouring Sacred Tribe, the Demon Eye Sacred Tribe, the Storm Sacred Tribe, the Beast Taming Sacred Tribe, the Rock Sacred Tribe, and the 5 Elements Sacred Tribe all channeled their power into the Tao Divine Array. The chaos of the 9 states, the calamity of the world, The light source that blotted out the sky and covered the earth was like the billions of rays of light that traced back to the brightest stars in the vast universe. Chu-Hen was like a star with a huge gravitational force, attracting countless celestial bodies in the surroundings. If the reincarnation heavenly emperor was said to have the power of all rivers flowing into the sea, then Chu-Hen was like a black hole that completely absorbed the power of everyone behind him. Chu-Hen, no matter how difficult it is, I will always be here. Bai Qianyu's eyes were soft like water, and a drop of ink seemed to have bloomed in her holy eyes. Screech! The power of the divine eye was released without any reservation and gathered towards Chu-Hen's location. The storm of doomsday descended upon the Six Paths world. Countless battlefields merged into one. Mountains and rivers were turned upside down, and the desolation city was disintegrated. Rocks and rocks flew into the sky along with the destructive storm. Reincarnation Monarch and Chu-Hen's auras clashed against each other, and the blood-colored storm and the bright light source intertwined like two divine canopies. "You can't win against me." Reincarnation Monarch roared with a hideous expression. The demonic shadow of the death god behind him unleashed a destructive aura. Wong! As soon as he finished speaking, another powerful energy beam surged into the Tao array beneath Chu-Hen. The bloodline power contained in this energy beam was no weaker than that of Star Monarch and the others. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. The owner of this energy beam was actually Primeval Monarch. This guy? How? Star Monarch, Devouring Monarch, and the others were shocked. Meanwhile, Reincarnation Monarch's eyes were filled with ferocity as he shouted, "You dare to betray me?" Primeval Monarch laughed mockingly and self-deprecatingly. "Universe God Guji, I can accept that you killed Heavenly Monarch, and I can accept that you are in cahoots with the demons, but I can't accept that you would kill your own comrades. A general success is built on the bones of thousands. So what if a few people die?" That's right. So what if a few people die? In your eyes, the Dragonblood Emperor and I are nothing more than pawns. You can use them if you need them, but if you don't, you can discard them. To think that we treated you as brothers, but we didn't expect that our lives are no different from ants to you. With that, Primeval Monarch's eyes flashed with determination. He looked up at the sky and said, "I know that my sins are grave. Even if I die in the heavenly Tao realm today, I am willing to die as the emperor of the human race, and not as an associate of the demons, emperor of the human race." Associate of the demons. When the Dragonblood Emperor was mercilessly abandoned, Primeval Monarch's heart was like dead ashes. He was not simply disappointed in Reincarnation Monarch. At this moment, the power of Star Monarch, 9 underworlds, Desolation, Devouring Monarch, Divine Eye, Fentian, and the 10 strongest bloodlines of Primeval Monarch were all injected into Chu-Hen's body. He also had the bloodline of the Ice Empress and the power of the Monster Emperors, who were not any weaker than the strongest bloodlines. Countless light patterns bloomed on Chu-Hen's body. The light wings were like huge chains that extended into the sky, sealing off the 9 heavens. "You're courting death." At the same time, Reincarnation Monarch's aura reached its peak, and his entire body was filled with murderous intent. "All of you must die." Heavenly Tao Doomsday Collapse. Rumble. In an instant, an unprecedented terrifying aura exploded between heaven and earth. Countless extremely violent red light vines tore through the space, piercing through the earth. With Reincarnation Monarch as the center, a terrifying spatial devouring hole directly expanded outwards. Bang! Boom! Collapse! Collapse! Tiandao City started to collapse rapidly. The destructive devouring whole storm devoured everything around it, and the distorted space shattered inch by inch. The sky was like a broken mirror. The earth was like a collapsed abyss. Chaotic darkness instantly destroyed the entire Tiandao city. Everyone was shocked. Their faces changed drastically. This power could really be said to be able to destroy the world. "Let me see how strong your chaotic divine body is." Then, reincarnation monarch turned into a pillar of blood that pierced through the sky, shooting towards the nine heavens. I will personally shatter your god body like this chaotic world. Before that, I will definitely destroy your heavenly Tao. As his words fell, a series of chi patterns that were as vast as the tide covered the sky and earth. The great Tao divine array below Chu Hin directly blossomed with a large expanse of gorgeous light wings. Carrying the power of the experts of the sacred clans and the shocking bloodline power of the great emperors, Chu Hin was like a god of war as he pursued the tens of thousands of light vortexes. Two light beams shot towards the heavenly river, shattering the sky and furiously stirring up the wind and clouds of the nine prefectures. The divine might intertwined with each other. This battle, this battle, this battle, this chaotic world, this battle, this final battle. Chapter 1739. Rumble. The Heaven Tao realm completely collapsed. The scene of doomsday collapsing and heaven and earth splitting apart shocked everyone's visual nerves. The space continued to collapse, causing the entire Heaven Tao city to completely disappear. In between heaven and earth, there seemed to be a huge abyss that extended endlessly to the nine heavens. Oh my God, what level of power is this? Isn't it too terrifying? Looking at the terrifying space abyss that couldn't bear the huge power, the entire battlefield of the Heaven Tao realm completely collapsed. The various sacred clans and forces quickly retreated, afraid that they would be sucked into the endless space abyss. In the collapsed void of the nine heavens, two light pillars that emitted a world-destroying aura directly rushed into the depths of the chaotic space. At this moment, the heavens shattered and the universe changed. There was no sun or moon, and there was no distinction between heaven and earth. All the great emperors looked at the two peerless figures that were like the sun and moon in the universe with incomparably solemn expressions. Everyone's eyes were filled with great emotions and hope. Chu Hin, it's all up to you now. The great star emperor let out a deep breath, and he couldn't hide the exhaustion between his brows. The devouring emperor, Nine Nether, Great Desolation, Ice Emperor, and other experts also nodded at each other in tacit understanding. They no longer had the ability to interfere in this battle. You must win. The hope of the human clan rests on you alone. The devouring emperor muttered to himself. Rumble. The wind and clouds split apart, and thunder filled the sky. Chu Hin and the reincarnation emperor directly rushed into the galaxy. Two majestic pillars that pierced through the universe collided with each other like ancient dragons and pythons, and they rushed into the vast shattered void together. The collision between the two was exceptionally fierce and intense. It was like a battle between two ancient dragons, or two raging and overbearing tornadoes colliding with each other. Boom! With a violent explosion, two beams of light suddenly burst from the middle, like a terrifying tidal wave of a sudden change in the nebula sweeping in all directions. Then, the two figures surrounded by thousands of light shadows retreated to the rear. The space they were in collapsed in all directions. Everything around him was in a hazy state of chaos, and countless spatial turbulences intertwined around him like a rain of light. Even for experts at the Great Emperor realm, these terrifying spatial turbulences were extremely dangerous. However, Chu Hin and the Samsara Emperor were not affected at all. The two of them were like two ice-cold statues in the midst of an apocalyptic storm. In their deep eyes, there was only the existence of each other. The reincarnation emperor let out an ear-piercing shriek. Sinister shadows appeared on half of his face that was covered with demonic runes. Several pairs of demonic wings quickly grew out of the reincarnation emperor's back, along with the dense, chilly, scarlet evil blood chi. Even his arms had become extraordinarily sturdy and mighty, and his 10 fingers had grown sharp, demonic claws. I never thought that I would be forced to such a state by you. The reincarnation emperor's eyes were surging with endless coldness, especially his left divine eye, which had completely turned into a deep black color without any white. It was so dark that it was like a whirlpool emitting an extremely horrifying aura. Looking at the monstrous evil chi released by the Reincarnation Emperor, Chu Hen's lips curled into a mocking smile. To think that you, the Reincarnation Emperor, are the leader of the 10 holy clans. Now, you become neither a human nor a demon. Even if the heavens don't punish you, you'll still become a sinner in history. Shut up. The Reincarnation Emperor's expression became slightly sinister. Wait till I slay your 3,000 great Daos and wash all the holy clans with blood. Let me ask you, who in this world would dare to convict me? Very good last words, replied Chu Hen coldly. Cut the crap. Show me your strongest move. The Reincarnation Emperor laughed wildly. Then his laughter stopped, and a cold light shot out from his eyes. Zong! A loud and passionate sword cry resounded through the universe. The Heaven Calamity sword suddenly appeared in his hand. The Reincarnation Emperor held the sword with one hand and brushed the blade with the other. Then, a terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth was released. Heavenly Tao, celestial shadow. The moment he finished speaking, the Heaven's Calamity sword blossomed with a dazzling light. Together with a rapidly accelerating space turbulence, the Reincarnation Emperor's figure was like the stars moving, impressively splitting into nearly 100 doppelgangers. Every doppelganger looked no different from the original body. Then, the nearly 100 doppelgangers of the Reincarnation Emperor waved the Heaven Calamity sword in their hands. The sword shadows that covered the void swept up in endless destructive force and attacked Chu Hen. His first move was the power of Heavenly Tao. The Reincarnation Emperor, who had merged with the power of the heretic god, had already surpassed the limits of humans. Facing the sword shadows that seemed to be flying towards him, Chu Hen's demonic eyes surged with traces of black light. The glory of the Reincarnation Holy Clan will end today, whoosh. After he finished speaking, a series of colorful and gorgeous light wings suddenly bloomed outside Chu Hen's body. The dazzling shadow light was like a divine chain that sealed the sky and locked the earth. As the light wings fluttered, Chu Hen actually exploded with an extremely powerful attack and faced the sword shadows that were swarming towards him head-on. Swoosh! Whoosh! Thousands of dazzling lights collided, and the sword shadows appeared in the sky. One after another, extremely sharp Reincarnation Emperor doppelgangers swung their swords and shuttled back and forth around Chu Hen. Every time a doppelganger passed by a doppelganger, a world-shocking white sword light would appear in the void. The crisscrossing sword light was like an aurora shuttle that cut through the galaxy. The terrifying sword light could even cut through the space turbulence. Hiss! Long and eye-catching wounds appeared on Chu Hen's body one after another. However, Chu Hen did not care about it in the slightest. He did not even frown. The strangest thing was that in the next instant, the wound that opened up quickly healed itself. There wasn't even a chance for blood to flow out. Among the many sword shadows, Chu Hen, who was surrounded by the colorful light wings, directly found the location of the Reincarnation Emperor's original body. The distance between the two of them was shrinking at lightning speed. This level of attack is not even qualified to hurt my divine body. Like a shooting star, he flew towards the Reincarnation Emperor. Their gazes were like two light shuttles that had traveled through the universe for billions of years. Sizzle! A series of violent, dark, purple lightning flowed between Chu Hen's palms and arms. A beam of purple light quickly cut through the powerful sword aura around the Reincarnation Emperor and attacked the Reincarnation Emperor's throat. Humph! The Reincarnation Emperor snorted and his pupils contracted slightly. He waved his sword and a white sword arc that cut through the sky, slashed down like a falling divine moon. Boom! The intense energy collided at close range, and a ring of light rippled between the two of them. The terrifying aftershock caused the two of them to retreat. But then the distance between them narrowed in a straight line. Bang! Bang! Layers of violent shock waves pierced through the sky and swept through the void. Every time Chu Hen and the Reincarnation Emperor collided, It was comparable to the explosion of the stars and meteorites in the vast universe. The vast ring of light ripples spread horizontally, vertically, or diagonally. It was a shocking scene like the explosion of the galaxy, with a splendor that extended infinitely. The Reincarnation Emperor's sword aura was so strong that it could destroy heaven and earth and sweep through the 9 provinces. Chu Hen's divine body could shatter the sky and crush everything. One was like an unparalleled demon god, while the other was like an ancient god of war. Facing the Reincarnation Emperor's world-shaking sword shadow that could crush everything, the beautiful shadow wings around Chu Hen's body showed a dreamy color. In the course of the battle, the color of the shadow wings constantly changed. There was the blazing flame shadow wings. The icy shadow wings were as cold as frost. There was the flashing, starry shadow wings. There was also the bright moon shadow wings with a bright silver light. Every time the light source of the shadow wings around Chu Hen changed color, the attribute of the power that Chu Hen released would change. The chaotic divine body was already an extraordinary power that was compatible with the other sacred body bloodlines. As the two's attack rhythm continued to increase, a spectacular and dazzling dreamy scene appeared in the boundless hazy void. Chu Hen and the Reincarnation Emperor continuously flashed through the vast and boundless void of primal chaos. Bang! Suddenly, an extremely violent power collided between the two, and the light source that was like a shocking wave was very dazzling. The flames of power flowing around the two, who quickly retreated, were especially restless. Ha! A sharp demonic howl resounded, and the Reincarnation Emperor's body released a terrifying, evil, murderous aura that was like 100 rivers flowing out of the sea. The demon god descends. Rumble! Thousands of nebulous storms gathered, and a vast, evil, murderous aura surrounded them. In an instant, the Reincarnation Emperor's body suddenly became 10,000 zhang tall. In front of him, Chu Hen was as small as an ant. Your divine body's great path is only so. After saying that, the Reincarnation Emperor swung his sword at Chu Hen like an ancient giant that controlled the stars in the universe. This sword could be said to be peerless. The entire chaotic void seemed to be shaking violently with it. The incomparably terrifying sword aura swept up a storm that could destroy the starry sky, and the pillar of light poured down. Chu Hen, who was below the huge blade, was like a speck of dust that was about to dissipate. Boom! However, at this moment, in the chaotic universe behind Chu Hen, an incomparably huge arm suddenly reached out. The fiend-like hand opened its 5 fingers and directly grabbed the huge blade of the world-destroying blade. What? The Reincarnation Emperor's expression changed slightly, and his squinted eyes were filled with surprise. Behind Chu Hen, a huge figure that also had a 10,000 zhang tall demonic body stood in the void. Sorry to keep you waiting. I will let you see the power of the chaotic divine body. Taking advantage of the moment when the 10,000 zhang tall figure behind him blocked the huge blade, Chu Hen directly leaped up and swept towards the Reincarnation Emperor with a flash of light. Beams of majestic aura and different colors of berserk energy light pillars soared into the sky like the legendary primordial void dragons. Swift as the wind, dazzling shadows. In an instant, Chu Hen struck out thousands of palms in an instant. Like the nebula entering the river, the terrifying palm energy overlapped and bombarded the Reincarnation Emperor's body. Bang! The heavy sound was like the collision of thunder and meteorites. The Reincarnation Emperor's chest forcefully burst open. It was like a lotus flower that bloomed outwards. Broken bones, internal organs, and flesh exploded like fireworks. Up! The Reincarnation Emperor let out a deep roar. His 10,000 zhang tall demonic body was like a dissipating, raging flame, quickly extinguishing. A huge and ferocious force crushed down. When the Reincarnation Emperor returned to his original form, the evil god demonic shadow attached to his body erupted with countless red inscriptions. The red inscriptions that were as dry as blood directly filled the Reincarnation Emperor's broken chest and healed his injuries. Not bad. The evil god's mocking sneer came from the reincarnation emperor's throat. Then, the reincarnation emperor stretched out his left head that was covered in demonic inscriptions and shouted fiercely, "Just this? You can't kill me. Of course I can't kill you." Wah! Accompanied by a strange, ear-piercing whistle, the reincarnation emperor revealed a greedy and sinister smile. The evil god's aura surged out like a storm. "I have to admit that you were stronger than the Sky Emperor back then. However, you met me, the God-forbidden blood prison emperor. Rumble, a wind pillar soared into the sky, and a nebula rotated. In the next instant, Chu Hen was enveloped by a blood-colored nebula storm. The blood-colored whirlpool danced wildly in all directions. Countless cross-shaped light blades cut off the space turbulence and converged toward Chu Hen. Chu Hen's eyes turned cold. The flowing light shadow wings circled around him and flew up and down. Then, Chu Hen's palms faced outwards. Buzz, a black light source that gradually solidified, expanded in the shape of a sphere. In the blink of an eye, an enormous energy sphere with a diameter of more than 10,000 feet appeared like a derived star. The black inscriptions flowed on the surface of the sphere, and all the blood-colored cross-shaped light blades were blocked outside. You are much more tenacious than I imagined." The evil god's voice came from the reincarnation emperor's mouth. 1,000 opportunities transformation, 10,000 demons appear, 100,000 demon souls. An even more violent blood-colored nebula storm stirred up the heavenly river. Then, hideous and terrifying demon souls appeared in all directions where Chu Hen was. Greed, cruelty, ruthlessness. 100,000 demon souls were like countless ferocious heavenly hounds surrounding the bright moon. They merged into the blood-colored storm and pounced toward Chu Hen, who was in the black energy sphere. The universe was ever-changing, and the passage of time was ever-changing. This battle, earth-shaking. Chapter 1740. 1,000 schemes, transformation. 10,000 demons appear. 100,000 demon souls. The crimson nebula storm that stirred chaos in the sky expanded infinitely, just like the galaxy whirlpool that swept across the universe. 100,000 demon souls were like fierce, heavenly dogs surrounding the bright moon. Slaughter. Ferocious. Sharp, ear-piercing wild howls covered the sky and covered the earth. Chu Hen's body was trapped within the 100,000 demon souls. Although he appeared to be isolated and helpless, the light that he emitted was like the stars and moon, gorgeous and eye-catching. Wah! Facing the 100,000 demon souls that were bursting with vicious energy, Chu Hen's aura did not diminish. Instead, it increased. Then, his eyes flashed with a sharp light. Chaos, devour heaven and earth. Roar. In an instant, there seemed to be the long roar of an ancient and mysterious beast in the primal chaos void. Above Chu Hen, a black aura suddenly gathered and covered the sky. The dense black aura covered the sky. Shortly after, an enormous creature that was like an ancient demonic dragon appeared above Chu Hen in a dreamlike manner. In the next instant, the illusory behemoth opened its mouth wide, and a black ring of light, like the light of the galaxy, burst out. Following that, the black halo transformed into countless dark bubbles that enveloped the ferocious demonic souls that were charging at them. The dense bubbles were like a dream. In the blink of an eye, all 100,000 demon souls were trapped inside. Accompanied by the crimson storm, 100,000 demon souls revolved around the black bubble of light, like thousands of meteorites around the bright moon. However, in the next second, Chu Hen's hands clenched into fists, and an extremely powerful and frightening power flowed out from his body. 6 paths destroyed, 10,000 demons dissipated. Bang! The instant his voice fell, a world-shocking and frightening aura suddenly spread out from within the blood-colored storm. Surrounding Chu Hen, the black bubble of light that imprisoned the 100,000 demonic souls actually exploded at the same time. The collapsed space shook violently. 100,000 halos exploded at the same time. Numerous powerful and gorgeous rings of light were like the ripples caused by the pouring rain falling on the surface of the water. Ring after ring, layer after layer, they swept through the chaotic void. It was an incomparably magnificent sight. The scene was comparable to thousands of meteorites exploding at the same time, shocking the heavens and shocking the world. Most shocking of it all was that the 100,000 devil souls were instantly crushed into pieces, and without exception, all of them vanished into thin air and vanished into the wind. Rumble. The dazzling shadow wings weaved back and forth, and Chu Hen seemed to be bathed in a peerless divine light. Let me ask you, with 100,000 devil souls, can you block one of my moves? After saying that, Chu Hen's lightly clenched fists loosened, and another wave of extremely powerful energy rhythmically stacked up. The black energy sphere that lingered around Chu Hen's body exploded with an extremely terrifying repulsive force. Hiss! Heaven and earth shook violently, and the blood-colored storm was directly blown away. A layer of vast and mighty light wave that looked like a cosmic whirlpool that traced back billions of years forcefully pushed back the dense, fiendish devil energy that gathered around Chu Hen. Screech! Both sides' piercingly cold gazes met in the air, and both of their gazes looked like ice-cold eagles that had passed through tens of thousands of years. The destruction of the 6 paths and the disappearance of the 10,000 devils? Today, I'll let you see who was the one who was destroyed and who was the one who dissipated. The reincarnation Thearch's eyes flickered with a sharp and enchanting light. The power of his bloodline boundary and the power of the heretic god were like two overwhelming doomsday storms that converged together. Whoosh! The heavenly tribulation sword in the reincarnation Thearch's palm was like a shocking, scorching sun, shining with extraordinary splendor. Heavenly Tao, heavenly tribulation Tao. Whoosh! The sword roared through the 9 heavens, and its momentum pierced through the galaxy. Suddenly, the shocking doomsday storm that converged and revolved around the reincarnation the arch turned into an incomparably huge sword vortex. Billions of flying swords revolved around the reincarnation Thearch's body. It was spectacular and shocking. Every sword radiance was like a shooting star that had traveled through countless years. At this moment, it was as if the chaotic void was about to be torn apart. The terrifying sword vortex spun rapidly, and the chaotic space in all directions was shaken by this peerless divine might. The reincarnation the arch, who was in the center of the sword vortex, was like an ancient witch god who controlled the lives of all living beings. He looked at Chu Hen indifferently, and his eyes were filled with endless killing intent. It's time to end this. The heavenly tribulation has arrived, and the chaos is about to be destroyed. One sword, 10,000 sword calamities. Death, bloom. The moment he finished speaking, the reincarnation the arch waved, the heavenly tribulation divine sword in his palm. Then, the destructive doomsday storm pressed down, and the incomparably majestic sword vortex was like billions of light shooting stars that were produced by the explosion of stars. The power rose. The sword came. The sword river that was like a meteor shower pierced through the chaotic sky, and it swept up an irresistible killing force as it attacked Chu Hen. Pear blossom, torrential rain, endless heavenly radiance. Every sword was surrounded by wind. Every sword was flowing with light and shadow. It was extremely fast. The attack was extremely strong. Boom! An incomparably heavy and intense explosion tore through the air. The black spherical energy body around Chu Hen's body was directly smashed into pieces by the torrential sword light. Thousands of shattered black crystal fragments scattered like dust. Chu Hen's pupils shrank, and his demonic purple pupils reflected the sword rain light pillar that was filled with killing intent. Hiss! Swoosh! The billions of sword rain intertwined, and it was so terrifying that it was like an aurora tunnel that passed through the chaotic universe. Chu Hen was alone in the aurora tunnel, and the sword light shadows passed through his body one after another. The endless killing force quickly cut Chu Hen's body, and his limbs were constantly separated from his body. However, in the next second, the wounds on Chu Hen's body completely healed, and the limbs that were cut off reconnected. TSK, TSK, an unkillable divine body. The Reincarnation Emperor's strange laughter came out of the evil god's mouth. Then he changed the topic, and his momentum suddenly increased. It doesn't exist, why? A demonic roar shook the sky, and the chaos changed. Then a monstrous demonic aura rose behind the Reincarnation Emperor, and a 10,000 feet tall, blood-colored demonic shadow appeared in the void like the god of death. The aura of death. It enveloped the universe. The blood-colored demonic shadow's eyes were like ancient dark abysses, and it was holding a giant scythe of the god of death that could split heaven and earth. And it was also a life-reaping scythe. Dried blood patterns covered the demonic shadow's palms and arms, and they quickly surrounded the scythe. It's time to say it's over. The 10,000 feet tall demonic shadow raised the blood-colored scythe of the god of death in its hand, and a thick scarlet light swirled like a flowing pillar. At the same time, Chu Hen, who was in the Sword River Aurora Tunnel, revealed a strong determination in his eyes. The human race's territory will never end, Zheng. As soon as he finished speaking, a few dazzling giant light chains suddenly bloomed behind Chu Hen. The light chains of different colors were like divine wings that traversed the galaxy. One was scorching red, one was white like the moon, one was dark black, one was dark grayish-brown, one was holy gold, one was domineering red, one was gorgeous silver, and one was demonic purple. Sky's scorching sacred body, abysmal sacred body, devouring sacred body, great desolate sacred body, godly eye sacred body, primitive sacred body, star sacred body, and demon eye sacred body. 8 of the 10 most powerful sacred bodies were currently in Chu Hen's chaotic divine body. Then, another 2 giant light chains with monstrous momentum appeared on both sides of Chu Hen. One was as cold as jade and was the power of the Ice Emperor's bloodline. The other was crystal clear, swaying with blue light and exuding a strong demonic aura. It was the power of the demon race's emperor, Chi Kong. 10 huge chains of light spread out in a fan shape behind Chu Hen's back like a huge blade that could split the heavens. Immediately after, a peerless emperor's aura that could shatter the universe exploded from Chu Hen's body. The 10 chains behind him were like huge dragons as they coiled around each other, accompanied by countless ancient and mysterious thorny vines that filled the air. Thousands of spinning wings of light converged at one point, then condensed into an incomparably huge 10-colored arrow. Rumble. The storm spread, and the galaxy trembled. The gigantic god-fiend shadow behind Chu Hen took out a huge flowing light divine bow from the vast and misty chaotic void with one hand. Hua! Chi patterns spread out like stars. Chu Hen's eyes were piercingly cold and extraordinary. This is something you have never seen before. Crack! The gigantic god-fiend shadow pulled the bow with one hand and held the arrow with the other. The bowstring gradually turned into a full moon. Every inch of the bowstring caused the void to tremble. 10 different colored sky-piercing arrows lingered with billions of light columns, showing the momentum of chasing after the sun. At the same time, the gigantic god-fiend shadow behind the Reincarnation Emperor waved the death god's scythe in its hand. The ancient red vines were extremely dazzling. Bloom. Blood. I am a master of the godly forbidden blood prison. I am in charge of your life and death. Evil god's blood blade. The momentum of the evil god and the Reincarnation Emperor overlapped. The gigantic god-fiend shadow waved the death god's scythe in its hand. In an instant, a red arc of light fell down. The land of the 9 prefectures shall be protected by me. I am Heavenly Emperor Chu. I am Heavenly Emperor Chu. Millions and millions of glowing wings unfurled. The 100,000 feet tall black figure of the demonic god behind Chu Hen released the bowstring. Whoosh! An impassioned, vibrating sound rang out. The arrow of light that was swaying with 10 different colors shot out explosively. Heavenly Emperor's arrow. Rumble. The stars changed color, and the sun and moon dimmed. The blood-red scythes are cut through the starry sky. The 10-colored flowing light soared aura chased after the sun and moon. The heaven and earth battle. The heaven and earth battle. At the border of the vast chaotic void, the two auroras collided head-on like a star vortex storm that had unexpectedly met. Boom! Bang! Explosion. The Milky Way explosion. The moment the evil god's demon blade and the heavenly emperor's arrow collided, space and time seemed to stop. Countless dazzling auroras bloomed. The billions of light, rotating shadow wings were like a blooming solar storm. Bang! Rumble! Circle after circle of light swept through the void of the ninth heaven. The unprecedented spectacular scene was like a black hole exploding and swallowing the stars. However, at this moment, a loud bang resounded as the blood-colored scythe was split into two. The heavenly emperor's arrow, which had gathered the 10 divine powers, was like a million-year aurora piercing through the solar storm. It turned into a beam of light and swept toward the reincarnation emperor. Swoosh! The heavenly emperor's arrow pierced through the chaotic world. The dazzling arrow pierced through the reincarnation emperor's chest and the peerless demonic figure behind him. At this moment, time seemed to slow down. At this moment, time seemed to stop. The reincarnation emperor's eyes widened. He looked at the wound in the middle of his chest in shock. An endless stream of black flames gushed out from his chest, which had been pierced through. His face was filled with disbelief. Buzz! An ancient chant seemed to resound between heaven and earth. Chu-Hen's aura quickly overwhelmed the reincarnation emperor. The reincarnation emperor was at a loss. Then, his facial features twisted, and he said with a hideous face, "You can't kill me. You can't kill me. I have gone through 10 reincarnation tribulations. My saint's soul is immortal. Even if I lose this time, I will definitely be involved again. I won't give you a chance." Chu-Hen's mocking voice spread out. "As I said before, this isn't a duel. It's a punishment. I will judge your sins." Rumble. In an instant, the chaotic void below the reincarnation emperor cracked open again, revealing a huge, pitch-black abyss. In that abyss, a huge, ancient stone tablet that was more than 10,000 zhang tall slowly rose. The Great Path Divine Stone. The reincarnation emperor's face changed. His eyes were filled with endless fear and panic. "You bury yourself in the chaotic abyss forever and repent. My power will gradually devour you." Rumble. The Great Path Divine Stone's entire body flowed with ancient, mysterious runes. Countless crisscrossing black thorny vines burst out from it. Swish! Then, icy cold blazing star chains shot out from the Great Path Divine Stone's body. The reincarnation emperor turned pale with fright. His face was filled with fear that he had never seen before. However, he didn't have any chance to escape. The swaying chains wrapped around his limbs and throat. The powerful pulling force pulled him close to the surface of the Great Path Divine Stone. Buzz, thousands of ancient mysterious runes attached themselves to the reincarnation emperor's body, like the legendary dark incantations. In an instant, the reincarnation emperor's power fell into a state of silence. No, the reincarnation emperor's face was ferocious. His eyes were filled with hatred. Chu-Hen's expression was indifferent. "It's time for you to return your eyes." After speaking, Chu-Hen's body moved, and he flashed in front of the reincarnation emperor. He placed a single palm on the reincarnation emperor's eyes, then retracted his palm outwards. A formless, huge gravitational force directly pulled out the reincarnation emperor's eyes. The reincarnation emperor, who had lost his eyes, had sunken eye sockets, and his hair was disheveled. He looked like a malicious spirit. Chu-Hen looked at the reincarnation emperor like a judge. "The sins you have committed will make you stay in the chaotic abyss forever." Buzz. A dazzling pentagram shone on the Great Path Divine Stone. The chains on the 10,000-tall divine stone tightened rapidly. Like an ancient giant beast, the reincarnation emperor was dragged into the endless dark abyss. The sky changed. The world changed. The wind and clouds changed. The universe changed. The six paths of reincarnation, the great path palm. Under Chu Hen's indifferent gaze, the reincarnation emperor's figure was dragged into the eternal hell with the great path divine stone. The crack in the abyss was closing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The reincarnation emperor was like a god. This battle had come to an end. Chapter 1741. The Six Paths World. The turbulent nine heavens finally welcomed the gradual calmness. In the heavenly law realm, countless people looked at the collapsing sky with unconcealable shock on their faces. Just a moment ago, they had personally witnessed an unprecedented and shocking battle. In the deepest part of their minds, it was as if the reincarnation monarch was dragged mercilessly into the abyss of chaos. That scene, it was unforgettable. That scene, it would become eternal. That scene, and it would rewrite the history of the human realm. He won. Chu Hen won. After a moment of silence, the Heaven Dao world's battlefield was filled with cheers and cheers. Yes, he won. He won. We won too. We won. The drums of victory began to resound throughout the Six Paths world. Star Emperor, Abysmal Emperor, Devouring Emperor, Sky-Scorching Emperor, and the other great emperors exchanged glances with one another. Finally, a hint of relief could be seen on their exhausted faces. We won. The great Star Emperor smiled. His smile was exceptionally comfortable. That's right. We won. Sky-Scorching Monarch closed his eyes as tears flowed down from the corner of his eyes. To the Sky-Scorching Saint clan, they had lost too much during this period of time. When he heard the cheers behind him, Sky-Scorching Saint Monarch's emotions were complicated. Did you see that? Chu Hen won. He did not disappoint us. Ha ha. Long Qingyang's laughter was filled with pride, even though his face was covered in blood. Of course, he is the brother I'm most proud of, Chu Hen. This Marshal Feng's brother has never disappointed us. At the same time, the Mantis demon army that came from the godly Forbidden Blood prison retreated quickly. Woo, huh? Menacingly, they covered the sky and covered the earth as they fled in panic. They were as ferocious as they came, but they were as pathetic as they fled. Go back to your demon realm. If you dare to step foot in the human realm again, I will tear you into pieces. Go back, go back. The demon army, which had no momentum to speak of, was like a shoal of fish that had drilled into the mouth of a net, fleeing in panic along the plain channel that they had come from in the bloody storm. Moreover, in the process of escaping, there were still countless experts of the human race chasing after them. Along the way, dazzling demonic blood splashed the sky. Within the primal chaos void, buzz, a wave of powerful energy was emitted, and the crack that was connected to the chaotic abyss completely closed up. From then on, the reincarnation emperor's aura was completely buried in the dark and endless underground. What awaited him was an illusory life that would never see the light of day. However, Chu Hen's expression was still calm and indifferent. Then his eyelids twitched as he said indifferently, I think it's better for you to go down with him. Ha ha. A playful laughter rang out, and an illusory blood-red shadow floated in front of Chu Hen like a cloud of fog. It wasn't easy for me to get out. I don't want to go back. Buzz. Their gazes met. One was deep and domineering, while the other was dark and gloomy. Looking at the evil god whose aura was erratic, Chu Hen's brows revealed a hint of coldness and arrogance. This time you win, the evil god continued. However, I will come again. Humph. Chu Hen chuckled. With me here, it's the same no matter how many times you come. Ha ha ha. You must always remember that my God-forbidden blood prison has always been eyeing you. Chu Tiendi Bang. The moment the voice fell, the blood-red shadow in front of Chu Hen shattered like a mirror and instantly turned into countless crystal fragments. The crystal fragments were then crushed into dust and finally turned into a wisp of smoke that dissipated in the primal chaos. Feeling the evil god's dissipating aura, Chu Hen's deep eyes flashed with a hint of sharpness. Even though he had sealed the reincarnation emperor, he still couldn't send the evil god back. To this, Chu Hen wasn't surprised. After all, even the heavenly monarch couldn't kill the evil god back then. However, Chu Hen wasn't particularly worried. Although the evil god had escaped, it had also suffered a great loss. The human race could still have a long period of time to recuperate. Furthermore, people were born in trouble and died in peace. The evil god's existence would always remind Chu Hen not to stop pursuing the pinnacle of martial arts. Letting out a deep breath, the sharpness in Chu Hen's eyes gradually eased. Then, he turned into a ray of light and flew back to where he came from. Fellow cultivators, I'm back. The majestic aura of a king resounded in the sky of the Heaven Dao world. Everyone in the Six Paths world was shocked by what they saw. When they looked at Chu Hen, there was only respect in their eyes. Every tired face revealed a sincere smile. The wind blew, and the sky changed. The war of the Six Paths world had finally come to an end. Krong. As the stone tablet formed by Qi Tianling crumbled, the entrance of the godly forbidden blood prison was completely sealed off. A large number of demons fled in panic, and those that didn't manage to escape in time were killed by the Alliance's warriors. The crumbling sky slowly returned to its original state. The huge crack that connected the heaven and earth was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, the heavenly lost city had long been obliterated. The mountains, rivers, and peaks of the entire heavenly law realm had all been reduced to ruins. Ayo! Woo! At the same time, the heart beasts summoned by the monarchs also let out a long howl. One after another, the ferocious beasts turned into dazzling lights and disappeared from the world. On the other side, the souls of Monarch by Monarch Zhaohua, Monarch by Monarch by Monarch by Monarch Zhaohua, and the others that were imprisoned by Chu Hen's chaos incarnation also started to turn transparent. Their bodies emitted a white mist that resembled water vapor. They finally broke free from universe god Guji's control. Star Monarch murmured softly. Nine Nether Monarch by Qinyu, Li Wushang, Ice Monarch, and the others couldn't help but fly towards the souls that had yet to dissipate. Father, Bai Qinyu subconsciously called out. Monarch. Li Wushang also called out to Monarch Yao Tong's soul. They had thought that the other party would not have any reaction, but something unexpected happened. There was a slight ripple in their blank eyes, and the corners of Emperor Bai's mouth curled up slightly. Long time no see. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. War souls have their own consciousness. Sorry for the trouble. At this time, Monarch Yao Tong's soul also spoke. Everyone was shocked, and in disbelief. Monarch? Li Wushang's voice was trembling, and his eyes were slightly red. Monarch Yao Tong smiled and turned to look at Chu Hen. Well done. Uncle is proud of you. Chu Hen nodded. I'm also proud of Monarch Yao Tong for being my uncle. Ha, that's great. I'm satisfied to be able to see you before I leave. Monarch Bai also looked at Nine Nether Monarch and Bai Qinyu with a gentle gaze. Qinyu, please forgive me. Nine Nether Monarch shook his head, and two streams of tears flowed unknowingly from the corners of his eyes. Bai Qinyu's eyes were even redder. She gritted her teeth and forced a smile. Say goodbye properly. Mother and I will listen carefully. Monarch Bai smiled. One had to admit that his gentleness was exceptionally charming. My soul returns to my homeland, and my homeland is yours. The frosty white chi patterns quickly evaporated, and the few battle souls were like crumbled dust and paper, floating in the void. You are still alive, that's great. Great Emperor Zhao Hua's war soul looked at Qing Xue with a smile. Although Qing Xue's figure and appearance were very different from before, Great Emperor Zhao Hua still recognized her as Ice Empress at one glance. The latter smiled. It's a pity that you couldn't stay. It's enough to see you again. Satisfied? Homeland is yours. It's enough. It was as if he was making up for the regret of not being able to complete. Sometimes parting doesn't hurt. What hurts is not being able to say a proper goodbye when parting. Everyone, the human clan, will be relying on you from now on, Monarch Yao Tong said loudly. Although he was only a war soul, he still looked imposing. Everyone, goodbye. Goodbye. Monarch Yao Tong, Emperor Bai, Great Emperor Zhao Hua, and the other war souls quickly dissipated. Everyone in the heavenly law world immediately sent them off in unison. We respectfully send off all the almighties of the human clan. Hua. It was as if a cool breeze blew through the trees and flowers bloomed. Under the farewell of the heavenly law world's people, the war souls turned into smoke and disappeared from the world. It's over, Star Monarch said thoughtfully. Yes, it's finally over. Monarch Huang agreed. Looking at Monarch Bai, Monarch Yao Tong, and the others who disappeared in a hurry, Ninth Nether Monarch could no longer hold back the tears in his eyes. Bai Qinyu gently held Ninth Nether Monarch's hand, shook her head, and smiled. Dad is still so gentle. In this world, there is no other man who is gentler than him. Then you are very lucky. You have his gentleness for a lifetime. With the disappearance of the heart beasts and the heavenly Tao war souls, the crumbling Six Paths world finally returned to a stable state. The reincarnation Saint Clan's heavenly Tao world was no more, and in its place was an endless battlefield. On the other hand, the reincarnation Saint Clan, Wilderness Saint Clan, Dragon Blood Saint Clan, and the other Saint Clans in the Six Paths world were all ashen. The winner takes all. The loser takes all. The Dragon Blood Monarch was killed by the evil god's demonic blade, and the reincarnation monarch was thrown into the abyss of chaos. Everyone then turned their attention to Wilderness Monarch. Everyone looked at the primordial chaos heavenly emperor with complicated expressions. Although Wilderness Monarch came to his senses at the last moment, it was still not enough to make up for the mistakes he had made. Do you have anything to say? Star Monarch Huang asked solemnly. Wilderness Monarch shook his head, and his eyes stopped on Chu Hen. He paused for a second and said, I am willing to bear all the blame. Everyone had different expressions, but Chu Hen only nodded indifferently. He turned to Xing Chun, Devour, Desolate Monarch, and the others and said, I will have to trouble you to deal with the aftermath here. They naturally understood what Chu Hen meant and nodded in agreement. All right, we will see to it. Okay. Chu Hen smiled and turned to the Alliance's army. Then he shouted, The heavenly Tao is broken. Reincarnation is our punishment. Let's go home. The last chapter will be released tomorrow. It is time for the book to say goodbye to everyone. It has been 4 years, and the ending that martial apex divine King owes everyone is finally coming. Chapter 1742. 1 second to remember. Wonderful pop-up window. Free reading. White Sovereign City. The huge white sovereign city of the Cloud World seemed a little empty. Since the day the Sacred Clan Alliance left for the Six Paths world, only a few people stayed here. The wind is blowing. Luo Mengshang leaned on the window's sill, watching the cold wind blow away the fallen leaves outside. Her heart seemed to float away with the wind. The light from the window shone on the side profile of her face, giving her a dreamy and beautiful aura. Luo Mengshang caressed her slightly bulging belly with her jade-like hands, and her eyes were full of tenderness. She did not want to stay here, but she had to. Cloud robe, Luo Mengshang murmured, and the corner of her mouth raised into a smile. The clouds leave traces. The clothes are woven. At this moment, there was a rush of footsteps coming from the corridor outside the door. Creak! The door was pushed open directly, and Su Yurong shouted excitedly, Mengshang, they are back. It was like a beautiful firework blooming in the lonely night. Luo Mengshang's delicate body trembled slightly, and then her eyes seemed to shine brightly. Without any hesitation, she immediately rushed out of the room and ran along the long corridor. Slow down. Be careful of the steps, Su Yurong quickly reminded. However, Luo Mengshang did not slow down her pace. She jogged forward with a smile in her eyes. Her soft long hair danced in the wind as she welcomed the warm sunshine. She was looking forward to every minute and every second of her life. At the same time, outside White Sovereign City, Chu Hen also ran at the fastest speed in his life. His figure quickly passed through the square of the outer city and entered the main road of the inner city. The distance between the two was quickly shortened. Like two meteors separated by thousands of years, they approached each other's position. The next moment, their eyes shone with the brightest light of their lives. "I'm back." Chu Hen looked at Luo Mengshang and said. The smile on Luo Mengshang's face was the most gratifying one in her life. Luo Mengshang directly threw herself into Chu Hen's arms. At this moment, her smile showed that she had nothing else to ask for. "I waited for a long time," she said. "It was a very long time." For Luo Mengshang, this was actually not a long time, but every second felt like a year to her. Chu Hen pulled her into his arms. "I'm sorry." Luo Mengshang shook her head slightly. "Don't say sorry. It's good that you're back." As she spoke, Luo Mengshang hugged Chu Hen even tighter, as if she was afraid that he would leave again. Chu Hen's brows were filled with gentleness. He whispered in Luo Mengshang's ear, "This time, I won't leave again. For the rest of my life, I will take you in uni with me to watch the flowers bloom and listen to Wuxia's voice. Keep your word." I'll keep my word." When the flowers on the trees bloom, the old friends return. The innocent voice rang out, and someone replied. Chu Hen and Luo Mengchong, from acquaintances to acquaintances, one was searching on the road, while the other was waiting in her hometown. From now on, there was no need to search, no need to wait. At the same time, Abysmal Emperor by Qianyu, Long Xuan and the others also walked over from behind. Seeing Chu Hen and Luo Mengchong hugging each other, everyone's faces were filled with relief. Qingyang. Su Yorong's eyes were also red as she threw herself at Long Qingyang, who had returned with her. The two of them hugged each other as well. "I'm sorry to have made you wait again." It's okay. It's good that you're back." Su Yorong buried her face in Long Qingyang's chest and choked with sobs. Long Qingyang only smiled and gently pulled his wife into his arms. TSK. What kind of people are they? Aren't these two brothers too much? Are they bullying me because I don't have a wife? Mu Feng's small eyes were full of contempt as he shouted. Ha ha ha. If you're so capable, find someone to hug. Not having a wife and not being able to find a wife are two completely different things. Yi Yao retorted. Mu Feng's small eyes slanted. Get lost. I'm a talented and handsome man. How can I not find a wife? Puffed. You. Just as Mu Feng was about to scold him, a sneaky figure suddenly walked over and said, Brother, may I know your name? I can tell that you have an extraordinary aura, and you're a dragon among men. The sudden compliment made Mu Feng beam with joy. It's not a problem. I'm like this. I have too many strengths and not many weaknesses. People call me unparalleled in the world. Mu Feng is one of them. So it's Brother Mu Feng. My surname is Han, and my name is Yu. I'm the Tianji Palace Master Mu Fei. No, the Palace Master's direct disciple. I've already noticed you since we were in the Six Paths world. Ha, is that so? Mu Feng proudly raised his eyebrows at Yi Yao, then turned to Oldine Monkey and said, I also think that you're a bit arrogant when you walk. Arrogance is just my appearance. I used to be even more arrogant than this, until one night, when the wind was strong and the night was dark, my head was cracked open. Impressive. To be honest, I was also arrogant when I saw the water and the wind. Until one day, when there was no one around, someone broke my leg. Damn, I didn't expect our experiences to be so similar. Genius. People will always be jealous of you. Hearing the two shameless freaks, Mu Feng and Oldine Monkey, flattering each other, the surrounding people were speechless. Birds of a feather flocked together. Yi Yao sighed. However, this kind of atmosphere was what everyone was looking forward to. Inside White Emperor's city, under the warm sunlight, it seemed especially warm. 3 years later, Midland, Martial Alliance. The former War God Palace no longer existed. It was replaced by the new generation of Martial Alliance, which was formed by Martial Alliance, Han Yun Clan, and Spirit Phoenix Valley. What do you think of the main city? On the majestic main city, Dongfang Hongji, Han Yun Clan's Shu Yuan, and Spirit Phoenix Valley's Mei Zhang stood on both sides of Chu Hen. Chu Hen smiled and nodded in response to Dongfang Hongji's question. Yes, it's very imposing. Looking from afar, the Martial Alliance's city tower was circular, giving people the feeling that it was a huge nebula. It was very unique. Towering palace towers stood in the sky, incomparably domineering. Do you want to consider being the leader? The three of us are planning to retire. Dongfang Hengji smiled. Don't joke. Shu Yuan shook his head and stopped him. Chu Hen is now the patriarch of the Chaos God race and the Demon I Saint clan. He also wields the Celestial Emperor token and controls the 10 Directions Saint clan. Why would he need to be a mere alliance leader here? Chu Hen smiled and shook his head with a smile. The three of you can't find anyone to be the leader, but you can't find me to fill the vacancy, can you? Speaking of which, Senior Qiu Xingyi and Wang Li are both rare talents. They are quite suitable to manage the Martial Alliance. Qiu Xingyi and Wang Li are not bad, but we have more suitable candidates, Dongfang Hengji said. Come out. Ah Qing. Valley Master Mei Zhang called out. Chu Hen was startled. He looked over and saw a noble young lady slowly walking out from the corridor of the city tower. Looking at the person in front of him, Chu Hen was even more surprised. It was none other than Huang Fuqing. She became the leader not because of you, but because she has the ability, Dongfang Hengji said to Chu Hen. Obviously, the three of them knew something about Chu Hen and Huang Fuqing. But in terms of talent and cultivation, Huang Fuqing was better than Qiu Xingyi and Wang Li. Plus, Huang Fuqing was born in the royal family and became the regent when she was a teenager. She had carried out countless difficult missions. It was reasonable for Dongfang Hengji and the others to choose her as the leader of the Martial Alliance. Of course, if one were to say that Chu Hen's relationship was not mixed in, no one would believe it. At least with Chu Hen behind her, no one would dare to touch the Martial Alliance. Huang Fuqing walked in front of them. She and Chu Hen looked at each other and smiled. If you are forced to be the leader, blink your eyes, and I will take you away from here, Chu Hen said. Puffed. Huang Fuqing was amused. She looked into Chu Hen's eyes and said, You don't believe in my strength? Chu Hen also smiled. I do. Then take me away when I don't want to stay here anymore. Okay. Chu Hen replied softly. They came to the place they wanted to go and met the people they wanted to see. In this world, there was nothing more pleasurable than this. However, Chu Hen didn't intend to stay any longer. After chatting with them for a while, he cupped his fists and said, I should go. As he spoke, he took a deep look at Huang Fuqing, then turned around and left. You don't want to stay a little longer? Dongfang Hengji asked. Chu Hen didn't look back. He pointed his right index finger at the sky. No, I have to go home and take care of the children. Go home and take care of the children. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but find it funny. Who would have thought that such words would come from the mouth of Chu Tiandi? In the blink of an eye, another 3 years had passed. Demonic Realm, Purple Imperial City, Back Mountain of the Demon I Sacred Clan. Screech, a sharp wave of air stacked up, and an astonishing power surged out from a pair of strange eyes. This was a pair of holy golden pupils. In the depths of the pupils, 6 black dots were slowly rotating in a clockwise direction. During the process, the pair of golden pupils faintly glowed with a demonic purple light. However, what was surprising was that this pair of 6-star divine eyes actually came from a little boy around the age of 4. Her tender little face and delicate facial features were especially adorable, especially when he was so focused on his task. It made people want to hug him. Xian Chen. At this moment, another crisp and sweet voice was heard. Then, a little girl around the age of 5 ran over from the other side of the hill. The little girl was very beautiful. She had a high nose, a small mouth, and a pair of beautiful big eyes. She was clearly a little beauty. The eyes of the little boy, called Xian Chun, lit up and the golden light in his eyes faded. He stood up and dusted himself off. Uni, I'm here, he replied in a childish voice. You have to call me Big Sister. If you call my name again, I'll hit you. The little girl pouted and raised her hand to lightly pat his arm. Aya. The little boy pretended to be scared and shrank back. Then he blinked his eyes and smiled. Big Sister, I'm wrong. Don't hit me. All right, I forgive you. The little girl acted like a little adult, which was even more adorable. Big sister, did you go to the Hundred Kingdoms state with Meng Shangyang again? Yes. Mother, and I went to Grandpa's house in Taishao City for a few days. That grandpa isn't even our biological grandpa. Why do you go back so often? You can't say that. Did you forget what father taught us last time? If you don't raise them, you can repay them with a broken finger. If you don't raise them, you can repay them with a broken head. If you don't raise them, you can't repay them with a broken head. It's precisely because he isn't our biological grandpa that we can't forget our roots. Although the little girl's voice was childish, her words were reasonable and methodical. She patiently taught her little brother. Xianshun, just like your name, we named you by Xianshun to commemorate Emperor Demonic Eye's granduncle and Emperor Bai's grandfather. Do you understand? By Xianshun, this boy was none other than Chu Hen and by Qianyu's child. Chu Hen took the Chun character in the surname of Emperor Bai and the Chen character in the name of Emperor Demon Eye, and separated them by the Xian character in the middle, so as to cherish the memory of the two ancestors whose souls had returned to their hometown. Bai Xianshun nodded his head in confusion when he heard his sister's explanation. I understand. It's just that mother has gone to the Saint Nether clan. There's no one to play with me. Where's Annie Xuan Shuang and Annie Little Yao? Why don't you go and play with them? Chu Yuni asked. Annie Little Yao returned to the Saint Star dynasty. Annie Xuan Shuang went to the North Ice region with Frost Emperor 2 days ago. I heard from father that Frost Emperor wants to take Annie Xuan Shuang as his direct disciple. And Big Brother Xiaolong, don't mention Big Brother Xiaolong. Bai Xianshan said in a childish voice. Big Brother Xiaolong and Uncle Mu Feng went to the demon region to play and secretly drank Demon Emperor's wine. In the end, he went crazy and chased demonic beasts everywhere. When he returned, he was beaten up by Uncle Qingyang and cried. That's pretty tragic. Big Brother Xiaolong is so pitiful. Yuni, Xinshin, you guys are here. While the two of them were chatting, an agile and graceful young figure walked towards them. Mother Mingshang. The two little guys immediately stopped chatting, turned around, and ran toward each other. Looking at the two lovely children in front of her, a gentle smile appeared on Luo Mengshang's face. Although she was already a mother, time had not left any traces on Luo Mengshang's body. She was still beautiful and exquisite like a young girl. Mother Mingshang, give me a hug. Bai Xianshan went forward and acted coquettishly. Okay. Luo Mengshang smiled and gently hugged Bai Xianshan in her arms. Xianshan seems to have grown a little heavier. Looks like you'll catch up to big sister soon. Fisk, Chu Yuni pouted disdainfully. Mother Qinyu said that even if Xianshan grows taller and grows up, I will still be the elder sister. Younger brother should listen to elder sister. Yes, elder sister, do you want a hug? At this time, a hearty, gentle, and magnetic male voice came from behind Luo Mengshang. Father, Chu Yuni and Bai Xuanshan's eyes lit up as they shouted in unison. Luo Mengshang also looked back at Chu Hen. The man in front of her, who was known as Chu Tiandi by the world, was as warm as the sun in winter. Father, hug me, hug me. Chu Yuni hurriedly rushed towards Chu Hen. I also want a hug from father. Bai Xianshan also reached out his tender little hands towards Chu Hen. Okay. Chu Hen carried Chu Yuni with one hand and took Bai Xianshan from Luo Mengshang's arms with the other, placing the two of them in the crook of his arms. Let's go back. Chu Hen smiled gently at Luo Mengshang. Luo Mengshang also nodded. The four of them, facing the cool breeze, walked towards the direction of Purple Imperial City. Father, let me tell you a piece of good news. I have broken through to 6-star divine eyes. Bai Xianshan said as he clapped his hands. Wow, so powerful. Father, let me tell you a piece of news too. I have also reached 6-star demonic eyes. Chu Yuni did not want to be outdone. You are all powerful, all powerful. When I was your age, my bloodline had not yet awakened. Ha! Father is too weak. Bai Xianshan laughed. Don't say father is weak. Father is Chu Tiandi, the most powerful person in the world. Why is Chu Tiandi not as good as us? Bai Xianshan asked curiously. That should be because we are too powerful, right? Yes, that must be the case. The current purple imperial city. It had already washed away its previous decline, and what replaced it was an even more glorious scene than its peak. All the buildings in the city had been completely renovated. The towering city tower that supported the sky was peerlessly domineering, and the city tower that floated between heaven and earth was majestic. The flowing light falcons shuttled through the Milky Way, and the neat and tidy patrolling guards showed the strength of this race. Such a glorious scene, as you wish. Sky Lone Star Guard Li Wushang sighed with emotion on a certain pavilion in the purple imperial city. Behind him, a skinny old man sat on a wrought-tan chair with his eyes closed. He looked as if he had nothing left to live for. Sigh, I can't die even if I wanted to. Can't you just let an old man like me rest in peace? It's not like I'm letting you continue to suffer. You have suffered so much. Shouldn't you be allowed to enjoy some peace before you die? Li Wushang looked back at the old man. At this moment, Heavenly Wolf Star Guard Rao Failwan also walked over. What? Is Fourth Elder tired of living again? Isn't that so? The old man was none other than the Fourth Elder of the demonic Ice Sacred Clan. During the battle between the Lightning Sacred Clan and the demonic Ice Sacred Clan, the Fourth Elder died at the hands of the Lightning Emperor in order to buy time for Chu Hen to become a Sacred Emperor. However, although he died, his saint's soul didn't perish. In the past few years, Chu Hen had used all sorts of methods and used the Fourth Elder's saint soul to pull him back from the clutches of the God of Death. I'm tired. I just want to rest. However, the Fourth Elder complained about being tired all the time and complained every other day. Rao Felwan and Li Wushang looked at each other and nodded in tacit understanding. Xianchen and Yuni are here, Li Wushang said. Where? The Fourth Elder got up from his wrought-tan chair as soon as he finished speaking, his eyes shining with anticipation. Seeing that there was no one around, the Fourth Elder stared coldly at the two. How dare you lie to me? You two are going to rebel. They're here. Before he finished speaking, Chu Hen's voice came from the other side. The few of them looked over and saw Chu Hen walking over with a little fellow in his arms. Beside him, Luo Mengshang had a slight smile on her face. Fourth Grandpa. When Bai Xianshun and Chu Yuni saw the Fourth Elder, they waved their hands happily and greeted him. Ha ha! The Fourth Elder immediately beamed with joy. His expression of having nothing left to live for immediately turned into a kind and amiable one. Xianshun, Yuni, be good, be good. As he spoke, he hobbled over to greet them. Chu Hen put the two children down, and Chu Yuni and Bai Xianshun leaped into the Fourth Elder's arms. Child slave. That's what they mean, right? Rao Failwan asked. Li Wushang nodded. With these two children around, that's probably the only time he doesn't want to die. Listening to Li Wushang and Rao Failwan's conversation, then looking at the Fourth Elder who doted on Chu Yuni and Bai Xianshun, Chu Hen and Luo Mengchang couldn't help but smile at each other. It's fortunate that the Fourth Elder was resurrected. Otherwise, there would be one less person in the world who loves them, Luo Mengchang said. Chu Hen nodded. That's right. That poor old man has suffered for his entire life. I can't let him die alone. The Fourth Elder had given his all to the demonic Ice Sacred Clan. Even at the last moment, when he was at the end of his rope, he defended the purple imperial city without any hesitation. Now, he wouldn't be tired anymore. Lord Celestial Ruler, someone wants to see you. A young guard came over from a bridge in the sky. Who? Chu Hen asked. It's a woman. She said her name is Qi Qianying. Qi Qianying? Chu Hen raised his eyebrows. Qi Qianying was a senior sister of the martial organization, but she did not stay with Qiu Xingyi, Wang Li, and the others in the martial alliance. Instead, she left with the Green Hill Fox, Jun Jianga. Invite her in, Chu Hen said. Yes, Lord Celestial the Arch. Not long after, under the guidance of the guard, a beautiful young woman arrived on the city's platform. Senior Sister Qianying, how have you been? Looking at the familiar face, Chu Hen greeted with a smile. However, things were different now. Chu Hen, who was once her junior brother, was now at the top. The celestial Thearka's aura still made Qi Qianying feel a little pressured. She smiled. Long time no see. More than 6 years, right? Yes, more than 6 years. You came alone? Chu Hen asked curiously. Qi Qianying naturally knew what he was referring to. She looked at Chu Hen solemnly and said, Someone wants to see you, not far away. Li Wushang and Rao Felwan couldn't help but look at each other. After all, Chu Hen was now the celestial Dwarch in charge of the 10 sacred clans. The world only came to see him. No one had ever asked him to meet someone else in person. Who? Chu Hen was a little curious. Senior Jun Jianga? Qi Qianying shook her head. Think about it. Is there someone you particularly want to see? Someone he particularly wanted to see? Chu Hen looked puzzled. After a brief hesitation, his eyes widened. Could it be? Far away from the hustle and bustle of the world. This was a paradise undisturbed by the outside world. At a glance, the sea of flowers that stretched across the mountains was as beautiful as a fairyland. You're here. At the entrance of a wooden bridge, Jun Jianga, the fox of the Green Hills, had snow-dyed hair and devilish eyes. His charming face made countless women feel inferior. He looked at Chu Hen, who came with Qi Qianying, with a complicated look in his eyes. I've heard about what happened in the outside world. You've reached a height I never imagined, Celestial Dwarch Chu. Chu Hen clenched his hands into fists. As a Celestial Dwarch, he was actually a little nervous at this moment. Where's she? Jun Jianga turned slightly. Come with me. With that, Chu Hen and Jun Jianga walked side by side to the long bridge in the middle of the sea of flowers. Qi Qianying silently followed behind them. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Chu Hen asked as they walked. She didn't want to. Jun Jianga answered lightly. Chu Hen frowned slightly. Indeed, if she wanted to, she wouldn't have left alone. She's the reincarnation of the Fox Master of the Green Hills. Jun Jianga continued. A look of surprise flashed in Chu Hen's eyes. Surprised, right? In fact, I should have guessed why a human woman's hair would be purple. Almost all of the Green Hill foxes have green hair, but only the Fox Lord has purple hair. Back in Green Tracer Plain, she used up all of her life force to save you. In order to save her, I haven't taken a single step out of this place for many years. And then? How is she now? Chu Hen's voice trembled a little. Jun Jianga's long and narrow eyes twitched slightly. You'll know when you go and see for yourself. With that, Jun Jianga and Qi Qianying subconsciously stopped in their tracks. Receiving the look of seriousness in the other's eyes, Chu Hen took a deep breath and then walked across the wooden bridge with steady steps. Smoke curled up, flowers bloomed in all 4 seasons. Among the flowers, a nimble and agile white fox shadow scuttled across from time to time. The beautiful foxes had an extremely spiritual aura, and they happily shuttled through the flowers, chasing butterflies. After walking across the long wooden bridge, Chu Hen arrived at a long corridor that was like a picturesque scene. In a long corridor surrounded by a sea of flowers, an open-air gazebo stood there quietly. In the gazebo, a beautiful woman with a beautiful face that could topple a city was gently stroking the zither at her fingertips. Her long purple hair was unique and beautiful. Beside her, there were also a few little foxes with traces of blue light lingering around them. This scene, it was very peaceful. Master, Chu Hen called out in a trembling voice. The sound of the zither stopped abruptly, and the beautiful woman with long purple hair looked sideways. The two of them looked at each other, as if their feelings separated by thousands of years had gathered together. Shilon slowly got up, and the few little foxes around her dodged nimbly. Chu Hen walked forward in a daze. The two stood in the gazebo, but for a long time, they couldn't speak. Shilon smiled, and her eyes seemed to have a circle of blue ink. Long time no see. It seemed that every time after a long separation, the words long time no see would be exchanged. Whether it was leaving without saying goodbye or waving goodbye, it seemed that all the previous separation was to prepare for the next reunion. Looking at Shilon in front of him, Chu Hen's eyes couldn't help but turn red. Don't cry. You are Chu Tianyi now. Shilon raised her hand, and gently wiped the glimmer of light from the corner of Chu Hen's eyes. "You have really grown up." "Yes." Chu Hen's eyebrows showed a little tenderness. "Master, I have grown up, and I will protect you in the future." Shi Lan's eyes were like limpid autumn water. She nodded with a smile and replied softly, "Okay." Strange flowers bloom, old friends return. Even if there are many desolation and sadness in this world, there is always such a person, like the warm sun in winter. Farewell. Sometimes it is to wait for reunion. There is one more chapter. Chapter 1743. Time elapsed, and it was everlasting. In the blink of an eye, another 4 years had passed. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed since the battle in the Six Paths world. Although the mountain was unpredictable, the water was unpredictable. But above everyone's head stood an insurmountable figure. He was the Heavenly Monarch Chu. In the past 10 years, the Saint clans gradually walked out of the haze of the battle in the Six Paths world, and Heavenly Monarch Chu's influence on the people grew stronger and stronger. The best of men. To the people, Heavenly Monarch Chu was definitely a godlike existence. Although the 9 provinces had calmed down, there was still one thing in Chu Hen's heart that he couldn't let go. That was the whereabouts of his parents. He thought that as long as he reached the peak of the world and became the best of men, all the mysteries would no longer be secrets. But Chu Hen still didn't know where his parents were. One day, Palace Master Mu Fei of the Heavenly Secret Palace arrived, breaking the peace of the Purple Royal City and the peace of the 10 Directions Saint Clan. Purple Royal City, Conference Hall, with Heavenly Monarch Chu as the leader, Star Monarch, Devouring Monarch, 9 Nether Monarch, Burning Monarch, Huang Monarch, and the other Saint race monarchs gathered together again. Everyone looked at the Palace Master of the Heavenly Secret Palace, Mu Fei, in confusion. Everyone. Mu Fei stood up and walked to the center of the hall. Her expression was incomparably solemn as she swept her gaze across everyone's faces. Finally, her gaze landed on Chu Hen. A month ago, the Celestial Seal region sensed the space in the ethereal heavens collapsing again. The ethereal heavens collapsed again? The few great emperors exchanged glances with one another, but they didn't have much of an emotional fluctuation. The space in the ethereal heavens is extremely unstable. It's not strange for it to collapse a few times, said Star Monarch. Mu Fei nodded. If that's the case, I wouldn't have asked Heavenly Monarch Chu to gather everyone here. Then, after the ethereal heavens collapsed, I sent people to check. Mu Fei continued, and her expression turned even more solemn. In the end, I found a cauldron in the ethereal heavens. Cauldron? Everyone was even more confused. What cauldron? Great Emperor Devour asked. Mu Fei shook her head. To be honest, I've never seen this item before. Furthermore, I'm certain that there are no records of this cauldron in this world. The most peculiar thing is the patterns carved on the body of the cauldron. Pattern? What kind of pattern? Great Star Emperor continued to ask. Mu Fei paused and said with a meaningful look in his eyes, the heart beast pattern of the 10 Directions Sacred Clan is all on it. What? Everyone was shocked. Even Chu Hen couldn't help but stand up and ask, "Where is the cauldron?" "I brought it." A moment later, on a majestic firmament Taoist platform floating in the air. Everyone in the assembly hall had been transferred here. At the center of the Tao platform was an ancient cauldron that was over 10 meters wide. The style of the ancient cauldron was unknown. It gave people the feeling that it was from a very ancient era. The strangest thing was that the body of the ancient cauldron was engraved with a series of mysterious beast patterns. There were exactly 10 beast markings on it, not a few. Moreover, as Mu Fei said, the beast patterns were very similar to the heart beast of the 10 Directions Sacred Clan, be it in shape or appearance. What exactly is this thing? Everyone was confused. Under everyone's gaze, Chu Hen silently walked to the front of the ancient cauldron. Then, he gently pressed his hand on the body of the cauldron. Buzz, a slight spatial rhythm spread from Chu Hen's palm. Accompanied by a low tremble, the ancient cauldron glowed with a faint soft light. Thousands of light patterns flowed up and down the ancient cauldron. Then, It turned into countless thorny vines that spread in all directions. Clang! There seemed to be muffled thunder in the nine heavens. The wind blew and the clouds surged. Dark clouds immediately covered the void. Just when everyone thought that a miracle was going to happen, Chu Hen slowly lowered his hand. The abnormal phenomenon in the sky also dissipated along with it. "What's going on? Did you find anything?" several great emperors hurried forward to ask. Chu Hen shook his head, then glanced at Mu Fei and said, "I injected chaotic divine power into it, but that's all there was. I also studied it for more than a month and got the same result," Mu Fei said. Everyone couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Come to think of it, it was strange. Something that was able to survive the collapse of the misty sky was definitely extraordinary. Especially the pattern of the 10 heart beasts on the cauldron. It was even more puzzling. No one would believe that this ancient cauldron didn't have a special origin. Everyone stared at the ancient cauldron of unknown origin and couldn't help but be at a loss. "Do you guys think he wants us to summon the 10 heart beasts?" Just then, the Abyss Great Emperor said tentatively. In an instant, it was as if someone had woken up from a dream. Everyone's eyes lit up with surprise. Chu Hen also scanned the cauldron back and forth, then looked at the crowd and said, "Maybe we can give it a try, but we can't summon the 10 heart beasts." Burning Sky Great Emperor poured a bucket of cold water on them. 10 directions, Saint Clan. Reincarnation, Divine Eye, Monster Eye, Star Abyss, Great Wilderness, Devour Chaos, Dragon Blood. Only when the 10 great emperors gathered together could they summon the 10 heart beasts. "I can temporarily control the celestial I Saint Clan's heart beasts," Bai Qinyu said. "Oh." Everyone's eyes lit up. Chu Hen also looked at his wife approvingly and said, "I can summon the heart beasts of the Monster Eye Saint Clan and the Dragon Blood Saint Clan at the same time. The primeval monarch is grounded in the primeval Saint Clan and needs your permission to come out," said the Star Monarch. Although the primeval monarch stood on their side at the last moment during the Battle of the Six Paths world, he still had to bear the consequences of his previous crimes. However, it was also because of his final decision that the other great emperors decided to spare his life after some discussion. The price he had to bear was to be imprisoned in the primeval Saint Clan forever, unable to take a step out. Of course, if he had Chu Hen's permission, it would be a different story. Even if the primeval monarch is willing to come, there's still the reincarnation Saint Clan. Star Monarch added. At the mention of the reincarnation Saint Clan, everyone couldn't help but think of Cosmos God Guji. But when they thought of Cosmos God Guji, the atmosphere became much colder, especially Burning Sky Great Emperor, whose face was filled with a layer of frost. "Humph. Are we going to release that bastard Cosmos God Guji?" Everyone was speechless. However, Chu Hen took over and said, "It's not impossible, Heavenly Monarch." Everyone's expression changed. Although 10 years had passed, the terror of Cosmos God Guji still lingered in their hearts. However, Chu Hen didn't care at all. "Everyone, don't panic. Since I can send him into the abyss of chaos once, I can send him back a second time." After saying that, Chu Hen said to Star Monarch, "Star Monarch, please bring the primeval monarch here." This Star Monarch glanced at Burning Sky, Great Emperor, and the others. Seeing that Chu Hen was so confident, he didn't say anything more. "Okay, well, the rest of you wait here for a while. I'll go to the abyss of chaos." The moment he finished speaking, Chu Hen's eyes turned cold. In an instant, accompanied by an extremely strong rhythm of space, Chu Hen's body actually showed a dreamy distortion. Like a circle of broken shadows on the surface of the water, with a hua sound, Chu Hen suddenly disappeared in front of everyone. This sudden scene caused everyone to be astonished. He left just like that. The space crack didn't appear. Could it be that Chu Qiandi is already able to freely travel between the two great spatial boundaries? Astonishment filled everyone's faces. It should be known that even the primal chaos Heavenly Emperor couldn't enter the abyss of chaos at will. What level has Chu Tianyi's strength reached? In these 10 years, his cultivation has never stagnated. The devouring emperor said in a low voice. Apart from the shock, several great emperors secretly shook their heads. The current Chu Hen most likely surpassed the primal chaos heavenly emperor by more than a little. What a terrifying existence. It seems that we don't need to worry about universe god Guji. Then everyone on the rooftop quietly waited. About an hour later, a circle of water-like ripples appeared in the sky. Everyone's heart tightened. Shortly after, ripples spread out, and Chu Hen once again returned in front of everyone. Other than Chu Hen, there was also a figure in ragged clothes who cut a sorry figure behind him. Universe god Guji. Everyone's faces were subconsciously filled with vigilance. Universe god Guji's hair was disheveled, and he looked as thin as a match. His eye sockets were especially sunken and hollow like a skeleton. It was hard to believe that the Reincarnation Emperor, once the leader of the 10 clans, would one day end up like this. Hell, laugh if you want. Isn't my current appearance what you've been hoping for? Universe god Guji's voice was abnormally hoarse. Humph. You only have yourself to blame. Burning Sky Emperor coldly rebuked. The Devouring Emperor raised his hand, indicating for him to stop talking. Universe god Guji, do you know why Chu Tianyi found you? Universe god Guji sneered. I know better than any of you. Everyone was stunned. Burning Sky Emperor took a step forward. You know about this cauldron? Why else do you think I kept you alive back then? You? Burning Sky Emperor was speechless. The great emperors in Mu Fei looked at each other and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. It turned out that the Reincarnation Emperor had long known of the existence of the ancient cauldron. When he attacked the Sky-Burning Saint Clan, he did not kill the Sky-Burning Emperor and only sealed him. Perhaps it was because of the heart beast of the Sky-Burning Saint Clan. Moreover, he mercilessly ordered the Dragonblood Emperor to kill him only because the Dragonblood Sacred Clan's heart beast was with Chu Hen. What a grand scheme. What a profound scheme. Universe god Guji was truly an extremely terrifying existence. Soon after, the Star Emperor and the Chaos Emperor also arrived at the Imperial Purple City. When the two saw the Reincarnation Emperor, they couldn't help but feel complicated, especially the Chaos Emperor. He looked at the Reincarnation Emperor, then at Chu Hen, then nodded, indicating that he already knew the whole story from the Star Emperor. Let's begin. Without much hesitation, Chu Hen directly announced the start of the summoning ceremony. Everyone had a serious look on their faces. Then, Chu Hen, Bai Qinyu, the Abyss Emperor, the Star Emperor, the Devouring Emperor, the Desolation Emperor, the Burning Sky Emperor, the Chaos Emperor, and the Reincarnation Emperor stood in 9 different directions of the ancient cauldron. Rumble. The winds and clouds of the 9 heavens suddenly changed, and the universe suddenly lost its color. In an instant, along with the monstrous momentum of 9 different auras, dazzling beams of light appeared in the dark sky. Mu Fei, Luo Mengchong, Li Wushang, and the others all retreated to the border. Buzz, the 9 people's bodies simultaneously glowed with a dazzling light source. Next, thousands of rays of light sprinkled across the sky. One after another, mysterious ancient formations opened above Purple Imperial City like the gates of heaven. Roar! Roar! The winds and clouds were furious, and the sky changed color. Waves of domineering auras that emitted peerless ferocity filled the sky, enveloping the entire sky above the false realm. The next moment, everyone's bodies shone brightly, and they made hand seals at the same time. Star refining dragon bat. 9 nether, boundless ghost, nether. Burning sky, splitting sky, illuminating bull. Chaos, thunder ancestral lion. Devouring, heaven devouring Tao. Desolation, 8-headed desolation snake. Reincarnation, lion body. Gales roared across the celestial river, and huge shadows of beasts that were as huge as mountains appeared in the sky above Purple Court City. Then, 9 stars rotated in the depths of Bai Qinyu's eyes. Divine eyes, dual soul bird. Screech. A bird's cry filled the sky, and a colorful giant eagle directly tore the void and rose against the wind. The dual soul bird was similar to the legendary vermilion bird, but it had 2 heads, and all four of its eyes had double pupils. At the same time, Chu Hen also put his palms together, and purple light flashed in his eyes. A majestic and peerless domineering aura gushed out, and the surrounding space was distorted and trembled. Demon eyes, ominous star nine-winged centipede. Dragon blood, darkness dragon. Roar, roar. At this moment, the sky and earth were spinning, and the sky above the imperial purple city was in a state of collapse. The 10 great heart beasts were all gathered here. Thousands of light wings covered the sky, and endless light sources were dazzling. Then, under countless shocked gazes, the ancient cauldron actually rose directly into the sky with a loud whoosh. Buzz, bursts of strong spatial fluctuations soared into the sky and earth. The ancient cauldron constantly grew, and in the blink of an eye, it had become thousands of feet long. The ancient beast patterns on the cauldron were fully activated. The 10 great heart beasts all danced around the ancient cauldron. Bang! Suddenly, at this moment, a majestic pillar of light broke out from the ancient cauldron. The world trembled, and the 9 heavens split. Under countless shocked gazes, the giant pillar directly pierced through the void, and then a plain passage like the door of a god suddenly opened. Buzz, countless light sources sprinkled down from the passage, and a dreamlike sky curtain appeared in the sky above the imperial purple city. That was a brand new world. It was an unfamiliar world. Everyone's face was filled with unconcealable emotions. Finally, the door to that world is open. I have been waiting for this day. The reincarnation emperor's hoarse voice was trembling. Looking at the plain passage that was like a universe tunnel, Chu Hen's eyes flashed with palpitating light. He clenched his fists, and his heart was filled with infinite hope. Father, Mother, I think I have found the way to find you. A world filled with blood. The Lord of all evil, the source of great calamity, gathered here. This was the place where billions of hybrid demons existed. God-forbidden blood prison. In an ancient, desolate hall, the ground was covered with eerie white bones. Buzz, a pair of cold and dark black eyes suddenly opened, and that hideous face revealed a cold and creepy smile. Kiki, it seems that the door to that world has been opened. Let us meet again in another world. Chu Tiendi, God King Wuji's first season end. When I typed this word, I felt an indescribable complexity. There was loneliness. There was discomfort. There was also a sense of relaxation. It has been 4 years. God King Wuji owes everyone. And today he has finally repaid all of you. You have waited for a long time. I have also written for a long time. I am sorry. I am really sorry. I have written this book for 4 years. It has been tough on the readers who have been following the book until now. It has been tough on all of you. It has been tough on all of you. I believe that all of you are confused. Why is it the first season? Is there a second season? That is indeed the case. However, the second season will have a brand new setting, a brand new world, and a brand new story. However, I dare to guarantee that the content of the second season will be more than 10 times more interesting than the first. I have prepared for the new book for over a year. Be it the content or the world, it will be much bigger than the first season. Of course, the second season would start from another story. Then, in the later stages, it would connect with the content of Divine King Wuji's first season. That was probably the general pattern. I believe that there are many readers who didn't want to follow the second season because of my update. I can understand that, but that is my problem. Thus, I have basically filled in all the holes in the first season. In the end, I just dug a hole for the next season. It is not considered a bad ending. Of course, this is also the best I can do. The second season will probably focus on demons, and the specific content outline still needs to be improved. There will be news about the release date of the new book in about a month. If you want to follow, you can add God King Wuji's Book Friends group. 149825000. The story has ended. The person who wrote the story is still here. In the next book, there will still be Chu Hen, Meng Shang, Qianyu, the Heretic God, and even more exciting stories. I'm really thankful for everyone's support in the past 4 years. I love all of you 3,000 times. The following is the preview of the new book. The blood moon covered the sky, and the crow cried. when spiritual energy filled the land. At the edge of darkness, demonic energy quietly revived. This is an era of demonic energy reviving. It is also a chaotic world where gods and demons fight. Twilight of the gods, dawn of the human world. It is better to pray to demons than to believe in the heavens. When I return, I will wash the gods with blood. Everyone, see you in the new book.